Well, there we go. A couple of very inspiring tunes. Lots of fans in the stadium, really fired up for this encounter. And why not? There is a lot on the line here. A place in the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup. Afghanistan, what a story it would be, Frankie. I mean, when you think about where it all began for them, you know, there's a wonderful documentary about sort of the infancy of Afghanistan cricket called Out of the Ashes. If you've not seen it, I highly recommend it. But they really, you know, it's the most sort of at the most difficult circumstances one can imagine for a team to come through that right on the cusp of the last four of the biggest T20 tournament in the world. I mean, it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, huge. And you see how much it means to them to be picking up wins, to be picking up big wins in this tournament. So yeah, they haven't lost that passion, they haven't lost that flair for winning games. I think it's something ridiculous now. Mohammad Nabi, I think he's beaten something like 43 or 44 international teams in his career. So that just talks to where their Afghanistan journey has been, and now the cusp of what they're standing on.
Yeah, it's a great game to play with your friends if you're at home, by the way, just to try and list the names of all the countries that Mohammad Nabi has beaten. I played it with a friend of mine earlier. I got to 23, he got to 12.
Yeah,
so,
that's probably more accurate, isn't it? 12 is probably closer to where the rest of us are getting to.
I think so. Well, that was just, you know, you can guess some. You can get to 20, I reckon. Getting to 20 is reasonably easy. If you get to 40, then you are a real badger. Right, Afghanistan completely unchanged from the side that beat Australia just a couple of nights ago at this very venue in Kingstown. Rahmanullah, Gurbaz and Ibrahim Zadran at the top, and then Gulbadin, Naib, the hero of the Australian game, in at 3. And then you got Azmatullah, Omarzai, Mohammad Nabi in the middle, Karim, Janat, Nanji Ali Kharote, the left arm spinner, and then the captain Rashid Khan, Noor Ahmad, Naveen-ul-Haq and Fazalhaq Farooqi, who is still the top wicket taker in this competition. And then for Bangladesh, you got a couple of changes which we'll get to. Litton Das and Tanzid Hasan at the top, and then you got Najibullah Hussain, Shanto, Tawheed Ridoy, Shakib Hasan, Mahmudullah, Soumya Sarkar, who's into the side today. He's an opening batter, but he's carded to come in at number 7. Rishad Hussain, Tanzib Hassan Shakib, and then Taskin Ahmed back into the side for this game. And rounding off their team is Mustafizur Rahman. So, I mean, Afghanistan, Frankie, not surprising, sticking to their winning team from just a couple of days ago. Same venue, go for the same result.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the plan. You set the team up for success. They're riding the wave, riding the high, and they've got a blueprint that's worked for them, worked through this tournament. They've got the opportunity to bat first as well. That's playing to their strengths. So no surprises whatsoever. They've come in unchanged.
And Soumya Sarkar and Taskin Ahmed in for Bangladesh. They've sort of been yo-yoing with Taskin in particular, which doesn't sort of fill you with confidence as a player, I imagine, but also just speaks to your lineup being a little bit unsettled. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think that's the opposite a little bit of Afghanistan, as they're just trying to find what is that winning blueprint, what that does look like. Maybe haven't got the results they would have liked out of some of their more senior players as well, and then just trying to mix and match between their lineup as to what is that best 11. And to be honest, I think looking at it today, this must-win game for them, I think that's pretty close. That is what I would say is best 11.
Yeah, and just to correct myself from a little bit earlier, in fact, Matt Cabert-Floyd is going to be on commentary a little bit later, just corrected me. He said that the equation is if Afghanistan score 160, Bangladesh would need to chase it in 12.5 overs, so they'd have to go good guns. But I think the real goal for Bangladesh is to squeeze that Afghanistan total. A couple of nights ago, 148 proved plenty on this surface, with Australia being bowled out for 127. So they want 120, sub 120, I would say, Bangladesh.
Yeah, I think they want that as close to 100 as they can, so then they can just go out there all guns blazing, take the game on, and hopefully sneak through to that semi-final position.
Well, there we go. It is time for action. The final game of the Super 8 stage of the 2024 Men's T20 World Cup. It starts with Gurbaz working the ball into the onside. They run through for a quick single. There's a direct hit at the non-striker's end. And it's Tamim who's got the throw-in. And, well, we're going to have to wait and see. The umpire says we're going to have to look upstairs. What's your instinct say, Frankie? You look pretty tight. Direct hits are always tight, aren't they?
That's the thing, and so often they say if you think it's just in, it's often just out, and that is what you see a little bit from this Afghanistan pairing. They like to get up and down the wickets.
Oh, here we go. Full stretch dive from Rahmanullah. Gurbaz is going to save the day. TV umpire Adrian Holstock, you can hear his voice there on our effects feed. is just confirming that the bat was grounded, but I think he's safe. Full stretch dive, full commitment. Afghanistan off and running. 1 for no loss after 1 ball. What a start. Already eventful here, Frank.
Well, that's what we've talked about. We've talked about this game being full of excitement, and we've got it right from ball 1. A little bit of yes, no, maybe with the running, the direct hit, the full dive.
We've got host of the Bangla Cricket Podcast, Roshan Alam, in the studio as well with us today. Looking forward to getting him on. He's living every ball at the moment as this is outside the off stump. Big swish outside the off stump from Ibrahim. Doesn't connect as the ball goes through to the keeper. There is no run. Well, just a little bit nervy, Afghanistan. The 2 balls we've seen going for us, just keen to get through for that single. Also just a little bit of seam movement for Tanzid as well.
Yeah, a little bit of shape, which will be encouraging. They're not necessarily a team, Bangladesh, that look to pitch the ball up and swing it. Their plan has been to go hard into the surface, bang away at that 8-metre length, but a little bit of shape to start off with.
Here's Tanzim running in again with a slip in place, short length ball, punched off the back foot and misfielded at backward point. Ridoy will do the tidying up. Not the best bit of work at point though, and they'll get through for a single. 2 for no loss after 3 balls. Umpire Langton Rusere, standing as 61st T20 international, just gives a stern look to one of the fielders. I'm not sure what that was about. I don't know if somebody's annoyed him. Nitin Menon, that square leg. He's in his 47th T20 international, which doesn't seem like that many. I feel like I've been watching Nitin Menon my whole life on umpiring duty, but 47 apparently. Just T20 international. Stuns him. Sprinting into Gurbaz, who lets one go test match style through to the keeper. No run. 2 for no loss after 4 balls. And again, we reflected on that partnership that Gurbaz and Ibrahim had in that previous match against Australia. They know how to apply themselves to their task. They're not going to get carried away, or at least they'll try not to get carried away searching for a big total.
Yeah, and we've seen that throughout the tournament. 3-century opening stands between that pair. Started off against New Zealand, real heartbreak, and they've just continued to be able to be patient. They haven't necessarily flown out of the blocks every time, but have put scores on the board.
Tanzim in again. Down the track comes Gurbaz and nearly gets an inside edge onto his stumps. Just evades that, goes through to the keeper, keeps a little bit low, in fact, as the keeper fumbles on the bounce, and there is no run. Just as we were praising them, Frank, he was almost a double commentator curse there, wasn't there? But Gurbaz has survived, and again, just early signs that it's not an easy pitch to pick the bounce.
No, and that is that desire to want to get on with the job. We have almost put the curse on right from the first over, but as much as they are patient and as much as they know a lot rests on their shoulders, they want to dominate the game. They want to be in charge of what's happening out there.
Tanzim into Gurbaz, who comes down the track, punches the ball past the bowler and his follow-through. They should get 1 here. They will. They're not going to take on the arm of Najibullah Hussain Shanto. So an eventful first over for Afghanistan. They're 3 for no loss after 1 over, and a reminder, Afghanistan, if they win this game, will go through to the semi-finals of the Men's T20 World Cup 2024. If Bangladesh win, it'll be either Australia or Bangladesh who go through to the semi-finals. We've already got England, India and South Africa who are already through. Australia watching this game, and it gives me a chance to welcome our listeners on the ABC. Very good day to you all. I hope you enjoy our coverage today. I wonder how the nerves are. Do get in touch with us on X, formerly known as Twitter, at BBC TMS. Let us know how you're feeling about this encounter, having your fate in the hands of Bangladesh and Afghanistan. It's a different feeling for Australia, I'm sure. A team so historically dominant. Won the 2021 edition of this tournament in the United Arab Emirates. Now then, Tuskin back into the side. He's going to bowl the second over. There'll be a few nerves there, Frankie, I feel.
There will definitely be nerves. I think every cricketer knows that. No matter how much you've played, there's still always, in the big games, in the big moments, there's just that little feeling of apprehension, but also excitement that goes with it.
There's Tuskin jogging in to Gurbaz and beats the outside edge with another beautiful delivery. Just zips away off the surface, and Gurbaz just pulls his bat back inside the line. It's a dot ball, but good early signs for seam bowlers at the very least.
Yeah, and I like this matchup. I really like this matchup to Gurbaz with the ball, just tending to track away from him. And Tuskin Ahmed, you see a little bit of a lack of foot movement often. He feels with the hands, wants to feel bad on ball. And so to me, great matchup up top, if you're a Bangladesh supporter, that is.
Tuskin into Gurbaz, again, who punches this ball off the back foot, only as far as extra cover. Big loud call of no, and there is no run. And this is going to be the big challenge for me, Frankie, for Afghanistan. Like, I think on paper, you know, a very strong team, conditions suiting them. They won the toss. They're batting first on a surface where the team batting first always wins. So everything's in their favour. Bangladesh out of sorts as well. It's all about holding your nerve and not letting that occasion, those thoughts of the semi-final, the weight of the achievement creep into your mind.
It's hard not to, though. Yeah. It's hard not to have that end goal in sight. It's so close now.
Taskin in, angled in again and beats the outside edge of Gurbaz through to the keeper. He's done that twice in 3 balls so far, Taskin. Probably a lot of Bangladesh fans watching right now thinking, where was he in the last game?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a question that was asked by not just Bangladesh fans, but probably everyone through world cricket. This is a guy who can turn a match on its head. He's got a little bit of X factor about him. He is a super competitor as well. And you just feel that when you get into a position that you need to be winning games of cricket, need a little something special, this is the kind of guy you turn to. So pleased to see him back, and big shock that he wasn't there in the first place.
He's got a slip in place, Taskin, as in he comes to Gurbaz, who works this ball off his hips to fielder just behind square in the leg side, and he'll get through for a single. 4 for no loss Afghanistan. We're just talking about Taskin Ahmed, 66 T20 internationals for him, and 71 wickets to his name, best of 4 for 16, economy of 7.5, very respectable, and an average of 24.11. I mean, those are class numbers.
Yeah, they're solid, very solid numbers, and I just think it's the experience that he brings. There's not much that he hasn't seen on a cricket field, and that's the guy you want in precious situations. And maybe that little missing out on a game there, maybe it'll just light the fire a little more, and perhaps we're going to see something really special from him today.
Absolutely. Now, he's got a deep backward square leg and a deep third in place for Ibrahim, who again plays and misses at one outside the off stump. You can hear Rahmanullah just on the off mic, just hissing at that one. And why not? Because the ball is doing all sorts. Difficult batting out there. 4 for no loss after 1.5. And I know they chose to bat first, but right now the openers are thinking, well, this is going to be tricky.
It looks tricky, that's for sure. And I mean, Bangladesh, they've got a great new ball opening pair, and they've found success throughout this tournament. They've been able to pick up wickets early on, which has put teams under pressure, and they look dangerous right from ball 1 today.
It's Taskin into Ibrahim for the final ball. Nearly gets an inside edge. Batter swings and misses. And the keeper, Litton Das, just sort of kicked it through to a fine leg position. They'll get through for 1 bye. Very sort of untidy. It kept very low on him. He's sort of hobbling at the moment. Is Ibrahim? Litton Das? I think it just sort of caught the shin area as it kept very low, didn't it? I think I'm being a little bit harsh because that was tricky, and I think it's hit him right on the sort of the ankle bone there. I think pretty much. Oh, that looks very painful.
Yeah, they're just the second bounce on the way through to the keepers just skipped through, and no protection there, has not got a hand on it, but at least he's got a little bit of leg in the way, saved a couple of runs there, but yeah, won't be comfortable, that's for sure.
And terrific over that from Taskin, just the 1 run off the bat from it. Afghanistan 5 for no loss after 2 overs. Tanzim in for his second over. Ibrahim awaits. This is short. It's been guided away off the back foot, down towards deep third. There's a bit of work to do in the deep here, and it's Mahmudullah who does the tumbling, prevents the boundary. And, they get back for a couple. Afghanistan 7 for no loss. A lot of grey in that beard of Mahmudullah these days. He's not one of those players who likes to dye it. But still very, very athletic out in the deep.
Yeah, still gets the job done for sure. I like it. I like the.
I was being generous, wasn't I? I said very athletic. You said gets the job done.
Gets the job done. No, I won't give too much praise, but simple and effective. And I don't mind seeing a little bit of grey in the beard from the elder statesman. Show off that experience.
This is short, and it's going to go over the head of the batter, over the head of the keeper. It's going to run away for 4. Now we're going to find out if that's wides or buys. If it's buys, it's really harsh on the keeper, really, because it just flew off the surface. He sort of jumped full length, did Litton Das. He wasn't late on it or anything. It was just flying over his head. It's gone for 4. And, well, Tanzim is just sort of staring at the surface, staring at the batter. I think he might have been given runs off the shoulder. Was it leg buys? We're still waiting for a signal, an official signal as to what that was. Nowhere near the bat for me. We'll find out in a moment. Let's have another look at it. Here we go. Well, we're going to move on to the next ball. This player's been played up in the air, just wide of extra cover. It's going to trickle away out towards the deep extra cover boundary, and it will get to that boundary. It's a more convincing shot. The first boundary off the bat for Afghanistan. And they move on to 15 for no loss of 2.3. A runner ball and a welcome boundary, a welcome piece of the middle of that bat for Afghanistan.
Well, that's what he's been searching for throughout the whole innings so far. It has only been a short time, but has been looking to get on the front foot, looking to access that cover gap, and finds it on this occasion. Handsome shot through the offside, and that might ease some of those little nerves and little jitters that you see in the first few overs of the innings.
We've had confirmation, by the way, the previous delivery was 4 byes, so it didn't take anything on its way through, and it wasn't given wides. Just looking at it again, very harsh for the keeper, really, because he's not getting there. As at this time, again, another flash outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, no run. Well, he nailed the last one, didn't get anywhere near the next one. Bit of variable bows, a little bit more fire in that one from Tanzim as well, I noticed. Just really gave it a big old grunt as he let it go. Ibrahim missed it by a fair distance in the end.
Yeah, it didn't get close, and that is... It's a good piece of bowling from Bangladesh, the ability to bowl the ball hard and into the surface. We've already seen the variable bounce. You've had one skid through to the wicketkeeper, then one fly over his head.
It's Tanzim in again, this time just blocked by Ibrahim to mid-off. There is no run.
And so often you see if the ball is swinging a little bit early on, then bowlers get excited by that. They want to pitch the ball up, they want to try and invite the drive and almost get into that test match style bowling. But it's actually that ability to hold your nerve and the understanding of what's going to be successful, not necessarily hunting wickets through that genuine wicket-taking ball, but the ability to bowl pressure. And that's what you see from Bangladesh, and that's been really obvious throughout the whole tournament, is their ability to control length and go hard into the surface.
Tanzim in once more, cramping the batter for room. He punches the ball, Ibrahim, to sort of directly behind the bowler. It's Mustafiza who runs round from his mid-on position to field. They get through for a single. More lucrative over that for Afghanistan. 11 runs from it, although only 7 off Tanzim. There's over 4 byes in there. 16 for no loss after 3, Afghanistan. Just got a little shot of the Afghanistan dugout. A few of the players enjoying a tea. It's a strange thing to have on a humid night in Kingstown, in St Vincent and the Grenadines. I don't know if tea would be my go-to beverage, but that's what Rashid Khan has opted for. It's a bit of a South Asian stereotype, really, that whatever the weather, got to have a bit of tea. He's put his tea away. He's pulled his knees up to his chest as Taskett is in. Ball takes a thick outside edge, goes down to deep third. Again, it's been fielded by Tanzim Hasan Shakib. They'll get through for a single. And he just looks quite nonchalant, the Afghanistan captain, in the dugout. Just got his shoes off, got his socks off, pulled his knees up to his chest. He might as well be watching a romantic comedy. Along came Polly and took me to the semi-finals of the World Cup. That's what he's thinking. Is it just a poker face, that, from Rashid Khan?
Yeah, I think so.
He's got to be excited.
Oh, absolutely, and he is such a passionate fellow. There will definitely be that excitement, that passion there.
There's Taskin in. Down the track comes Gurbaz. Big swing, no connection. Ball goes through to the keeper. And, well, he's got a sheepish smile on his face now, Rashid Khan, in the dugout, because his heart will have been in his mouth for a second. Gurbaz looking for a big wind-up, missing. That ball wasn't a million miles away from the top of off-stump either.
Oh, well, he's sat in the dugout next to Dwayne Bravo. I mean, is the a more to be patient, work the ball into gaps, run hard. They've been able to find success. It gets easier the longer you get into your innings, the more familiar you get with conditions.
Taskin into Gurbaz again, back of a length, punch to backward point. He's set off, was sent back with a loud call of no from Ibrahim. That'll be the end of the over, just the 5 runs from it. 4 overs gone in this Afghanistan innings, 21 for no loss. Gurbaz on 7 off 13, Ibrahim 9 off 11. And a reminder, if Afghanistan win this game, they knock out not only Bangladesh, but also Australia from this T20 World Cup. England are through, India's through, South Africa's through. Frankie Mackay, what do you think? If you had to put your name against a team, and it can be one of the 3 that's in contention today if you want, who do you think is going to go all the way?
Well, I actually said after there was the joking comments from Josh Hazlewood about Australia possibly doing everything they could to make sure that England didn't get through, and then after they won that game, I turned around and said, well, England's going to win the World Cup now. That's it. That's how the cricket gods work. That's how karma works for comments like that. England's going to win it. So I put it out there, I said it, and I'm going to stick with it. I think they've built their momentum nicely. Started off a little bit iffy. Everyone jumped on board, piled on that maybe they weren't even going to get out of group stages. But they're my winners. That's my pick.
Oh, there we go. And for our listeners on the ABC, that's Frankie Mackay. You can find her on social media. Shakib is in. That ball just angles in towards Ibrahim, and there's half an appeal for LBW. It was sliding down the leg side. And I'm just teasing, really, but it's... yeah, hometown support for England. If they did it again, back-to-back T20 World Cups, would be something. Shakib in once more. Flighted delivery defended by Gurbaz, and there is no run. I beg your pardon, it's Ibrahim is on strike. 21 for no loss off 4.2. Interesting move, the spinner into the power play. Do you like it, Frankie?
I do like it. Actually, I really like this matchup. I think...
As Shakib is in again, this is short. It's been hammered. Straight to extra cover. He's put it down. He's put it down. Is that Ridoy? Well, we'll find out momentarily. It is Ridoy who's at extra cover, and he's put it down. It was a tough chance. It was hit so hard. Short ball, absolutely hammered by Ibrahim Zadran, and Ridoy got his hands behind it, pats it down, and then inspects his palm as if to say, ouch. How much is that going to cost? Shakib in again. This ball driven slightly airily, but with a tiny bit more control and direction down to Soumya Sarkar at long off for a single. Well, that could be a big moment in this game. Ibrahim dropped on 9.
Could be huge. Could be huge. And he has normally got such a good pair of hands. He is electric in the field, Ridoy, but puts one down. That could be huge. That could have been the in Bangladesh was looking for. We were talking about the matchups, and that's your chance. You've created one early, and it just hits the hands hard and goes down.
It was sort of going upwards, wasn't it? It was on an upwards trajectory, and he sort of just brought it back down with him. As Shakib gets another one to just grip in the air, and it's been flicked slightly airily to mid-on. There's no run. Very quietly, it's been a good over this from Shakib. Just the 1 run from it. Can he get out of it without conceding a boundary? Afghanistan 22 for no loss, not really going anywhere at the moment. As Shakib is in for the final ball of the 5th over. It's been driven nicely by Gurbaz down towards long off, and there is no run. So Afghanistan 23 for no loss after 5 overs. We're going to have a double change in commentary in a moment, and I'm going to hand over to Matt Kabir-Floyd. But just before I do, Frankie, let us know what you make of this. Who's ahead here? 23 for no loss after 5 overs. Tell us who's ahead. And then Roshan Alam is going to join Matt Kabir-Floyd.
I think, based on the tournament they've had so far, Afghanistan just ahead. Just a couple of % ahead by the fact they haven't lost a wicket, but pretty even Stevens. And of course, it always comes down to that last over of the power play. They can really swing that momentum. Maybe, perhaps it's the over they look to target as well, this opening pair.
Thank you, Frankie. Thank you, Atif. Yeah, what an exciting start to this game. 5 overs in, Afghanistan so reliant on these 2 openers. 300 partnerships already at this T20 World Cup. And this is what they do. They weather the storm early on. They did this against Australia, ended up putting on 118. Mustafiza Rahman, the Fizz, into the attack, bowling the last over of the power play. And he immediately goes past the outside edge of Gurbaz. Again, we've seen a ball take off from just back of a length. It is two pace, this pitch. It's a low-scoring pitch as well. St Vincent, all 4 games played here so far, won by the side batting first. We've seen some really tense, low-scoring chases as well. South Africa beating Bangladesh. And also a really tight game involving Nepal as well. 1-run defeat that was. Here comes the Fizz again. He goes across his stumps, Gurbaz, and tries to hoik him to the leg side. This hits him on the shoulder, goes out to cover point. Evening, Roshan. An exciting start to this match on an exciting pitch. I mean, it's not the easiest pitch to bat on, but it feels like something's happening every other ball as the physios come out to inspect Rahmanullah Gurbaz. He might have actually got a blow on the helmet slightly. No, it's straight onto the shoulder.
Good evening. Yeah, it does look like it's sort of starting to turn into what's going to be hopefully a close contest. I mean, these two are very familiar foes, and I wonder how much that is playing into the mindsets and the tactics of both teams. Bangladesh certainly, I think, getting their decisions right today. We've seen them start, from both ends with spinners on pitches that didn't really lend themselves to spinners. We also saw them drop Tuskin despite him being Bangladesh's strike bowler. But so far, they seem to have got everything right. I think what they're going for here is just looking to frustrate the Afghans early on. This is how they play one-day cricket. It's how they play their best cricket, is to frustrate and look to sort of like negate that kind of run rate. However, this is T20 cricket, and this is an Afghan team who can click from gear 1 to 5 quite quickly, and they know that can happen any time, which is why they have to take their chances. They cannot afford to drop catches. Unlucky from Hridoy. That looked like a zinger. I don't think any of us would be able to hold on to that particularly. So hope his fingers are okay. Well, maybe Atif is holding his hands up in disgust. I mean. Oh, sorry, I thought even Frankie. I thought you meant yourself, Atif. I was like, well, that's a really confident call, Atif. But yeah, I think so far, I think Afghanistan won't be panicking too much. They can look like they can get enough runs on the board to defend so far, but Bangladesh still in the game.
Oh, a long way to go. Here's the Fizz, short, and he's gloved this in between the keeper and short fine for 4. Good bit of bowling, really. He beat Gurbaz for pace, but he got enough on that for a valuable boundary. It's 27 without loss midway through the 6th over.
Yeah, 4 easy runs really just helped it along its way. Not much movement there from the Fizz, actually. Pretty short, and he probably intended it. And yeah, Gurbaz just helps it along its way for an easy 4 runs this afternoon.
Yeah, you can see why the fast bowlers are trying to bang this in short, because actually it's that just back of a length that has really got the most sort of bounce and the most variable bounce as well throughout this tournament at St Vincent. Not the fuller deliveries. The Fizz, this time a bit fuller outside the off stump, and Gurbaz leaves that alone. He's left a couple alone already, and I think these two openers know how important they are to this Afghanistan side. They did this against Australia. Australia bowled really well in the first few overs. They weathered the storm. The ball went past the outside edge a few times. They didn't get too flustered, and they just set a platform that they could provide for the middle order and themselves, because they actually ended up batting for quite a while to then explode at the back end. They got a match-winning score in the end. The Fizz comes in over the wicket, left-arm seamer. Good bit of bowling. Tight, just outside the off-stump line. Gurbaz pushes forward to cover, no run.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Fizz. He was hit for 4. I think he then tried to overcorrect, went a little bit wide on the offside, and then just bringing it in a little bit closer to the batter and tightening up. So, yeah, it feels like a good matchup. But yeah, these two opening batters, there's absolutely no panic. They've got such good international temperament. They can not panic. They can have a slow start, knowing that they can click through the gears when they need to, and give themselves and the team a solid foundation.
And that's why you feel like this is a vital part of the match, because they have become so vital to the totals that they've been getting. That's a Jaffa from Mustafiza, half an appeal from Litton, but again, it's a ball just back of a length, angled across the right-hander that's really taken off, and it's been taken by Litton for another dot ball. If you get it in the right area on this pitch, there is definitely a lot of help for you as a seam bowler. No slip in though. That is the end of the power play. 6 overs done. Afghanistan 27 without loss. And I think the key thing for them is without loss, really. They won't be too bothered about the run rate at the moment.
You're absolutely spot on. I think Bangladesh have asked some very interesting questions of the batters. They've looked to sort of force errors. We've seen a couple of instances where Gurbaz has started to dance down the wicket and play a shot and miss. He's not panicked, and it hasn't led to a mistake. So Bangladesh, for all their efforts, haven't quite reaped the rewards that they maybe would have wanted to in the power play. And like I say, I think Afghanistan won't be necessarily too panicked, because 27 for Noor can become double that in a few overs with these batters in the crease.
Here's Shakib Al-Hasan, his second over. Tight to the stumps, driven back to him by Ibrahim Zadran, no run. Just 3 wickets for Shakib so far at this T20 World Cup. He was the first bowler to get to 50 wickets in T20 World Cups. He loves playing on this stage. Shorter and cut hard by Ibrahim Zadran, but straight to the boundary rider at deep cover point. But it hasn't quite worked for him so far at this T20 World Cup.
No, it really hasn't. And when Shakib has a bad tournament, everyone will be talking about it, and they have, to the point where there were even calls about dropping him for the Australia match.
No, surely not.
Honestly, it's so fascinating. I mean, social media has every possible opinion going on it, but when people talk about dropping Shakib, and I think that those calls were kind of amplified by Shanto only bowling him for 1 over during one of the matches. I think that's a really big call as a captain.
Here he is again, that low arm action, a bit of grip there. Quick single. Oh, I tell you what, it's fairly tight. Might be an overthrow here. No, the ball's thrown back in to the bowler. Fairly tight single. I think that they'd got home there. Ibrahim Zadran coming through to the keeper's end. That's where the throw went. But interestingly for Shakib, just a hint of grip. There was a thick outside edge out to the covers. Gurbaz actually almost ran 2. He was halfway down the pitch trying to come back for an overthrow. Slip in for Shakib. Tosses this one up very full. Driven down the ground for a single by Ibrahim Zadran. The score moves up to 30 without loss.
I think Shakib and Shanto, the new captain, have, I think, a very respectful relationship. I think Shakib knows he's the experienced player. He knows what he'd do, but he also sort of sometimes seems to sit back and let Shanto make his decisions and let him make his own mistakes, which I don't know if that's always been the best thing for Bangladesh, but I think it's a very respectful dynamic to have for Shakib to go, OK.
Here he is again. This one just goes on with the arm, hits the pad of Gurbaz, pops out into the leg side. No run. I mean, it's a tough job, isn't it? Captain of Bangladesh. There's been quite a heavy rotation of captains over the years. A lot of politics behind the scenes. As you say, passionate fans. Down the track. That's a clean strike by Gurbaz. He's so strong down the ground. And it's the first maximum of the innings. It whacks into the blackboard straight behind the bowler's arm.
Well, we were waiting for them to click through the gears, and there it is. Gurbaz taking on the veteran campaigner Shakib for 6. Down the ground, beautifully hit. And no one's catching that unless you're in the 4th row of the stands.
He's so good, isn't he, at committing to those shots straight down the ground. He's a very clean strike of the ball. He doesn't overhit, but he gets great hand speed through the ball. Love watching him when he plays down the ground. He's a great example for any youngsters watching how not to overhit the ball, but still get incredible power and height. 7 overs gone, 36 without loss. Might that be just a moment where these two Afghan opening batters find a little bit more fluency? The response is Tanzim back into the attack. Tanzim Hasan Shakib, who's been the pick of the bowlers for Bangladesh so far at this T20 World Cup. Just 21 years old. 11 wickets already. Here he is. Bit of pace. That's a nice shot from Ibrahim Zadran. And it's going to get in 2. Just a back foot punch, really, through the offside. Bit of work to do for the deep cover fielder.
Yeah, tons of one of the discoveries for Bangladesh in the last sort of year. He was an accidental pick for the 50 over World Cup last year. He was only called up because so many other pacers were injured, and suddenly found himself on the bench during that World Cup. And in the last sort of 12 months or so, worked his way into the first team, helped along by Shariful's injury. There were questions of whether he'd even start if Shariful Islam was available, but here he is.
Here is Shakib. Hard length, angled away to deep third for a single.
but he just plays it with such anger, which I think is something you get with a young player who hasn't been burdened by probably social media comments just yet, but just has a kind of ruthlessness about his bowling, gives 100% to every ball. And I think at that age, when you've got that much energy, you don't really have to think about sort of longing out your longevity or kind of pacing, so we just go for it every single ball. And I think the T20 format just suits him for going at it full blast for 4 overs.
Well, he went at it full blast against Nepal, didn't he? What were his figures? 4 for 7.
It's remarkable,
4
right?
4 overs. And a bit of argy-bargy as well. He got fined part of his match fee for a confrontation. This is full on leg stump. Gurbaz does well. He moves across his stumps and works into the leg side. That is the 3rd time that Gurbaz has just played that shot perfectly. Perfect weight where he's just dropped it into the leg side, and they've been able to come back for 2. But yeah, he confronted the Nepal captain, didn't he?
Yeah,
Pulled out, got on his face.
Yeah, had some words about a 15% fine, which I always find fascinating as a percentage. I can, like nobody wants a fine, but it's not really hurting the pocket, is it? 15%.
It's a random number,
yeah,
isn't it? Right. Here he is, Tanzim. 5 off the first 3 balls of this over. He bangs this in short, and once again, it flies over the head of the very short Litton Das, but he's just banged that in too short. No need to go that short with the short delivery, because he's getting enough bounce anyway, and these are more valuable runs. It's run away to the boundary.
Yeah, it's an example from Tanzim here, and I think this is probably something he's going to learn with experience, where the aggression can sometimes compromise the accuracy, and that's a great example of probably his lack of experience, and at this level, just needs to maintain his composure. He was doing everything right up till then.
Well, Shakib wasn't impressed, threw his hands up to the air. This is going to be full. There it is. Gurbaz comes down the track, inside edge, thick inside edge, back to the bowler, who then throws at the stumps, I think more just to keep Gurbaz in his crease. He has got something about him, though, hasn't he? Bit of aggression, and it's good to see Tuskin back too. So you've got 2 genuine pace options on a pitch.
Yeah.
Where those type of bowlers can be very dangerous.
Yeah, it's great to see actually, like Bangladesh having a pace attack leading their bowling unit, because for years and years it was all about the slow left armers, 3 slow left armers, and maybe Mushraffi Mortarts as a token pacer in that team. But great to see pacers leading.
Again, excessive bounce. This strikes the glove of Gurbaz and finds its way down to deep third for a single. Score moves on to 47 without loss. Interesting stat just flashed up on screen. These two have put on 430 runs between them, Gurbaz and Ibrahim Zadran. The next best opening partnership, Travis Head and David Warner, just 183. That's a huge difference.
That's a huge difference. What remarkable coming to be in the top 2. Just shows how, the incredible, this partnership and what they can actually do for not just themselves, but as a team, at the importance of a foundation when batting, even in the T20 tournament.
The flip side of that, of course, is that your middle order doesn't get much of a hit. Here comes Tanzim, yet more bounce. Bit tennis bally, this one. Ibrahim Zadran tries to punch off the back foot, but once again defeated by that extra bounce. 8 overs gone. Afghanistan have been solid here, 47 without loss. Very similar to their opening partnership against Australia. Went at a similar rate at the same ground. Both sides, in fact, have good memories of this ground. Bangladesh have won both of their matches here. Afghanistan just beat Australia, which could be the decisive match in terms of getting them through to the semi-finals. And Bangladesh have got very good memories of this ground, because it was where they got their first overseas test win, 2009 against the West Indies. I think it was only their second test win ever as well. The first was at home maybe 4 or 5 years before.
Yeah, against Zimbabwe. And yeah, I mean, we don't talk about the fact that the West Indies players were all in contract disputes at the time at all. We don't bring that up in Bangladesh. In folklore, we just say that they got an away test win.
It's in the scorebook as a win. Right, very interested to see this guy, Rashid Hossain, tall, young leg spinner for Bangladesh, having an excellent tournament. Has added a different dynamic to this attack. And here he is. Interesting action too. Immediately a bit of turn, and it's manoeuvred into the leg side by Gurbaz. They're coming back for 2. It's been a feature of this opening partnership so far. They've run really well, and that's another double for them. But Rashid Hossain, again, like Tanzim, just 21 years old. Similar record in this competition. He's also picked up 11 wickets. Again, Gurbaz wants 2. Again, he's clipped into the leg side. This time he won't get it, though. He's hit that one too well. Deep mid-wicket comes in, restricts them to 1.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery package for most teams. Is the play that they would have faced the least. Very rare for Bangladesh to be playing a leg spinner.
Yeah.
They sort of culturally don't get picked in domestic cricket. I think the abundance of just slow left armers has just meant Bangladesh have never looked at leg spinners, both internationally and domestically. But he's found his way into this team by being quite good with the bat as well. He's one of the few people who can clear the road, saw him smash a couple of sixes against Australia the other night. So yeah, it's been a very good investment for Bangladesh, Rashid.
Here he is. Oh, he's turned one right past the outside edge of Ibrahim Zadran. He didn't move his feet there. Bit of a waft, but it was bowled with good pace, actually. It was the pace that made that delivery even more tricky than it could have been. He really drove that into the pitch. He does have a slip in place as well, who could be in business. Again, drives that into the pitch. Not quite so much turn, but it's pushed back for another dot ball.
It's just a good call by Shanto to bring Rashid on here. We saw Afghanistan just start to free their wrists a little bit after the power play. 9 runs in the 7th and then 11 after that. So Rashid putting it back a little bit.
Down leg side, it's not gathered by Litton. It's going to run away towards the boundary. Tuskin's after it. They might come back for 2. They do, so that's going to be wides. He had started pretty accurately until that point. Why haven't there been that many leg spinners? Why haven't they been trusted in Bangladesh?
I think it's just the lack of nurturing. I think, firstly, they had so many slow left armers available, which seemed to work for conditions and got results.
Rashid. Again, more turn. This is timed really nicely by Ibrahim Zadran, but only for 1 out to deep cover point.
There's also a bit of a kind of old school textbook mentality of going, well, we'll just play left arm bowlers to right hand batters. And in the international setup, only 2 ever sort of came through, and they sort of came and fell away. Jabbar played in the mid-noughties, Alec Kapali for a little while, but neither really kind of kicked on and had big long international careers because Bangladesh just were picking spin-heavy teams.
Last ball of the over, Fuller. And just a forward defensive push from Gurbaz. And that's a good start by Rashid. His first over goes for 7, but more importantly, he found a bit of grip there. Bowled at a nice pace as well. Strong breeze, actually, going directly across the ground. It's a beautiful setting, this stadium, the Arnos Vale ground in St Vincent. It's right on the water, right on the ocean, which is quite rare, actually. Most grounds, if they are close to the water, they're not right on it. It just gives it an extra something, and that's why you get a heavy breeze sometimes.
Yeah. I think they call it the fetch from GCSE geography.
The fetch?
The fetch, I think that's the wind coming across the water. I'm getting a nod from producer Emily, so that's right.
Right, okay.
GCSE geography in action.
Thank you very much. You learn something new every day. Mustafi's his first over went for 4. This is the start of his second. Crunched to backward point, half stopped by Rashid, and they come through for 1. Good bit of fielding there, saved 4.
Yeah, Bangladesh have looked a little bit more sprightly in the field than they have in the previous games, actually. Almost a one-handed catch there, really.
Well, it was on the bounce, wasn't it? Yeah, 1 hand, 1 bounce. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, 1 hand, 1 bounce. It'd be interesting if they introduced that into professional cricket. I tell you what, actually, Australia really struggled at this ground, didn't they, in the field? Not just the lights, which are very low, but also the bounces off the outfield. This is pulled hard by Gurbaz, but there is protection at deep backward square leg, so it's only going to be a single. Yeah, I mean, initially I was thinking, OK, well, Australia just having a bad day here, but so many players struggle, particularly with the fly balls into the outfield. Saw 2 or 3 dropped on the boundary. That it's got to be something to do with the lights, and they are very low in St Vincent. Yeah,
there was 6 drop catches that match?
Something
which was
like that,
remarkable for Australia.
Some harder than others, but yeah, that is incredible. And in particular, poor old Ashton Agar had an absolute shocker, didn't he? And the ball was following him around. He was taking bounces off the turf that he wasn't expecting. Mustafi's over the wicket. And Ibrahim Zadran plays that well. He makes room outside his leg stump. He was followed by the Fizz, but he's still able to open his face and run the ball down to deep third for a single. And they just keep picking up runs, these two, don't they? Not doing anything spectacular. They are just doing what they've done the entire tournament, and that's set a platform. And you think on a pitch like this, you get something like 140, and that's probably going to be a pretty big score. Rahmanullah Gurbaz is the leading run scorer in the competition again. Travis Head had superseded him in the previous match against India today. He's back on top with 264. Tries to pull aggressively, but this ball's a long way outside off stump. And it also bounces, it goes through. And it's taken over the head of Litton Das for a dot ball.
I think Bangladesh needs to have a conversation here with the bowlers and themselves and figure out how they're going to take this first wicket, because, as we said again and again, these two openers can set a platform, and it looks like a platform really has been set as we head towards the halfway stage of this innings. And they've not looked like, I mean, there's been a few close calls, but it's not been a potent wicket-taking ball as of yet, really. Just a few inquisitions.
The ball's doing too much, I think, at the moment. That's the thing. This is a slower delivery from Mustafiza. Trying to tempt Gurbaz into a drive, and he was half tempted, but he just checked his shot, and the ball bounced just before it got to short cover. Still none down. One ball left in this 10th over. The thing is, you get a wicket now, you know, you can get a few here because Afghanistan's middle order hasn't really seen too much action and hasn't done much, really. They haven't needed to. So you're always in the game here. It's not too late to get that first breakthrough. Can Mustafiza provide it? Again, it's a slower ball, the off-cutter. Well played by Gurbaz. He just pushes down to mid-off and scampers through for a single. So 10 overs gone. We are halfway through the Afghanistan innings. Afghanistan trying to reach the semi-finals of a World Cup for the very first time. And what an opportunity they've got here. They would knock out Australia. When you looked at those two groups, who'd have thought Australia would be the ones knocked out? That's what will happen if Afghanistan can beat Bangladesh today. Still a long way to go, but they've got a good platform here. 58 without loss, 10 overs gone. We're going to have a double change in the commentary box. No, we're not, actually. We're going to have a single change. Roshan, you're going to stay on. Got a bit excited there. But Atif is going to take over. And Atif, where do you see this innings at the moment? We kind of feel like we've seen this already, haven't we? They've done this so well, these two Afghanistan openers. They don't get too fazed by the run rate because they know that on a lot of these pitches, you don't need too many runs to get the win.
They don't indeed, Matt. Thanks for that. Like, I mean, they got 27 for no loss from the power play. In the game they won against Australia, they had 40 for no loss. At the 10 over mark, they're 58 for no loss. At the 10 over mark against Australia, there was 64 for no loss. So it is a very similar pattern. But I feel like Bangladesh have bowled a little bit better than Australia did. Australia were quite sloppy in the field, gave a few opportunities, and just that momentum. Like, this game still, despite this opening partnership, feels quite open to me. It feels like Bangladesh are right there on top of it. They haven't let Afghanistan get away from them, even on this slow surface. It has been very impressive application from these two throughout this tournament, I have to say. You mentioned Matt Gurbaz, number one in the top run scorers chart. Travis Head at number 2. Well, Gurbaz's buddy, Ibrahim Zadran, is at number 3 as well. That's how good Afghanistan have been throughout this tournament. They've got 2 of the top 3 slots. It's very impressive.
No, extremely. And the thing is with both of them is that they've really developed their games in T20. I mean, Gurbaz was always an aggressive player, striker. He had a very high strike rate, but he's really fine-tuned his games. He's a lot more selective these days. You know, he doesn't get out so often, so early, just trying to hit the ball out the ground. So he's become one of the top players around, actually, in terms of openers. You know, we saw that in the IPL. He comes straight into the Kolkata Knight Riders side
for the final.
Exactly, for the final, and the first qualifier. Contributed in both games. Yeah. Replacement for Phil Salt, you know, was definitely a reason why they managed to go all the way. And Ibrahim Zadran, slightly different. You know, his ODI game has been fantastic for a while. He was brilliant in the 2023 World Cup. He's showing, though, that on these trickier pitches in T20s, he can also be a real force. It's a real breakout tournament for him in terms of T20.
It most certainly is. I think it represents that evolution in Afghanistan top order batters. I remember if you go back to the days of Mohammad Shahzad, it was a bit of a ball beater, wasn't he? He really just went after it. But Gurbaz feels like he's got many more strings to his bow. Something we've noticed about successful batters in this tournament. South Africa come to mind. Anyway, here's Rashid in for his second over. Starts with a quicker one. Just scoots on to Gurbaz, who pulls the ball out to mid-wicket for just a single. Afghanistan 59 for no loss off 10.1. Roshan Alam, how are you feeling, my friend? Because I think Bangladesh are still in this, and when you looked at that equation, 160 required off 12.5, that feels daunting. But they're not going to get 160 here. It doesn't look like anyway, Afghanistan. They do really well to get there from this point, scoring another 100 runs on this surface. Rashid in once more, as that ball's been punched back to the bowler. There is no run.
Well, I mean, Bangladesh definitely have a part to play in this final act of this Super 8 group, but unclear whether they're going to win for themselves or looking to do Australia a favour at this stage.
Rashid into Ibrahim. Bit of flight on this. Big swing from Ibrahim. He's thrown his bat away. He was trying to hit the ball away. He hit the bat away. He went for such a big swing. The bats ended up at sort of just beyond the short leg position. I think it's Taskin Ahmed who's very kindly brought the bat back. Let's take another look at this. Bit of flight on the ball. Oh, he's trying to hit that ball away. His bat's gone flying miles. The bat's travelled. He nearly threw his bat into the sea, the Caribbean Sea. Oh, that's outstanding. What a moment.
Went absolutely flying now. Lucky he had his back foot in the crease.
Rashid into Ibrahim, who's gone after this one. It's a long way up in the air. Does he have the distance to get over long off? It doesn't. The catch is taken. It's Tanzim Hasan Shakib with the catch. And Rashid has the breakthrough. The long-awaited breakthrough for Bangladesh. Afghanistan lose their first wicket in the 11th over, 59 for 1 of 10.4, and it's Ibrahim Zadran who has to go for 18 of 29 deliveries.
Well, they've got one of their key men then. Just as Afghanistan were looking to free their wrists a little bit, the bat went flying. The previous ball, and that time it was the ball, and a great running catch from Tanzim Shakib. You can see the relief from the Bangladeshi fielders and the Bangladeshi team. They knew that their bowling had been tight, but they needed a wicket to really swing things in their way. Now, where do they take it from here? Can Bangladesh turn the screw? Because in the previous matches they failed to. Can they really pile the pressure on this Afghan batting lineup now, or do Afghanistan rebuild and head towards a decent total still? This next couple of overs are going to be very, very important.
I thought you were going to say for a second there was a relief on the Bangladeshi fielders that Ibrahim Zadran didn't throw his bat at them again. I mean,
also that. I mean, helps, doesn't it?
Danger out there, isn't it? I mean, he was better off throwing his bat away than playing the shot that he did. Although it's not the worst time in the world for a new batter to come out and try and take advantage of this platform that Afghanistan have put on. 59 for 1 as Azmatullah Omarzai makes his way out to the middle. Ibrahim Zadran 18 of 29. I can't decide if that was a good innings or not. I know it's a good partnership from Afghanistan, sort of, in terms of establishing a platform, but is 18 off 29 ever a good innings in T20 cricket? I don't know. Rashid in, low full toss, driven nicely, straight to extra cover, and there is no run. This is an opportunity here, Roshan, for Bangladesh to just sneak through a few more overs and really nip that run rate in the bud, keep it below the runner ball mark. It's already below a runner ball comfortably at the moment. There's Rashid into Omarzai again, who's beaten by a turning delivery. Litton Das whips the bails off. Square leg umpire, Litton Menon, he wants to have a look at this. I think the batter's going to be safe, but Litton Das with some swifty work behind the stumps, just keeping the batter honest.
Yeah, I think he's safe as well, but I think this is good from Bangladesh, just looking to keep the pressure on, not let the new batter settle. And that's what you want to see after a wicket, because too often they do take the foot off the gas and not necessarily turn the screw. So I think he'll be safe, but this is good from Bangladesh.
It's been a good couple of overs from Rashid. 2 overs, 1 for 8. I suppose it could be 2 for 8 if this is given out. TVA umpire Adrian Holdstock. You can hear his voice now. Yeah, the foot's grounded. He'll be safe.
Can you just do that to make sure that the foot's grounded when the wickets are broken? Thank you.
Oh, Adrian Holdstock wants to make sure the foot is grounded. If he, no, it's pretty clear for me that it is, but that's okay. Nothing wrong with making sure, I suppose. Making good time, why not? Yeah, the foot is indeed grounded, quite clearly grounded.
The foot's grounded when the wickets are broken.
And he's got a bright yellow sole at the bottom of his shoes as well as Omarzai with the spikes poking out.
I think sometimes playing under lights when you can see multiple shadows, they just want to make sure, don't they?
Yeah, fair dues. We're going to move on. Tuskin in for the 12th over. It's been pushed off the back foot by Gurbaz to backward point, fielded by Rashid Hussain. There is no run. Bangladesh looking to whistle through these overs today. They've been getting through them quickly. I think part of that is because Afghanistan have struggled to find the boundary very often in this innings.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what Bangladesh's mindset is here. Like, I think they are just looking to restrict Afghanistan and then worry about the chase later. I think that's probably the best thing to do, really. But they could inadvertently just end up doing Australia a massive favour.
Well, they could still make it through as well.
Quite right, quite right.
Going into the second half, everything's going to be live. Taskin into Gurbaz, who guides this ball off the back foot to the waiting fielder at backward point. It's Rashid again, and there is no run. These dot balls starting to pile up for Afghanistan. They are under pressure. A lot of people have made Afghanistan the clear favourite. Some people were already celebrating Afghanistan qualifying for the semi-finals. Well, they haven't got over that finish line yet. And if there's one thing Bangladesh has more of than Afghanistan, it's experience at the big time. Bangladesh played their first World Cup back in 1999. That was a 50-over World Cup in England, where Bangladesh famously beat Pakistan. As a Tuskin in, full driven, straight to extra cover again. Excellent piece of fielding by Shakib al-Hasan, preventing a fall, preventing any runs at all. Full commitment from Bangladesh out in the field as they continue their Cobra-like squeeze on this game. 59 for 1 off 11.3.
Yeah, a lot is said about tournament cricket and the kind of length of it and keeping your momentum. And obviously these two teams don't tend to get as long tours as some of the other test-playing nations do. But Afghanistan now have played in two 10-team one-day World Cups. So they have started to get that experience of playing, good cricket for a longer period of time. And does it pay off in this tournament? We'll see.
There's Tuskin in again, as this is short, nearly gets feathered through to the keeper by Tuskin. Gurbaz was sort of looking, just fishing for it, couldn't quite get there. Looks forlornly at the square leg umpire. He was hoping for a wide, but it was just sort of the one short ball for the over. And that's the fourth dot in a row from Tuskin Ahmad. It was looking outstanding, and I have to say, with the 2.4 overs, no wickets conceded, just the 6 runs, sort of making a mockery of the selection decisions in this World Cup from Bangladesh so far. Just looked absolutely outstanding as Tuskin. And he comes to Gurbaz once again, who comes down the track and then decides to leave this one on length through to the keeper, no run. That is extraordinary. It's the 12th over of the innings. They've got 9 wickets in hand. Gurbaz opts to just leave one on a length outside the off stump through to the keeper. I don't know. It just strikes me as bizarre, Roshan. That's all I'm saying.
It's either extreme confidence that you're going to make your runs up in the overs to come, or Bangladesh are bowling very, very well.
I feel like you got to play your shots when your run rate is 4.99 in the 12th over, and you got 9 wickets in hand. Tuskin into Gurbaz again, back of a length, and again defended back to Tuskin. There is no run. Well, that's extraordinary. Tuskin Ahmad has bowled a maiden over to Rahmanullah Gurbaz, the 12th over of the innings. Gurbaz is on 28 of 41 deliveries. That is outstanding bowling. You have to question some of the shot selection there from Rahmanullah Gurbaz. He's the top run scorer in this tournament. For me, he's got a lot of work to do to rectify, to right some of the wrongs of this innings. Afghanistan 59 for 1 after 12. And, going at a whisker under 5 and over at this point. That's not going to trouble Bangladesh.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we're watching a T20 match. It feels like we're watching a one-dayer in Chattogram or Mirapur with the rate that they're going at. And I wonder how much that familiarity of the two teams is starting to play into this. They know the games they'll play. They know the tactics they'll execute. And I wonder how much that familiarity is starting to play into this game.
Shakib is in once again, cramping Omarzai for room, who cuts the ball very late to backward point. There is no run. Of course, it's worth mentioning the most recent T20 bilateral series between these two teams was won by Bangladesh quite convincingly, if I recall. But they've still been made underdogs for this game. There's another full ball's been driven. Finally, a run after a sequence of 9 dot deliveries for Bangladesh. The ball's been played down to long off, and Afghanistan move on to 60 for no loss. We're just taking a look at the replay of that dismissal of Gurbaz. Just lifted the ball to Tanzim, who made quite a big distance, 28 metres from the boundary to the point where the ball was dropping. Of course, it was in the air a long time. And Shakib, again, with a good delivery, driven back to him. He just lofts the ball to mid-on, off, I beg your pardon, which is Shanto, and there is no run. It's hunky-dory at the moment for Afghanistan, for Bangladesh, I beg your pardon. Shakib in once more. Gurbaz looking to force the pace, pulls this ball out towards mid-wicket, just a single. It's Rashid fielding down there. 61 for 1 off 12.4. You just get the feeling maybe there's a bit of nerves in there as well, Roshan. You know, when you know you're on the cusp, they don't need to worry about net run rates. Afghanistan, they just have to win this match. Again, a full built ball from Shakib, driven down towards long on. And it will just be a single. And they've had a remarkable rise in international cricket of Afghanistan. And they've got a coach with a phenomenal temperament. Jonathan Trott has had just the most outstanding impact on this team ever since he was brought in 2022. As again, Gurbaz can just punch the ball back to the bowler. There is no run. Gurbaz shakes his head a little bit. And he's made a decision about a number that he wants on this pitch. 62 for 1 after 13 overs. And that run rate is dipping below the 4.7 mark. It's hard work scoring runs at the moment. And it's got progressively harder.
Yeah, I think Bangladesh have also just employed a tactic here, just rattling through the overs as quickly as they can. I think create a bit of pressure before you know it. The batters will look up and go, well, we've only got 5 overs left and we're not quite even nearing 100. And that's a very good kind of mind game to play, because it invariably means that they'll have to chase runs, they'll have to go for big shots. And will that lead to mistakes? Will Bangladesh take more wickets that way? Who knows? But it looks like Bangladesh are heading towards restricting Afghanistan to a gettable target, or one that they'll think is gettable.
I wonder what Australia fans are thinking right now. And hello to our listeners on the ABC. You can listen on 5 Sports Extra. You might be listening on the ABC. You might be listening on the Listen app on the ICC. And we welcome you to try and listen via your smart speaker. You just have to say, play T20 World Cup, and you should be able to hear BBC Test Match Specials coverage of this tournament. Shakib, I beg your pardon, it's Rashid, he's in. Omarzai's gone after it. It's got a long way up in the air. And, oh, it's been put down. Fielder was running in from deep on the boundary. Couldn't quite make enough ground to get underneath that one. Still going to call that a drop chance. But a couple of valuable runs for Afghanistan. 64 for 1 off 3.1.
Well, that would be a very, very difficult chance to take, but we're talking about Afghanistan's frustration starting to show. And there it was. We didn't really get that ball cleanly. Sort of hit it with the toe of the bat, and up it went into the very difficult running chase to try and catch that diving in. I think that was Shumashaka, maybe?
Yeah, it was Soumya Sarkar, number 59. Rashid in again. Omarzai, a bit fuller, gets a cleaner contact this time on the drive, all the way along the ground, out towards Tanzid Hasan. They'll get through for a single. That's more like it in terms of intent from Afghanistan. Can't just kind of tick along at 4 and over. You got to start pushing that run rate a little bit. Although right now, what was more interesting, Australia watching this, I don't know if they'll be pleased. I feel like they want Afghanistan to get a little bit more, enough that Bangladesh will, there's going to be a sweat here for Australia, because it could still go any which way.
It's complicated maths, isn't it?
Wow. Rashid into Gurbaz. This is a wide one. Gurbaz has gone after it. Manages to get the ball over the infield, trickling towards the deep third boundary. There is a sliding dive from the captain, Najibullah Shanto. He can't pull the ball back in. And it's a boundary after what feels like an age for Afghanistan. They move on to 69 for 1. And it's Rahmanullah Gurbaz who's looking to open his shoulders a little bit.
Really needless ball there from Rashid, actually. I think he felt like he'd maybe come close to a wicket the previous ball. Looked to tempt the batter into something there by going quite wide, and immediately Shakib comes over to have a word in his ear and go, yeah, you're doing fine, no need to change anything up massively.
Rashid's been reasonably economical, going at a runner ball at the moment, full, driven, only as far as extra cover. There is no run. Just like that, going at under a runner ball. It's Rashid Hussain. Been very impressive in this World Cup, especially in the last couple of games where he's had the opportunity to play on sort of spin-friendly wickets. Ball gripping for him. Sweep shot from Gurbaz, timed nicely in front of square in the leg side. They're going to try and come back for 2. The throw is offline, so they'll make it back comfortably. And the score will move on to 71 for 1 off 13.5.
Yeah, it's definitely been a discovery for Bangladesh, not just with his wicket-taking ability, but he's one of a few batters who can clear the road. We saw a few sixes against Australia. But I think Bangladesh sort of need to figure out what they want to do with him in the batting lineup, because we've seen him promoted up to 4, but bat as low as 8.
Swept nicely and timed beautifully. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4 for Gurbaz. Well, this over has just changed things a little bit in this game. Afghanistan really needed to get a move on, and they have done so in the 14th over. They're on to 75 for 1. Still short of a runner ball, but a 13 run over from Rashid Hussain has given Afghanistan a little bit of momentum here.
Well, we talked about Bangladesh failing to turn the screw. Took a wicket, a couple of low-scoring overs, but Afghanistan have found their rhythm again. And, 2 boundaries off Rashid, who is one of Bangladesh's tightest bowlers, or has been through this tournament. Maybe a few loose deliveries, I think, in that over, particularly one that went quite wide and went for 4, which they're crashing into the boundary ropes, but that's a confidence boosting over from Afghanistan. Can they keep the momentum up? Because if they do, they'll be well on their way.
And so Omarzai on strike. Shakib is in, and the ball's been chipped back in his direction, just out of his grasp, over his head, down towards the long off-fielder. And he take a single. For a moment there, Omarzai's heart will have been in his mouth. But as it happens, they do get through for that single. Shakib just getting one to grip off the surface. Hold back a touch on the batter who was through a shot too quickly. Here's Shakib in very quickly again to Gurbaz, who flicks this ball out towards mid-wicket. They want to. There's all sorts of shouting. You can hear the keeper, the Litton Das, yelling in Bengali, Arame, which I think means slowly. Slowly. Don't throw it too hard. Slowly.
Yeah, looking to avoid the overthrow, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just underarm it gently. Don't go for a direct hit, is what he's saying, essentially.
Here's Shakib in once more, following the batter who makes a bit of room outside the off-stump. He's managed to cut it past backward point, running away towards the deep backward point boundary. No, it's been fielded in the deep by Mahmudullah. Another couple of runs. Afghanistan trying to get themselves back up to that runner ball mark. If they continue at this current rate, they'll get to 109. That's just not good enough. You never know, I suppose. They did bowl out Australia a couple of nights ago for 127, so anything's possible. Shakib in. This is short. It's been mistimed out towards mid-wicket. And they'll get through for another single. 80 for 1 or 14.4 overs. And a couple of balls to go. These final 5 are going to be fascinating. Just to see how Afghanistan go about it. And if Bangladesh can continue to rein these batters in. Shakib in, flighted, down the track comes Gurbaz, and then checks his shot, defends it back to Shakib. There is no run. Well, Gurbaz is on 40 of 50. It's a tough... I know these are tough batting conditions, but it's tough to applaud it. I don't know.
Yeah, no one wants to see a strike rate of 80 in a T20, do they?
Shakib again, and that's another defensive shot, so that's the end of the over. Shakib has just pulled things back a little bit again after that big over for Afghanistan. They are 80 for 1. A reminder, if Afghanistan win this game, they go straight through to the semi-final, and they will join England, India and South Africa. But if they don't win, and Bangladesh have a chance, Australia have a chance, it's all very intriguingly poised this innings. We're going to have a double change in the commentary box. Frankie Mackay is going to be back on commentary, and to take you through to the end of this innings, it's going to be Matt Kabir-Floyd.
Thanks, Atif. Yeah, the big question is, how good a score is that on this pitch? And we won't know until Bangladesh bat. What you can say is that they've not really fully taken advantage of the platform that was set in the first 10 overs. 58 without loss, Afghanistan were. They've just stumbled a bit since then. 22 for 1 in the last 5 overs. And that means these last 5 are very important. Here comes Mustafiza outside the off stump. The ball is driven hard into the ground. It bounces high into the air. And Omarzai comes through for a single. He is 10 off 11. Gurbaz is 40 off 51. Frankie, what's your gut feeling? How good a position are Afghanistan in on this pitch?
That's the million-dollar question, really, at the moment. I still think it's a solid enough position, and it's wickets in hand that allow you to really have that freedom at the back end. But the risk you run in this position is if you lose wickets quickly, you lose them in clumps.
Across his stumps goes Gurbaz, tries to hoik to the leg side, but this is hung outside the off stump again by Mustafiza, and he swipes at fresh air. It's a dot ball.
And you're expecting players to be able to come in and just go from ball one. And we know that that's what T20 cricket's all about. We know that that's what these players spend a lot of time training for. But if you're the hot hand, you're the man that's been scoring all the runs, and you've struggled through to 40 off 52, is it actually fair to expect the next guy to come in and just be able to strike at 100, 150 to get you to that good total? It's probably not realistic. So have they perhaps now battered themselves into a little bit of a hole.
Gurbaz needs to go here. Can he up his strike rate? Banged in short by Mustafiza. Late cut, back cut to deep third by Gurbaz, and he comes back for 2. Every run counts at this stage. The thing is with Afghanistan is they haven't got loads of power either. You look at their batting lineup, and that was always the worry. They've got a lot of all-rounders. You look at the likes of Omarzai, who's in at number 3, Gulbadin, Mohammad Nabi, Karim Janat, even Rashid Khan coming in down the order. None of them are really specialist batters, and that's been their issue throughout the tournament. But they haven't been exposed because the 2 openers have been absolutely sensational. Bit of pace off from Mustafiza, a bit of confusion, chance for a run out. Both batters are at the... Oh, it's carnage. They're both at the keeper's end. At one point, they were both trying to get back to the bowler's end. But then Omarzai saw sense. He stayed at the keeper's end. And Gurbaz managed to run to the bowler's end. And the end result is no one gets run out. Talk us through this.
I'm not actually sure I can. There's a lot going on. There's a yes, there's a no. They're at both ends. Gurbaz has slid into the crease, feet first slide. He's then finally made it the decision that yes, he's going to get through. He's going to be safe. A little misfield on the backing up as well allows Gurbaz to get to the non-striker's end, and then the bat's up in the air. There's frustration evident from everyone. And somehow, all that work for just a single.
For just a single. They almost ran 3. Wow. 84 for 1. 15.4 overs gone. Again, it's outside the off stump. Is that a little tickle? I heard something there on the stump, Mike. Not given out, I don't think, by the umpire. Yeah, and they've gone upstairs immediately, but there's a definite sound there, wasn't there? Omarzai went to cut Mustafiza. I think this could well be overturned, and it could be a second wicket.
Sounded great to me. Sounded really that woody,
nicky.
fine edge, bat away from the body as well, playing that expansive cut drive through the offside. You just think it can't really be anything else.
Again, it's a good bit of bowling by Mustafiza. It's so hard for the right-handers. Yeah, there's a little bit of a sound there as the ball goes past the bat. It's another off-cutter from Mustafiza. Not too much width on it, but here we're having a look at Ultra Edge. Yeah, there is a spike. You can hear Adrian Holdstock there, the third umpire, wanting to see that again, and there is a spike. It's almost the bottom end of the bat. Wasn't the loudest of sounds, but a definite sound. You can understand why it wasn't given. It is quite noisy out there. Nitin Menon, the standing umpire, did not give it initially. But that is the second wicket. Omarzai goes for 10 off 12. Afghanistan 84 for 2 of 15.5 overs. 4.1 overs left. And a new batter's going to have to come in and hit the ground running.
Well, that's it. That's the danger you put yourself in with this position. You've got an inset batter, and now the pressure almost goes on him that he'll be thinking he's got to bat through. He has to be there at the end, and the new men just have to come in and hit around him. But that is such a difficult task to do. It is the man with the big biceps, loves the celebration. We've seen it with ball. Now it's a chance to get out there and do it with bat in hand as well.
Well, he was the man of the moment, wasn't he, in that game against Australia? Extraordinary, really. He stood up with the ball. He was the 8th bowler used, Gulbadin Naib, and he took a 4-wicket haul. That's the first time ever in the T20 World Cup that the 8th bowler has taken 4 wickets. Well, they need his batting right now. 1 ball left of Mustafiza's 3rd over, the 16th of the innings. Here he comes. Again, it's outside the off stump, and it's clubbed down the ground by Gulbadin Naib. He gets off the mark. First ball with some real aggression and a boundary. It's 88 for 2 off 16 overs. Is he going to do it again? Is he going to be the spark for them?
It's a what a way to start your innings off. Just stands deep in the batter's box, clears the front leg out of the way and allows a beautiful free swing of the bat. And that's probably the best time shot we've seen all day so far.
Yeah, mid-off was up. Recognised that. The ball was a long way outside the off stump, but he dragged it straight down the ground, muscled it. He is an ex-bodybuilder, isn't he? So muscled it is quite appropriate for Gulbadin. Gurbaz will be on strike for the 17th. It's going to be Rashid Hossain He's got figures of 1 for 21 from his 3 overs so far. Looks one for the future for Bangladesh. Tall leg spinner. Can also bat a bit down the order. He's got some power. Can he close out his spell here? He tosses this up full. He goes up and over the offside. Gurbaz straight to deep cover point. His long vigil is over. Gurbaz, top run scorer in the competition, but he's had to struggle today. 43 of 55 balls. And we will find out, Frankie, whether that's a match-winning knock or not, because it could be the opposite.
It has the feeling that it's match defining one way or another. He was looking to try and break the shackles, gets the full wider ball outside the off stump, loves the ability to free the arms, loves going up and over the offside, but doesn't get all of it, and it just carries to the man. Deep cover, 15 metres off the fence. He's got to go, and do you say a well-made 43, or are there going to be some questions asked? That's the big one. He has allowed a platform to be set, but has he left some runs out there in the middle, and has he left his lower order a lot of work to do?
Well, he'll probably be stewing right now, won't he? Because he knows that. He knows that he's either played a really crucial knock here, or he might have actually got his side into a hole. Sumya Shaka took the catch, very simple catch. It was straight to him, but he then gestured at the lights, which is exactly what a lot of Australian fielders did when they lost to Afghanistan at the same ground. Mohammad Nabi is the new batter. Slip in for him. Immediately, he goes down the ground. One bounce to long off. It was another ball tossed up by Rashid, who's encouraging the Afghan batters at the moment to try and go up and over on the front foot. That's what he wants. He's hunting another wicket. They've done really well here, the Bangladeshi bowlers, to slow Afghanistan down. They were 58 without loss off 10 overs. Since then, 31 for 3 off 6.2. They need something here. Even 120 is a long way off from here. 31 runs to get there. Again, it's full. And again, it turns from Rashid rather. This one was a long way outside off stump. Naib trying to drag it to the leg side. Might have been better going up and over the offside. Maybe thinking about that Gurbaz dismissal.
Yeah, and also, as you made mention earlier, that there's a little bit of a lack of power.
This time it skews off the outside edge. Is it a chance? Yes! What a catch by Saka. He took one earlier in the over to get rid of Gurbaz, which was straight to him. This was completely different. He had to charge in from the boundary, and the ball had only just cleared the infield on the offside. Gulbadin trying to hit to leg again. It was a thick outside edge to around about cover point area. Shaka was running in at about 90% really. Did well to hold on to the ball. Got two hands to it crucially, and it's another important blow for Bangladesh.
Yeah, that's a cracking catch. That is an excellent effort. Sprinting in, hearing in off the boundary, and does well just to keep the eyes level, the head level. Is looking at it all the way in and pouches it. And they just now they have got all the momentum. Bangladesh, they are picking up wickets at will. You've got two new men in at the crease. Lots of work to do, and if you are a Bangladesh supporter, if you're a member of that team, you're starting to feel, this is starting to feel good. This is what we've been working for, and all that pressure has built up to now have Afghanistan in some strife at 89 for 4.
And let's just remind everyone that Bangladesh can go through to the semi-finals as well. They need a massive win, but if they can restrict Afghanistan to just over 100, they will know how many overs they need to chase it down to get to the semis. Oh, it's edged. First ball to Karim Janat from Rashid. He's finding some turn here, and he's really tossed the ball up in this over. Again, it was full. And Janat, not learning the lessons of Gulbadin, trying to clip to the leg side, gets an edge just short of slip. Good attacking captaincy to have the slip in. Tossed up outside the off stump. This time it's blitzed through cover in the air, but it beats cover for 4. And they needed that boundary. Really good over by Rashid. Last ball goes for 4, but he gets 2 wickets, finishes with 3 for 26. It's 93 for 4 off 17 overs.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. He'll be disappointed to finish off a spell like that. He bowled so well throughout. And that's when he tries to hang out by the wide line. Had the slip in place, still looking to attack even into the 17th over, but that one is met powerfully through the extra cover region. Great piece of timing once again. The new batters in, able to find the middle of the bat where earlier players potentially struggled a little more. It's a great spell though, 3 for 26 off 4. I love the way that they've used him throughout this World Cup, almost as though they've taken the shackles away. They haven't said to him that he has to be economical. They've allowed him to go wicket hunting, and at times that's where economy can come from as well. The fact that you are trying to take the game on, you are trying to dominate, take wickets and put some pressure back on the batters.
Yeah, he bowled really full that last over and he got his rewards. But it's pace now. Taskin Ahmed back into the attack and he goes short straight away. And Nabi tries to play the hook shot, but that ball had too much on it for him and a bit of bounce as well. It goes through, taken by Litton for a dot. So a good start by Taskin Ahmed, who's going to be the hero for Afghanistan here, because they may need these last few overs to get up to a score they can defend. They've bowled out 4 of the 6 opponents that they've faced so far, but if they only get 110 or so, it's going to be tricky. There's no doubt about that. Here's Taskin, short again. This time Nabi tries to cut and the ball goes through to Litton for another dot ball. The short ball's been so hard to negotiate today.
Yeah, there's been some real zip off the surface at times. Saw a couple of deliveries earlier in the innings, actually stayed down off the seamers, but then the short ball, when it is thumped in halfway down the surface, it is really lifting. It is steep bounce and carry through, and that is so difficult to come out and face, especially when you're new to the crease. So I love the aggression, love seeing what Bangladesh doing with the seamers, allowing them to be aggressive, keep whacking the ball in halfway down.
Taskin's figures extraordinary at the moment. 3.2 overs, no wickets for 6 runs. Third ball of his final over. Again, it's short.
Down, a little bit too paced as those slower balls, those cutters into the surface, hard to find your timing, and then pace on looks really difficult as well. So excellent once again from Taskin.
Back into the side, and what a performance, and he might get a wicket here. His first wicket straight up and in the air to the offside, taken by the captain Najibullah Hussain Shanto. And what an over this has been. Dot, 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 wicket. He's just banged the ball in short. This time Nabi wasn't sure whether to cut or pull. In the end he did neither. The ball goes straight up in the air and the ex-captain is gone. It's 93 for 5.
Yeah, well, you were saying coach wanted bat on ball, wanted something, the opportunity to score, but it is just a heave across the line from Mohammad Nabi. It was bat on ball, but all he can do is sky one. He goes with just 1 next to his name in the slide for Afghanistan. It continues 5 down now and not much time left to go.
Not a great knock there, a brief one by Mohammad Nabi. 1 of 5 deliveries. In fact, he struggled really with the bat. The whole tournament really hasn't got going. His strike rate coming into this years. We've seen in the IPL some useful short cameos right at the end of an innings. Wow, I mean, they could do with a very quick 15 even here would help. 2 balls left in Taskin's final over to Rashid Khan. Short again, and Rashid Khan tries to pull, and he realises that it's not that easy because it's the same result as the previous deliveries to Nabi. This could be a wicket maiden. 1 more ball. Imagine bowling a wicket maiden at this stage of the innings, the 18th over.
Yeah, it's been incredible, and it's a little sign as well, maybe a little bit of fire in the belly saying, I should be playing, I should have been here all along. Look at the performance that I can put out there. Now the chance, 1 ball left in his spell, and the chance for a wicket maiden, and also the chance to dismiss the very dangerous Rashid Khan.
Wide stance from Rashid Khan, low back foot. He's moved across his stumps and he's heaved this into the leg side. It's not going to be a maiden. It's not going to be a wicket maiden because the last ball has gone for 6. And we've only seen that happen twice in this whole innings. And Rashid Khan, he could be playing a very short but a very important innings here. It's 99 for 5, 2 overs to go.
Well, he'd gone for just 6 runs, first 23 balls that he had bowled, and the last one doubles his figures for the day. Still an outstanding day out. But that is simply sublime from Rashid Khan, and that's what he can do. He is an excitement machine. He's not going to go out there and die wondering. He will take the game on, and he is actually a really crisp striker of the ball. He's someone who plays with a bit of flair too. He's not necessarily all power and all strength, but he uses the pace well. He's got all the helicopters and the ramps and everything fun to go along with it, but then when he gets a length ball, he's got more than enough power to put it up into the stands as well.
Got a bit of height on that as well. 17 metres up into the sky. 87 metres was the distance over Cow Corner. A couple more would be very, very welcome indeed. 2 overs left. They'll be bowled by Mustafiza Rahman. He's going to bowl the 19th. The thigh pad and the inside edge of the bat for another dot ball. Mustafiza will bowl the 19th, and I presume Tanzim Hassan Shakib will bowl the 20th. Just 5 bowlers used so far by Bangladesh, and they've all been pretty good. Economy rates very low. Rashad Hussain 3 for 26. Economy rate 6.5. Mustafiza just over 5. Shakib 4.75. Tuskin 3. Here's the fizz, short, and I think it hits the thigh pad of Janat. Goes to Tuskin at short fine. They get off strike.
Yeah, that's absolutely it. He'll be disappointed though, Janat, to have missed out on that one. Ball on the hip, fine leg up inside the circle. That's the one you're looking for. That's the one you just want to clip away, get a little bit of bat on, but unfortunately it's thigh pad. Scamper through for the single as the 100 comes up, but it's not a bad result. Gets Rashid Khan back on strike. 4 balls left in this over. He'll be boundary seeking now.
Mustafiza, the expert at the death, bangs the ball in. Rashid Khan comes down the track, tries to uppercut, but misses the ball. So it's another dot. We've seen a lot of dots in the final 10 overs of this innings. Really impressive how Bangladesh have kept their nerve with the ball and come back into it, because at 58 without loss after 10 overs, Afghanistan could have been looking at about 140 had they got it right.
Yeah, well, that's what we've seen a little bit throughout the tournament, is that measured start, that slower start, and then just the ability with 2 set players at that stage to just put the foot down.
Rashid Khan shaped to go across his stumps and play the scoop. Went a long way across to the offside, and Mustafiza just followed him. The ball was very wide, but because Rashid Khan had gone a long way across his stumps, it's another dot ball.
The ability to just follow him, go with him, is such a tough skill to be able to execute. And Mustafiza, he makes it look easy, makes it look so simple, but actually to be able to run in and see what's happening and adjust your line to follow him, be spot on inside that wide line.
Again, he goes past the outside edge, outside the off stump. Rashid Khan moved across again. He tried to carve over the offside, but nothing but fresh air. This is a masterclass from Mustafiza. He's been around a long time. Played 102 matches. This is his 103rd. He's only the 2nd fast bowler to play 100 T20. Whacks himself on the head with his glove. What an over from the fizz. Goes for 1. The 19th over goes for 1. His figures, 4 overs, 1 for 17. Afghanistan exactly 100 for 5 with 1 over left. Is their dream of getting through to the semi-finals hanging by a thread, and this will worry them as well, because there's a bit of rain in St Vincent. You can see it coming down in the floodlights, and the ground staff are getting ready. Now, this is interesting, because if this game is rained off, Afghanistan will go through to the semi-finals. But if it's shortened and Bangladesh get a 5-over thrash or something like that, they will have the advantage. And if they win, Afghanistan will be going out. So do they want the rain or not? Final over. What a start. Oh, it's just gone over the top of a leaping mid-off, the captain Shanto. And they come through for just one run. It was Karim Janat, the ball bowled by Tanzim Hasan Shakib, short and on-off stump. Karim Janat tried to go up and over mid-off, and almost a spectacular catch by Shanto, jumping up high, got a hand on it, prevented the boundary, and they only get one. Maybe he could have got two there. Ground staff getting ready. They got the covers ready. Captain on strike, Rashid Khan, what a shot! Uppercut over cover point, over the boundary rider at cover point for 6. 2 sixes now for him, 107 for 5, 4 balls to go.
That's what he was looking for in the last over. He was looking to be able to go up and over the offside, use the pace and the bounce that's on offer, and he just flays that away. Fast hands through the ball, 79 metres, his second 6. How do you feel if you're Afghanistan? You want a couple more of those. Want to push up over that 120 mark.
Can Rashid Khan deliver? It's full. He tries to get the helicopter shot out. Big leading edge. It drops safe. The ball's fumbled by Mahmudullah. Can they get back for 2? No. Just the 1. And Rashid Khan's lost his bat as well. He looks angry. His bat's at the other end. Janat has to pick it up and give it back to him. Surely they could have got back for 2 there.
It is all happening out in the middle. The gloves off, the pads are being slapped. It was the attempted helicopter shot to the Fuller delivery. He thinks he's just skied it. He thinks he has hit it straight up in the air, but it has fallen into vacant space. And somehow, as he starts to run,
Janat on strike here. Apologies. Full, and he clips this down too long on, which will bring Rashid Khan back on. But Rashid was just not admiring the shot, but he thought he was going to be caught out. He could have got 2 there.
Yeah, he was just watching. He comes back for the second, and he's actually thrown it. He's actually pushing for the second run, and he's actually just thrown the bat down the pitch. Did wonder how it had ended up there.
Oh my God, I can't believe I've never seen that before. Basically, I'll explain after this. Rashid Khan's on strike. He's moved across his stumps. Slower ball. He tries to swing to the leg side. He misses. It hits his pad, and he declines. Ball watching, so he trotted 3 for the first, then realised that he can get a second, tried to run back, but Janat said no. Rashid Khan was so angry, he threw his bat at Karim Janat, his teammate, at the other end, and then Janat had to give it back to him. That's extraordinary. The rain has just got a bit heavier, by the way. Last ball of the innings. Rashid Khan on strike, and he's picked this up high and handsome over the leg side, through the rain and into the stands for a 6. What a dramatic last over. We had everything. We had bats being thrown. We had 2 sixes from Rashid Khan. 2 out of the only 4 that we've had in the entire innings. The rain is score that 115, but it's a score, isn't it?
It is a score, and that is a huge finish. Take a little bit of momentum off with you. And is it potentially as well, with the rain coming down, does it just quicken the surface up a touch? Does it just give that nice sheen on top? It's been a little while with the rain coming down before they've been able to get the covers on. So does that help the chasing team? Just a little bit more pace, maybe evens the surface out a touch. We will see soon, but there's some nervous-looking faces from both sides at the moment.
There are, because for differing reasons, they want the rain and they don't want the rain. Well, Bangladesh definitely don't want the rain. They can still go through, just a reminder, to the semi-finals, but they've got to win big. So we will be able to find out what the equation is for Bangladesh, how many overs they need to bat to get 116. Afghanistan, they just need to win. They've got to defend 115. If it gets rained off, Afghanistan go through, though. So they won't mind heavy rain. They just don't want to have any rain that shortens the game, because that's going to give Bangladesh the advantage. Afghanistan have put 115 for 5 on the board in this final Super 8s match against Bangladesh as they attempt to get to the semi-finals of a World Cup for the very first time. But it's raining hard at the moment. The ground staff are out there and all the heavy-duty covers are being nailed on. So this could throw a spanner in the works, couldn't it? We will keep you updated as to what happens with the rain, how heavy it is. But in the meantime, what we're going to do here is look ahead to England, because England are through to the semi-finals. That is for sure. They are through alongside South Africa. South Africa top their group. England will finish second in the group. India will top Group 1. And we're just waiting to see who goes through second in that group. Will it be Australia? Will it be Afghanistan? Or will it be Bangladesh? We will find that out in the next few hours. But England are there. Chris Jordan took a hat-trick against the USA in their final group match, England's first in men's T20s, as the USA were bowled out for just 115 in Barbados. Henry Moran, Stephen Finn, Fazia Mohammed and Peter Della Penna have been reacting to that result on the Test Match Special podcast.
England, well, they've done enough to guarantee a place in the semi-finals. Emphatic victory over the USA, chasing down 116 inside of 10 overs, and doing so with an unbroken partnership between Jos Buttler, who made 83, and Phil Salt. Earlier in the day, we saw Chris Jordan taking 4 wickets in the space of 5 deliveries. England doing brilliantly to bowl out this USA side for 115. They've done the job they needed to do, and it's certainly been an impressive and emphatic display from this England side. What was the atmosphere like at the ground, Peter? Because you could hear, obviously, the links with Chris Jordan. He's from Barbados, and there's a lot of support for Jordan and Archer from locals following the England team at the Kensington Oval. What was the reaction like when that final wicket fell?
Well, it was kind of a peculiar atmosphere at times in the ground today, because you had a mix of USA fans and England fans, but then probably the largest ovation I heard in the first innings up until that hat-trick was when the band inside the ground played Rally Around the West Indies on their instruments, and that got a huge roar from the West Indian local fans, and then that was topped by Chris Jordan's hat-trick. The buzz was building after the first 2 wickets, and then the top blew off when he bowled Saurabh Netravalkar to cap it. It was an incredible moment for the hometown fans, for him, because, of course, again, he's a Bayesian. Well, OK, let's hear from the hat-trick hero, Chris Jordan, now. He caught up with Daniel Norcross after the game.
I'm delighted to say I got hat-trick hero Chris Jordan alongside me, playing in your home ground in front of Gary Sobers. How did that feel? 4 wickets in 5 balls, just brilliant.
Yeah, no, obviously it's definitely a great feeling. I think at this time I want to focus on what the team did, though. It was a real solid team performance, obviously off the back of a loss against South Africa. The way we came out, we set the tone nice and early in the power play, as Toppers has been doing, and then the way Levy and Rash bowled through the middle just set it up nicely at the back end, and then obviously we were really clinical with the bat as well. So I think it was a really, really good team performance, and one that we'll obviously enjoy and work out what we did well from and try to take it into the semi-final.
There's something about this team. The 2 World Cups you've won recently, both 50 over and 20 overs, has been when your back's against the wall, when you've got to win every game. You came in today, it's a must-win game. You needed also to win in a certain amount of time, and you smashed that. You went way through that. What is it about you guys when you're up against it? You seem to produce your best.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to produce our best when we're not up against it, that's for sure. But I mean, it's part and parcel of life. If it is that it takes for us to be in those positions to bring out those type of performances, then so be it. I mean, tournament cricket is one of ups, one of downs, and yeah, sometimes it just creates some clarity of the direction you need to go in. And I think over the last few games, the boys have really been locked in. We're coming down to crunch time, so yeah, long may that continue.
You mentioned Liam Livingstone and Adil Rashid. They're really well here. You know the conditions out here in the Caribbean. It's Guyana or Trinidad. Does it make any difference which pitch you're on, really, for your spinners?
No, not really. I think our spinners are highly skilled, for sure. And yeah, they showed their class again today. You know, Rash Rash cut through the middle there. He really it puts us in a position where he can control the game for us, and it just sets up everything nicely for Joss, that he can juggle things efficiently from there. And as I said, they set the game up nicely for the back end, and obviously we reaped a few rewards today.
Just tell us a little bit before I let you go of what it's been like to be back in Barbados. I mean, you, Jofra, Phil Salt, but also like seeing Aaron Jones again, that you were to play with when you were younger. What was that all like? Was it a really great reunion?
Yeah, it's brilliant. Obviously, sometimes Joff went to school with him, and sometimes when you go to school with people and you're at school and you might go out at lunchtime and play a bit of cricket in the hallway and stuff, you would have never thought that you'd be on the world stage either playing against each other or playing with each other. So it is really, really special. Obviously, to do these things, especially in Barbados, a place where we were born as well, and in front of family and friends as well, it is special for sure, and one that you'll definitely savor for a while.
I'm going to let you go, but honestly though, a hat-trick in a World Cup here at the Kensington Oval, that must feel pretty good.
Nah, really, really good. Definitely cherish the moment, but we got business to handle.
Thank you. Cheers, Chris.
Well, that was Chris Jordan with Daniel Norcross. It's an amazing moment, isn't it, Finney? And to see the stumps ripped out of the ground like that, it was emphatic in a way that England's performance felt emphatic today.
Yeah, you sort of came into this wondering whether there'd be another upset on the cards. The USA have clearly had a couple of good games in the tournament, but as Joss Butler referenced in his interview there, England would have felt as though if they came into this game with the intensity, and that means both in concentration of the mind and then intent with your actions out there in the middle and committing to everything that they do, that they would have too much for the USA. And you have to respect, you can't go into a game like this that you should win without respecting the opposition. So I think we saw an element of that in both facets of the game, batting and bowling. But then when you do get the opportunity to really ram it home, then you have to do that. And I thought that England did all of those things excellently today. Again, it's another confidence booster for them with clearly stiffer challenges to come.
Do you reckon they know their best team? Now, there was a swap today. Jordan came in for Mark Wood. That obviously worked very well. The Will Jacks at 3 seems to have been jettisoned as a notion. Do you think they're getting closer tonight?
Yes, I do. I feel like this is probably the best balanced team that we've seen in this World Cup in terms of having every aspect of the game covered. I feel bad for Will Jacks actually, because I do think he deserves his opportunity to play T20 cricket for England, but I think having 4 opening batters crammed into that top 4 probably didn't quite suit the balance and the needs of that middle order. So it would have been one of Bairstow and Jacks, and unfortunately for Will Jacks, it was Bairstow scored more runs in the more recent past. So it falls onto him to be left out. But I do think they'll also keep the option open to maybe make a change if they see fit. Tom Hartley is someone who I thought coming into this World Cup might actually have a part to play at some stage with his quick left arm spin. Can be really tricky to face on these surfaces in the Caribbean. So yeah, they'll be open-minded about that, but certainly the team that was played today is the best balanced one that we've seen from England in this World Cup yet.
And it will be that England team taking on India in the first semi-final in this T20 World Cup. What a cracking contest that will be. England through, India through, South Africa through to the semi-finals. Who will be the 4th team? We still don't know yet. We're halfway through the final game of the Super 8 stage. Afghanistan versus Bangladesh. Afghanistan finished on 115 for 5, and the rain came pouring down. It's still raining in Kingstown at the moment. We're waiting for an update. I can give you all sorts of permutations. Well, the simple one is if Afghanistan win this game or it's rained out, then Afghanistan will go through to the semi-finals to take on South Africa. If this game resumes, right, Bangladesh have hope and Australia have hope. Australia need Bangladesh to win this game, but not win it by too much of a margin. And I'll explain what Bangladesh's options are first, right? If Bangladesh can chase this target in 12.1 overs, the target being 116, that's assuming no overs are removed from the full sort of allocation of 20. So if Bangladesh can chase 116 in 12.1 overs, then Bangladesh will supersede Afghanistan and Australia in their group and go through to the semi-finals against South Africa. They can also chase it in 12.5 overs, but they need to hit a 6 on the 5th ball of that 13th over. It's an unusual one. Stay with me. If they're on 119, come that 5th ball, it has to go for 6, and then the net run rate will be above both Afghanistan and Australia as well. They can also hit a 4 to win if they're on 119. They could do it but they'd have to do it in 12.3 overs. So they could do it in 12.1 any way they want, in 12.5 with a 6, in 12.3 with a 4. That's the thing to remember for Bangladesh. But it is a daunting lineup that they have to go up against, especially with a lot of water that's fallen in that rain delay. Well, we had rain in yesterday's game. It added a little bit of drama to the occasion all the way through to the end. The Super 8 has delivered. We'll keep you updated on when this game will resume. The rain has stopped, so the ground staff are working very hard to try and mop up the covers. There's a lot of water on those covers, and I suspect there'll be some water on the pitch as well that'll need to be soaked up. This is going to be a reasonable length delay. We'll try and keep you updated as much as we possibly can. But in the meantime, yesterday, we were joined on the broadcast for the West Indies versus South Africa game, where South Africa came through and won the game by 3 wickets. We were joined by former West Indies captain and legend Courtney Walsh for commentary. And during a rain delay during yesterday's game, both Nikesh Ragani and I spent some time asking about his cricket journey and realised how much of an inspiration he actually is to a lot of us. Courtney Walsh, it's genuinely an honour, Courtney, to have you alongside us. I don't think it's improper of me to say you're a great hero of mine. Watching cricket in the 90s, part of that fearsome bowling duo of Ambrose and Walsh that terrorised batters for a decade plus. And were you aware of your reputation? I mean, was it something that you sort of turned up to cricket matches thinking, well, I'm just here to do my job, really? I'm here to take wickets and do my business? Or were you aware of the fear that you yourself and Sir Curtley inspired amongst batters around the world?
I found out about it at a later time in my career. When I was playing, I just turned up to do a job. Skipper give you the ball to bowl. You want to win games, you want to win test matches, you want to win whatever cricket you're playing. So whichever team you play for, you want to win. And then towards the back end of the career, you're your former players or spectators, supporters, cricket enthusiasts, and this is something that they were happy to see. And players were saying, well, they didn't like to face the combination of us because we were miserly. We didn't want to give runs away, normally getting people out. But for me, it was just a wonderful partnership because we understood each other and we complemented each other. So it was easy to go out and get the job done, so to speak.
They call you a legend for a very good reason. You went on to take 500 plus wickets in your test career. You held the record for top wicket taker in the history of the game for a very long time until Shane Warne would eventually surpass you. But what point did you realise that you yourself were something quite special? Because, I had an opportunity at one stage to talk to the great Shane Warne about this as well, and may he rest in peace, talked about knowing quite early that there was something about him, he was meant for great things. Did you always know you were meant for great things, or was it something you discover as you sort of rolled on in your career?
I probably discovered it as I rolled on in my career because I just wanted to play the game. I had fun playing the game. I wanted to do the best I could for the team. And I remember saying when I was a youngster, I said to Malcolm, it would be nice to get to 200 test wickets. And he was saying that, with this combination that we have, you might be lucky if you do so. Because when you have 4 fast bowlers and you had Malcolm Marshall, Michael Owen, Joel Garner, and myself, I was a rookie, so to speak, of the crop. So I said 200 would be happy because Westall got 190 something and Andy Roberts got 202. So I was just gauging myself, if I could be up amongst those great guys. And Malcolm made a point to say, well, if you get to that amount, you'd have done well because wickets always share amongst us. And then he went on to get 376. And I thought, well, if he can get up there, let me try to get up there as well. And that's how to push you along and stuff. And then when I passed this record in South Africa, I figured, well, I must have been doing something pretty well. So I was happy to do so. And I was actually thinking of finishing shortly after that, and then someone says, no, go on and try to get to 400, try to chase. Malcolm says to me, Richard Hadley record and Kapildev is something you have to go after. I'm not going to forgive you. He said so jokingly, but I knew it meant something to him. And then I decided, let me try to see if I can get close to them. And then once I got closer, I said I was going to go after it. And to be the leading record holder in Test cricket for however long or short thought it was something extra special for me, because you put in a lot of hard work and then to reap those rewards.
Contemporaries.
Yeah.
And how does that feel, actually, being part of a duo as well? And I wanted to ask you, actually, because that era, everybody talked about these two great bowling partnerships. It was yourself and Sir Curtly Ambrose, and there was sort of Wasim Akram and Waqar Younis. Yeah. Did you feel a sense of rivalry with those guys? Did you ever compare numbers and think, well, okay, Wasim...
We didn't discuss numbers. I think we just said to ourselves, if we can do the job for the team, what's our role? Get openers out, win games. So if he's doing well against certain batters, it was always, if he had a poor start in a test match, and I'll try to up the slack, and vice versa. So it was, I think, understanding each other and then just trying to do the best we could for the team. Obviously, as the time gets on, people start to compare us with Wasim and Waqar, who to me was a phenomenal sort of peer, so to speak. And yes, you try to make sure that every time you go out, and if you're going to be in that comparison, you want to be ahead of it. So it was nothing that we set out to do. But every time the comparison comes, you want to make sure that your name is called and you're in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Which I'm chatting to Courtney Walsh here, because currently in Antigua the rain is continuing to fall. We don't have an update yet, although I can tell you the covers have come on, and the big old covers are across the full square. The score for South Africa is currently 15 for 2 after the 2 over mark. So the game is very precariously positioned. The West Indies desperately need to get back out there, because a rain draw means 1 point for each team, and it means that South Africa, as it stands, would go through. I'm sure there's a lot of West Indies fans praying for the rain to stop in Antigua so they can get back out there and get at least 3 more overs of cricket in, because then it's a full-on game. It's a pleasure to be chatting with Courtney Walsh, West Indies legend. I want to just ask you a million questions, Courtney, if I'm honest, but I don't want to hog this opportunity for myself. My broadcast colleague Nikesh Ragani, I'm sure he has some questions for you too, so I want to bring him in and share the moment. Nikesh, go for it.
Yeah, well, the rain is still falling in Antigua. Pleasure to have you with us. Of course, Courtney, I want to ask you, look, West Indies taking on South Africa here. You'll remember fondly, I'm sure, the 1992 Test match that you played against South Africa. And famous for all sorts of reasons, of course, South Africa's reintroduction into cricket in that particular year. You won that one-off Test match in Bridgetown by 52 runs, so on paper looks like quite a comfortable victory. South Africa were chasing 201 in that final innings. They were 123 for 2. Curtly Ambrose, Sir Curtly, tells me a story about how there was the night before the final day, there was some sort of party, and you saw some of the some sort of reception that was being held, and the South Africans were going around as if they'd already wrapped up the Test match. There were some words had, weren't there? Tell us what happened the night before that final day, and what that mindset for yourself as that opening partnership, that partnership that was so crucial to winning that game for the West Indies. What was that thought process?
Well, they were out celebrating, to be quite honest. It was the Bajan Queen. Back in those days, the Test matches had a rest day as well. And they were going on the Bajan Queen to have the cocktail party and reception and everything. And they had started celebrating because they needed 78 runs, I think, with 8 wickets intact. So they went out and started celebrating and stuff. I remember I was on the Bajan Queen, and I called Wezal's son, and I says, I want to get off this boat. Can you come and pick me up? Because I'd gone on the bus, and he came to pick me up, and I sneaked off the boat because I wasn't comfortable in it, and I didn't think the game was over. And I remember telling to myself that, listen, this game is far from over, and we're going to put up a fight. We had one of the best team meetings we had in terms of planning to get things done. And I remember everything very, very well. Myself, Patrick Patterson, Curtly Ambrose, and Kenny Benjamin were the seamers. Either myself or, because this was my comeback Test match as well. So either myself or Kenny Benjamin got selected ahead of Cummins, and the Bajan public had decided to sort of stay away from the game. So we didn't have a full house. Richie was the captain, Desi was his vice captain. And I don't know, a lot of people realize we did a lap of honor after we won the game. It wasn't so much just a victory, but it was to send a message to Barbados that, we're one team you need to come out and support, regardless of what the selectors do.
Because that was an issue. For those listening who aren't quite aware, there was a lot of politics in selection, and the Barbados fans didn't really turn out in big numbers, because they were angry about some of the selection calls.
That's correct. So it brought us a lot closer together as a team. And I think when South Africa started to celebrate the night before on the Bajan Queen, and I remember going back to my room and I asked Jimmy. Jimmy was reading a book. Jimmy Adams was my roommate, and he was reading a book as he normally does. In those days, we used to share rooms, but at the Rockley, we had the rooms was there with 2 beds, and then you had a big kitchenette area. And I just said to him, I need some mercy. If you're going to read the book, you're going to have to sleep outside. So I literally chucked him out he had us asleep in the hallway. There was a couch where you could pull out and everything, so I didn't kick him outdoors.
Okay.
But he realized and respected my wish, and I remember he went out to, I don't know if it was nerves or whatever, but it was his test match debut, I think, as well. So he was reading the book at night to put himself to bed. I just wanted to focus. And, Curtly and myself, we had a good team, but Curtly, myself, Richie, Gus Logie, Brian was very instrumental as well in terms of the think tank camp as to how we're going to go about winning this test match. And on the day now we're going back out to bowl, I remember Patrick Patterson wasn't supposed to bowl from one end because we discussed that Curtly is going to bowl and myself. And when we got out on the field of play, Richie threw the ball to Patrick, and he sort of looked, because he knew it wasn't part of the plan, and he looked at me. Now, I couldn't say anything because I was just coming back into the test team. So I looked, and I sort of went like this because he wasn't ready to bowl, but I was ready because based on how we were discussing. And I remember Gus Logie said to Desmond, who was the vice captain, you're not in the meeting, but this is what we discussed. And then Richie looked at me and says, are you ready? I said, I'm ready from last night. Because I was just so pumped. When you're focused on getting something done. And the rest was history. I think myself and Curtly bowled them out before lunch on the day after the rest day.
Phenomenal. It's incredible. You brought up so many memorable names there. There's one that I feel like it would be remiss if we didn't get into a little bit more. Just a reminder to everybody, we're chatting because it's raining in Antigua. There will be an update in about 15 minutes time from the ground. The rain has eased, I can tell you, in Antigua a little bit, but the squares are still very much covered. 15 for 2 after 2 overs. We're waiting to hear more. Right, you bring up the name Brian Lara there, who's become a legend in the game, much like yourself. Watching him in those early days, at what point did you know that he was something special, that he'd go on to achieve these phenomenal things?
When we played against him in the regional tournament, you could see marks of greatness. I remember the first time I met him, he was actually pushing out the cart. He was playing youth cricket for Trinidad, and he came out with the water cart. But there was something about him, the confidence that he had. And we had a conversation. He came out and he was speaking to me about cricket. And
with the water cart?
He came out with the water cart.
Yeah.
He wasn't playing or anything.
He wasn't playing, okay.
And then he says, we were talking cricket, and I end up giving him a shirt. He reminded me after, I end up giving him a shirt. Back in those days, when you go to Pakistan, we used to get the shirts with our autograph on it from Zydis Sports. And I had a West Indies shirt, the logo on it, and my signature was on one side. And I ended up giving him that shirt, and he reminded me recently that he still had that shirt at home. But I saw him play a couple of innings after hearing about him, and then you start to follow him. And he broke the record in one of our regional seasons, and I thought, well, this kid is going to go to place. Came to tour England and couldn't get a game because we had Richie, Viv, Desmond, Gordon, Dujon, and Larry Gomes, if I'm correct, might have been on that too. But we had a tour, he just couldn't get into the team, and he was getting frustrated. But then he got his opportunity in Australia, and that innings that he played at Sydney that saved us a test match when he made 277 told me then and there that this kid is going to go a long way. He's going to be one of them superstars just for batting. And he didn't let us down. We played a one-day game in Sharjah on a very flat wicket, and myself and Ambrose got tapped around a little bit. I think Pakistan made 200 and plenty. And when he came off, he says, if they can treat you guys this way, then it must be a flat wicket. And he went out and made a big 100, won the game for us. But that was the sort of genius he was, something special. I tell people he's the best left-hander I played with. and Viv was the best right-hander.
It's not a bad pair, is it?
No, definitely not.
And obviously, you played across different eras, didn't you? You played in that era you mentioned when he first came into the side, you know, the senior bowlers, the Malcolm Marshalls, the Joel Garners, etc. And then you became that leader of the attack alongside Sir Curtly Ambrose, and your career went on a little bit longer than his. He obviously famously retired in England in that 2000 tour. You went on a few more years and went on to break all those records as well. I mean, how was that sort of transition in those days? Because you look at West Indies players now, they come into particularly the Test side, and they haven't quite got those senior players to sort of take you under their wing. I'm sure, you know, people like Malcolm Marshall, Joel Garner would have been mentors to yourselves, and that would have set you up to then eventually play that role to some of the younger guys coming through. Why do you think that has sort of shifted so far?
Obviously, because there's no continuity, so to speak. As you rightly say, when I played Michael, Malcolm, Joel, there were people you looked up to and they guided and give you good guidance. I also had a coaching session with Sir Andy Roberts, so I came in at the right time, and I felt sorry for those guys who, when they played, they didn't have a chance to have mentors, so to speak, so to look up to. But when I played, Bishop will tell you, Curtly will tell you, Franklin, all the guys we played with, we tried to get something like that going because I wanted whatever was passed on to me to pass on to them. So when we didn't have players who had enough Test experience behind them playing, I saw it as a vacuum where I felt sorry for them. And that's just put it mildly and bluntly, because there was no one to sort of explain situation, guide them, you know, the do's and the don'ts, and just to sort of help to build on the career. So I take my hat off to someone like a Kimar Roach, who probably I didn't play it with, but he's come and then he was leading the attack, leading the pack, you know. It was very good to see, because you need those guys around to pass on their experience in the Test arena. Dwayne Bravo did that in the ODIs, so to speak, and T20s, because he played long enough to gain that experience. But I remember there's a game at Lords where I came over to help them out or whatever in the nets. Gus Logie was the coach, and Bravo picked my brain about the slower ball so much that I'm not surprised that he mastered it so well after. But you could tell that he was keen on it. He wanted to learn about bowling, and a very good person to speak to, because he knows the game, willing to learn, and that's what you want to be able to pass on. So probably, I've only had one session with him chatting and stuff, but I would have passed on something that he would have benefited from, because Wesall, who I didn't play with, he was manager of the team, and I could learn quite a lot from him. So I mean, the history goes on, but as you say, many people did not get a chance to have people to pass things on to them.
Going back a little bit then, talking about passing on things is one thing, but having heroes to look up to is a great inspiration for any young cricketer to want to be like Courtney Walsh, to want to be like, you know, Malcolm Marshall. Who did you look up to when you were coming into the game? Let's take it way back to this young kid in Jamaica, young budding cricketer. Was it, I mean, you know, being Jamaican,
No.
was it Michael Holding who you kind of looked up to?
The name Wesall was a name that we used to talk about as youngsters. Everybody wanted to be a Wesall or a Landscapes, because they were the two most productive bowlers for the West Indies in our era. But for me, I played at a club called Melbourne Cricket Club, and it was the same club as Michael Holding. So naturally, I used to go to watch him play Senior Cup and follow him. You know, we used to have followers going to watch the cricket. So to be able to play in the same Senior Cup team and then for Jamaica with him was a blessing in disguise for me. So he was someone I looked up to, and someone who gave me good guidance. So when we played Test cricket together, it was a big thing for the club as well. But it was very easy because I knew him, followed him, we practiced together. Whenever Andy Roberts was in Jamaica, because Andy Roberts and him was the best of friends, came for training, I would be training with them. So this youngsters was running around with two senior West Indian players, bowling with them in the nets. What else could I ask for?
Did he ever take you to the horses?
He did as well. He took myself and Andy to watch the horses and stuff. He was highly involved, but that was very good. You know, so he was one of the persons. As I said, Westall before I started playing, but then Mikey, and then my roommates was Michael Holding and Malcolm Marshall. I roomed with them for quite some time. If it was coincident, I don't know, but we shared rooms together, so I learned a lot from them off the field of play as well.
That was the legendary Courtney Walsh chatting to myself and Nikesh Ragani yesterday during a rain delay. What a magical conversation it was. Real pleasure to speak to an absolute legend. Today, though, the focus is very much on the final game of the Super 8 stage of this men's T20 World Cup 2024. And it's intriguingly poised. Still 3 teams in with a chance of qualifying for that final semi-final spot opposite South Africa. Afghanistan, well, if they win this game, they go through. If it gets rained out, they go through. And we've had a rain delay for quite some time now. I'm very pleased to tell you that it has stopped raining in Kingstown. I can see players doing some warm-ups outside. We haven't got official word on a restart time. I'll keep you up to date on that, but I can tell you some maths about equations and things like that. Now, assuming that we get a full game in, which I don't think we will, but assuming we get a full game in, Bangladesh would need to chase a target of 116 from 12.1 overs. If they chase 116 in 12.1 overs, Bangladesh will go through to that semi-final ahead of Afghanistan and ahead of Australia. If Bangladesh chase that target in more than 12.1 overs, then it's Australia who will go through to the semi-final opposite South Africa. And we'll get a replay of that classic match from the 50-over World Cup in 1999. Who could forget? And then, of course, if Afghanistan win this game, they will go through. And the umpires are out there working out how much of a game we're going to get. If there's a shortage, I can give you a few ideas. If it's a 15-over game that we get, then Bangladesh will have to chase 94 from 7.2 overs. That's 44 deliveries. 94 from 44 deliveries to get through to that semi-final. And again, Afghanistan will still need to win the match within that 15-over mark as well. So it's all very tight. All 3 teams still very much in play for that 4th semi-final slot. We're still waiting for official word. We'll keep you up to date on what happens in Kingstown and when we're going to get a resumption and how long it's going to be. It can't be too far away. I'm going to say it's somewhat imminent, actually, because all the umpires are out there. There's no umbrellas. The rain has stopped, and the ground staff have been working really, really hard. In fact, I can see some Afghanistan players out in the middle just practicing their run-ups and things like that. But while there's a break in play, it does give me an opportunity to have a chat with our special guest on commentary today. We've got Frankie Mackay, who is a New Zealand international player. She's going to be in England with the New Zealand team as part of our broadcast on Test Match Special. We'll be bringing you every ball of every game of the series between England and New Zealand women. That's 3 one-day internationals and 5 T20 internationals. And it gets underway on Wednesday in Durham. So that'll be a big 50-over match. England's women's team getting back in action. And Frankie, it's a very significant series for New Zealand as well.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. It's actually a really big start for New Zealand and their playing program here, and then there's the chance to play Australia as well, and then it's all just leading up to T20 World Cup time. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot of cricket to be played, and this is kind of the start of it. The last internationals they played were against England, but home in New Zealand in home conditions. Weren't the results possibly that White Fern side would have liked. They were competitive often in a lot of the matches, but Amy Jones just was phenomenal. Any time England got in trouble, she just sauntered out and stroked the ball to all corners and made everyone look rather silly with how easy she made the game look. But I think there was enough promise in that series for a young-ish New Zealand side to take some positives from it. They've had a break, they've had a lot of training camps, worked really hard throughout the winter. A lot of positive talk coming out of the camp. But actually, at some point, you've got to start winning games. We've heard a lot of good stuff from them about these young players. There's still, I think, 3 or 4 that are only aged 20 and have played 15, 20, 30 international matches. So you're starting to expect that it's about time to start seeing some results. And if they can do it against one of the best sides in the world in this English women's side, then not only is it going to show that the program's heading in the right direction, but a lot of confidence as well going into a world event.
And England they'll feel very confident coming into the series. As you say, they were very strong against Pakistan, both in the One Day International and the T20 series a little bit earlier this summer. If I can call May summer, I don't know if we're allowed to do that. Late spring.
I'll let you call it summer.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Frankie. It was very cold and it was hard work for the Pakistan team, where England sort of dominated all of those fixtures They were scheduled to play 6 games. One of them was rained off, but England dominated pretty much everything else in that series. But it's an unusual time to play sort of one-day international cricket. The focus is very much on that T20 World Cup in Bangladesh later this year. But there is a 50-over World Cup next year as well. So you need to have that sort of simultaneous build-up as well. It's just a bit of a challenge to sort of get your head around one format and create one set of preparation for that, and then a different set of preparation for the other tournament in India the following year. I mean, from a New Zealand perspective, how different is it to England, where England have started to sequester certain players? You know, you got Tammy Beaumont's going to play one-day international cricket. Kate Cross is being sort of pushed into that one-day international arena as well. And then, you know, your T20 side is sort of separating from that. How different is that to what's happening in New Zealand right now?
We're starting to see a little bit more of it, to be honest. I think for this tour coming up, it's Lee Kasperick and Leah Tahuhu. They're only part of the T20 side. Part of that as well for Leah is her and her partner have just had their second baby, so that's very, very exciting. New welcome to the family. So the ability to have that little bit of time at home before saying, thanks, I'm off to the other side of the world for a couple of weeks to play some cricket. So she'll just be involved in the T20 side of things. And then on the opposite side, you've got Lauren Down coming back into the group, and she's just come back from maternity leave. So she had her first child, I think she's 6 months post that, and she's straight back into the one-day international side. So she won't be involved in the T20s. So starting to see it that little bit, that specialisation across the different formats. But as much as it might feel a little bit odd to be playing one-day cricket at the moment, really important for New Zealand to try and pick up some points, because it is the top 6 teams that qualify for that World Cup at the moment. New Zealand in that bubble, but lots of cricket being played at the moment. A couple of teams that sit below them have got the chance to get above, and if they walk out of England with 3 losses, then that starts to look a little iffy. And it's a position New Zealand hasn't had to deal with before. Of course, the last one-day World Cup was hosted in New Zealand, so automatic qualifications, and before that you were only really looking at your top 10 teams anyway. So it's a bit of a new one, and there has been little mentions here and there from a few of the players saying, oh, we've got to make sure we win a couple, otherwise we might be off to qualifying tournaments. So there's definitely that understanding in that the one-day format's still really important. So there'll be lots of preparations going into that, as well as, of course, having that eye to T20 World Cup, which feels like it's just around the corner.
It's a good time to be a childminder in New Zealand right now. I think there's a few opportunities, particularly around the sports teams. Massive congratulations to all the new arrivals in that New Zealand team. And I mean, how daunting a prospect is it for New Zealand, really? Because like in this England side, there are some world-class players. Not to say there aren't in New Zealand, but England is sort of stacked. If you look at the T20 side for England, for example, I mean, you've got Danny Wyatt, Maya Boucher at the top, like kind of the prototype for aggressive opening batters open up the top. Then you got players like Alice Capsey coming in, Nat Siver-Brunt coming in. You got your captain Heather Knight in there with all of that experience, that nous, and then, as you already mentioned, Amy Jones, and so many options with the ball as well, the likes of Danny Gibson, Charlie Dean, Sophie Eccleston, maybe the best bowler in the world right now, and Sarah Glenn, Lauren Filer. Options galore for England, and some really daunting matchups there for New Zealand. They'll be going in as underdogs.
Yeah, I can happily say that. I think any time, probably realistically in the last 15 years when New Zealand's been coming up against England, they would have to claim underdog status, and this English side, they're good. You know, there's no two ways about it. They're very professional in how they do things. They're very well organised. They've got a really clear plan about how they want to go about their cricket, and that's something that they spoke about a lot when they were last in New Zealand, is around, you hate to say it, the brand of cricket, something teams say all the time, but they're very clear around their brand and what that is, and how they want to be aggressive and take the game on and lead the game forward. And I think for so long, the women's game, everyone's been chasing Australia. That's been the top team. Everyone's been trying to catch them. Whereas now I think England have got themselves to a position, it's not necessarily about catching them, but it's actually how can we beat them all the time, really consistently, and getting their game to a place that they can do that. And I just think they are such a disciplined group. They're really well led. And when you start mentioning some of those players, they are best in the world. You know, Sophie Eccleston is the best spinner, hands down, in women's cricket. Nat Siver-Brunt, she can lay claim to being the best player in women's cricket. So as soon as you're turning up with players like that in your lineup, you're going to go okay. You're definitely going to have some good results. But there's also some firepower in this New Zealand side. I mean, Sophie Devine, I don't think there's any female cricketer who hits the ball further than Sophie. Amelia Kerr is, I'm going to put it out there, it's quite a big call, but she is going to end up New Zealand's best player ever. And she's been playing international cricket for, I think it's 6 or 7 years. She's still only 23, and she is a phenomenal young player. So it's a little bit of that transition time as well. You've got players coming in and going out, but there's a nice settled group of experience with Devine and Susie Bates and Maddie Green. They've played a lot of cricket. And then you've kind of got those youngsters, those up-and-coming players who are almost rivaling like a little bit of an Alice Capsey, who just go out there and play with this freedom and lack of fear of the game. They haven't had all those negative experiences and low runs of form, and they just go out there and just enjoy it and love it and play with such freedom that it is exciting to watch. And you don't want them to ever lose that. You want them to keep going out there and take the game on. So I think really good opportunity for a few more of those players to get a few more games under the belt, to take on some of the best in the world and bank some of those positive experiences that mean you know you can foot it with the best and take that into a World Cup and see where it gets you.
Yeah, you mentioned Amelia Kerr there, and we can't mention her without talking about some of her accomplishments. As you mentioned, she's just 23 years old, and she can already claim some of the biggest records in the game. The highest score in women's one-day international cricket, a gargantuan 232 not out in a one-day international game. It's when she broke that record, it was Belinda Clark's 21-year-old record that stood that long. It stood for more than 2 decades, and Kerr, I think she was 19 at the time, right? I think 19 years old, walking into a game and just shattering that record. Like you're saying, I mean, it's a big call that she'll end up the best player ever, but I mean, she's averaging 42. She's already played 71 one-day internationals, 71 T20 internationals. There's a symmetry to her statistics, and obviously, with the ball, very, very effective as well. Got 90 wickets in one-day internationals, 70 wickets in T20s. I mean, she's already got a whole huge line of accomplishments behind her, and sort of parallels there between her and Sophie Eccleston for me as well, because it's quite frightening what they could accomplish. They've got so much cricket ahead of them.
Terrifying, right? Absolutely terrifying. And I think the thing with Amelia Kerr is she is such a consummate professional. Since she's come into that group, yeah, we all laugh and joke about it a little bit, but she is the shadow of Susie Bates. She has just nestled in there with one of the best players in the world and just soaked it all up, is desperate to perform well, is a super trainer, loves the game, talks about the game with such a knowledge and understanding that is just so far beyond the fact she's 23. You kind of have to remind yourself at times that she's only that old. And then that game where she scored 232 not out, she then went out in the second innings of that game and took 5 for to go along with it. So she's phenomenal and definitely one to keep an eye on for this tour.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic series. 3 one-day internationals, 5 T20 internationals. Frankie Mackay is going to be part of our commentary for that entire series, which will be available on BBC Test Match Special. You can listen to that on the BBC Sounds app, the BBC Sport website, and the app, of course, as well. So make sure you stay tuned. Frankie, thank you so much for your time. I hope you have a fun time across that series in England, and hope you get some lovely weather as well.
Yeah, same. Can't wait. And hopefully I get to be the one then bragging about a couple of White Ferns wins as well.
Well, there we go. Well, that's Frankie Mackay, who's going to be part of our coverage. And we were chatting about that series because it was raining and there was a delay in the match currently taking place in Kingstown, St. Vincent, between Afghanistan and Bangladesh. Well, I'm very pleased to tell you that we're going to have action momentarily. Roshan Alam is getting into position alongside me right now. And from what I understand, there hasn't been a reduction in overs. We're going to have a full game and that equation. So let me just give you an up-to-date equation. Afghanistan finished on 115 for 5 from their 20 overs, an innings in which they soaked up 66 dot balls. Outstanding bowling effort from Bangladesh. And now their equation is very, very clear. They need to chase down this target of 116 in 12.1 overs. They need to go at sort of under 10s here, Roshan. I think they'll fancy their chances here. What do you think?
I think they just need to go for it unapologetically. There's no time for hesitation. There's no time for all the criticism of the batting through this tournament to linger. It's do or die. A place in the semi-finals is at stake. This is a chance they didn't think they would have after the loss against Australia. Afghanistan still very much in it. They've got the bowlers to defend this target. I'm sure a few of their team would have been looking at the movement earlier on during the Bangladesh innings when Tuscan was bowling, thought, well, I fancy that a little bit. I think we've got a really, really good clash on our hands here.
We do indeed. Reminder, Afghanistan, they just got to win this game. If they win this game, they're through to the semi-finals. They'll take on South Africa. If they don't win, then it's either Australia or Bangladesh. Everybody's in play, and it gives me a chance to say hello to our listeners on the ABC as well. How are you feeling, guys? Do you fancy your chances? Bangladesh, well, they'll either do a favour to Australia, they'll do a favour for themselves, or it'll be Afghanistan who take the spoils. Here we go. First ball of this Bangladesh innings. It's Naveen to start things off. It's full. It's been driven by Litton Das to mid-off. They're off the mark off the first delivery. 1 for no loss. There's a bit of intent behind that shot as well from Litton there, Roshan. That drive wasn't meant to be a single. It was meant to be a boundary through the covers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these two have really struggled at the top of the order. I think Bangladesh have the worst opening stand average. It's about 3 runs, I think, because there's been so many ducks. So the openers haven't really gone well in the tournament so far. So some positive intent early on is a good sign, because there's been a lot of nerves, a lot of hesitation. There's a lot of dot balls, particularly from Litton Das, which has slowed Bangladesh down in their chases in this tournament, but they're near the exact opposite. So good intent first ball.
A couple of outs for Bangladesh. If they go beyond that 12.1 over mark, they can stretch it to 12.4 if they hit a 4 to win the game. So they'll have more runs, if that makes any sense, because they're chasing a target of 116. But if they get to 119 off a few extra balls, they still maintain that net run rate. And a 6 as well buys them another delivery. It buys them 12.5 overs. His bat at his own teammate, 22 yards. Lucky it was 22 yards away, actually, because it didn't reach him. And it's one of those bizarre circumstances in life, isn't it, Roshan? I mean, if somebody throws a bat at you, it's very rare that you just sort of pick it up and hand it back to them quite casually.
Maybe only if they're your captain.
Yeah. Captain and senior players. Now Dunzeed's having a little look around. Bangladesh can't hang about. They've got to sort of go for this pretty quickly. There's a slip in place as Naveen comes into Dunzeed, then he just pulls out of the delivery at the very last second. Maybe a little bit of moisture on there, still from the rain. There was quite a bit of rain, and it's worth noting that rain came at the start of the 19th over. So the umpires were keen to try and get through. We're just having a look at a previous delivery. Don't be alarmed if you heard that sound effect of the stump being shattered. It was Travis Head's dismissal in the game between Afghanistan and Australia. It was a gorgeous delivery from Naveen. I remember being on commentary for it. Lots of shape there as well. We saw some great shape from the Bangladesh bowlers you mentioned. Taskin Ahmed, 4 overs, 1 for 12 for him today. Outstanding. Naveen into the pads, and that's been flicked. Oh, it's been stopped on the edge of the circle. I thought that might run away for 4, but a good bit of fielding, and they'll just get through for a leg bye. So 2 the score after 3 deliveries, Roshan.
For all the talk about Bangladesh and how they might chase this, don't forget Afghanistan, this is theirs to lose, really. You know, a win sends them to the semi-finals, and I wonder what they'll be thinking with the target they have to defend here. They know Bangladesh's batting hasn't been the best, but they also know this is probably that maybe 20 short of where they would have wanted to be in this defence.
At least.
So I think they'll be looking to take 10 wickets, and that only makes it hard for Bangladesh, but I think this is going to be a very, very, very interesting contest.
It's neck and neck. Australia still paying attention, I'm sure. Naveen in full, big swing, thick outside edge, and it's going to go 1, 2, 3 bounces into the deep third boundary for 4. It doesn't matter how they come for Bangladesh, those boundaries just gotta come. Litton Das onto 5, Bangladesh 6 for no loss after 4 balls.
Well, it was one of those shots that just goes up in the air, and when you see the ball in the backdrop of the pitch, it looks like it's gone high. That has, and I thought for a moment Tanzania had thrown away his wicket again, but riding his luck a little bit, it'll take 4 runs there.
Yeah, there's a bit of wind in Kingstown that pushes the ball into certain dimensions. As Matt was saying earlier, right on the coast, literally on the edge of the Caribbean Sea. There's a swimming pool in this ground as well, which I saw some Nepalese players dive into. Big swing from Litton Das, and that's going to go over the mid-wicket boundary onto the stand for 6. What a shot from Litton Das. It was full from Naveen-ul-Haq. It was in the slot. And Bangladesh's wicketkeeper leaned into it and crunches it over that mid-wicket boundary for 6. 12 for no loss, Bangladesh after 5 balls. If they can keep this going at that exact rate, Roshan, they're going to be in the semi-finals of the World Cup.
Well, the equation's looking doable suddenly for Bangladesh fans. I think the optimism will have just risen for a lot of people. Great shot by Litton Das. It's a sort of shot he's gone out to a couple of times in the past in this tournament, but absolute perfection that time around. That will settle the nerves.
No, not a safety in that shot as well. The two deep fielders are behind square, either side of the wicket. Deep backward square leg, deep backward point. Naveen into Litton Das, who has another big swing at one that keeps low outside the off stump. Keeper fumbles. They run through for a bye. It's Rahmanullah Gurbaz, and he's stayed down. He looks like he's in quite a bit of pain here. He's clutching at his hamstring. Wow, that looks really painful. He's on the ground. The ball kept low. We saw that happen a couple of times in the Afghanistan innings as well. We saw Litton Das behind the stumps take a few. This time the ball just angling in and then just straightening off the surface, bouncing, keeping low, and all right on the kneecap. Right on the kneecap for Gurbaz as he lets out a scream of agony. Goodness gracious, that's incredibly painful. No protection on that knee, and he's still down on the ground, still wincing as the physio have taken the pad off. He's inspecting the area, and he looks like he's in all sorts of pain right now.
Yeah, that looked painful, right on the knee there. And after an over, an expensive over, it's the last thing you want to see is your keeper down and out on the ground, clutching their leg.
This could prove a massive problem for Afghanistan in various aspects, really. I mean, it's Rahmanullah Gurbaz who's been their best batter, the top run scorer in this World Cup, let's not forget. He's their wicket-keeper. He's their opening batter, scored 43 off 55 today. We still don't know how good that innings is going to prove to be. It might be fine, might be plenty, but we won't know. Right now, he's on the ground. He's taken his keeping gloves off, his inner gloves. He's covering his face with them right now, and he looks like he's in all sorts of pain. Bangladesh are 13 for no loss after 1 over, and a reminder, they need to chase 116 from 12.1 overs to qualify for the semi-final of this World Cup. If they chase down that target of 116 and anything more than 12.1, assuming there's no 4s and 6s at the end, and that means Australia will go through to that semi-final opposite South Africa. And for Afghanistan, it's a very simple equation. They just gotta win this game. And right now, it's not the best scenes out in Kingstown. Nobody wants to see that. Rahmanullah Gurbaz on the ground, and he's still wincing in pain. Every time the physio makes contact with that kneecap, he winces in pain, and sort of the kind of pain that you can, you sort of subconsciously feel, getting sympathy pains.
Yeah, good to see him sat up now, which means hopefully that pain is subsiding. But yeah, not nice scene seeing him on his back, hands on his face, and clearly considerable pain. But he's sat up, he's chatting to his teammates, and hopefully get the treatment he needs. Do you know what, Steve? I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall in the Bangladesh changing room as someone who's trying to explain that run chase. So you can win it by 12.1, or if you score a 6 on the last ball, 12.5, or a 4 on the last ball, 12.5. If you're Litton Das here, you'd be like, hang on, sorry, right, tell me how many, when do I have to win it by?
Well, do it by 12.1 is what I'd say. Do it by 12.1 and don't do any mathematics. Well, the math is pretty sound, right? It takes a second to get your head round, but if you're on 115, and then you hit a 4 off the last ball, you've got more runs, which means more runs than your target, which means your run rate goes up as well. And then same if you hit a 6, right? You can go even deeper. So that's what that 4 and 6 is there for. For the purposes of keeping things simple for now, we'll keep referring back to 12.1 overs. Now, Rahmanullah Gurbaz is being helped off the pitch right now by the physio for the Afghanistan team. You never like to see that. Hopefully, he'll be okay. He's had an incredible tournament. I mean, you would have got long odds for Rahmanullah Gurbaz to be the top run scorer in this tournament. I mean, there's still time, of course. There's still semi-finals and a final to come. Opportunities for Joss Buttler, for Rohit Sharma, and even a couple of batters for South Africa in that middle order have been quietly accumulating runs as this tournament's gone on. They could creep up there. Well, here's another one who's at the top of the list. Is Fazalhaq Farooqi, the top wicket taker, who's going to bowl the second over now of this innings. Into Litton Das, who's flicked that ball fine. There's a diving effort at short fine leg. It doesn't succeed. Now the ball is trickling. The outfield is slow. It's trickling. It doesn't get there. It's a sliding stop from Gulbadin Naib. And in the end, the Bangladesh batters, they made it back for 3. Well, it's leg buys either way. It looked like there was a bit of indecision between the two batters out in the middle. They've just taken the 2 leg buys, in fact. I feel like there was a third one there for the taking, but maybe they're happy keeping Litton Das on strike.
Yeah, it looked like one of those clips you sometimes see on social media. The ball trickled past 2 diving fielders, and then the second realised how slow the ball was moving and decided, hang on, I'm going to get up and chase this, and managed to do it successfully. Clearly, there's ball's slightly slow in the outfield now.
Fazalhaq Farooqi with the ball that shapes back into the right-handed Litton, who guides the ball with soft hands to backward point. They run through for a single. This has been an outstanding start for Bangladesh so far. 16 for no loss off 1.2, especially when you consider how tricky Afghanistan found things early doors. Their power play only yielded 27 runs for Afghanistan, and after 10 overs they only had 58, a score they wouldn't even be able to double by the end of the innings. Finished on 115 for 5. Some outstanding bowling from Bangladesh. Taskin, the standout for me, 1 for 12 from his 4. It was 1 for 6 up until the last ball, which got smacked for 6 by Rashid Khan. Here's Fazalhaq Farooqi again, and there's a big appeal for LBW. It looks kind of high to me, though. The umpire says he's gone. Well, it looked high. It's definitely hitting him in line. The umpire's given it. Tanzid. It was just the third ball that he's faced in this inning so far. He's having a chat with Litton Das. Should he review it? 3 seconds on the timer, 2 seconds. And I think he's made the signal just in time for that referral. And the umpire looked pretty convinced. To the naked eye, felt high. What do you think, Roshan?
Yeah, initially I thought that was sort of going maybe just slightly over, but it'd be interesting to see what the replay showed, because the umpire certainly thought
we've got to take a look. I mean, Fazalhaq Farooqi's been the top wicket taker in this tournament. Didn't get any wickets against Australia a couple of nights ago. Now then, beautiful seam position, and it struck the batter quite high up on the thigh. It's the back leg, but it's quite high up on the thigh, and the leg is bent a little bit. And remember, it's been given out on field, so it just needs to be clipping those bails. No bat involved. So we're looking at Ultra Edge right now. TV umpire Holdstock, because you can hear his voice in the background there, just chatting to the TV director. Well, it's all about ball tracking now. Ball tracking could save Tanzid, or it could give Afghanistan a big first wicket. Here we go. Pitching outside, hitting the batter in line, and it's hitting the top of middle stump. It wasn't going over the top. It's an excellent decision by the on-field umpire, and Bangladesh have lost their first wicket. It's that man again, Fazalhaq Farooqi, who delivers for Afghanistan. A crucial wicket. Bangladesh 16 for 1 after 1.3 overs.
And in hindsight, what a perfect ball from Farooqi. What a great appeal. It wasn't going over. Tanzid's leg was slightly bent, so it did look like it was hitting high, but my word, crunching straight in the middle of where the two bails meet on the middle stump. Perfect ball from Farooqi. He continues with his form in this World Cup, and after a big over from Bangladesh to start with, Afghanistan make the first inroad. However, this could be a blessing in disguise for Bangladesh. Tanzid had not got off the mark off 3 balls, so Bangladesh now move on to Nazmul Shanto, who has found his form in the last few games. What can the captain do here? Can he surge this chase?
We saw sort of a cameo from Afghanistan's captain with the bat, Rashid Khan, with a few blistering blows right at the end of that innings. What's Najmul got in him? Here's Fazalhaq Farooqi into the captain, as that ball's been mistimed into the onside. They're going to run through for a single. Najmul off the mark. Bangladesh 17 for 1 after 1.4 overs. Feels like it could be a thriller. It could be a thriller with multiple layers. Bangladesh need to do it in 12.1 overs. Afghanistan just need a win. And Australia need Bangladesh to win, but after 12.1 overs. There's so much going on, so much drama. What a format. This 20-team World Cup has really delivered entertainment. Here's Fazalhaq Farooqi. He's bowled a good over so far, just the 2 runs off the bat so far. And he comes to Litton Das, who looks for a ramp shot, doesn't connect, gets a little bit of pad to backward square leg fielder. They'll get through for a single, leg by in fact. There was a sort of stifled appeal from Fazalhaq there, the ball pitching outside leg. Would have been a good ball to the right-hander. Also worth noting, Roshan, Bangladesh lost a review.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going for it in 12 overs, it won't matter too much. I'm surprised Bangladesh haven't tinkered with the batting order a little bit. If you're trying to go to 12 and over...
Would you send up the order alongside Litton?
Maybe Rashid, who can clear the roads, maybe Mahmudullah. I think if you're looking genuinely trying to win this in 12 overs, you really want like aggressive batters kicking off the innings and giving yourself a decent foundation. But they've gone with Nazmul, and I wonder what the thinking behind that was.
It's 18 for 1. One ball to come in the second. Here's Fazalhaq. Full. Big swing. No connection. Nearly an inside edge, in fact, as that ball just shaped in towards the left-handed Najibullah Hussain Shanto. Goes through to the keeper. There's no run. An excellent over from Fazalhaq Farooqi. 5 runs off it. Just the 3 that go against his name because there were 2 leg byes in there as well. Bangladesh 18 for 1 after 2 overs. And they're sort of up with the rate, aren't they? They need to go at sort of 9s to get to that total. Oh, if power play would help, though. That wicket for Fazalhaq Farooqi has given him a bit of breathing room. He was level with Arshdeep Singh coming into this game. Arshdeep earlier today equalled Fazalhaq Farooqi in India's victory. But it's Fazalhaq who's clear at the top with potentially 1, maybe 2 more games to go in this World Cup. Here's Naveen-ul-Haq now for his second over, and he comes to Litton Das. He strikes him on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. Get the feeling that was sliding down leg. The batters get through for a leg bye. Now, they might review this. 12 seconds on the timer. Now, the umpire sort of... he's sort of shown his hand there because it's Litton Menon. He's not supposed to give away whether or not it's a leg bye, but he's standing in position to give the leg bye, which indicates to the fielding side that the umpire thinks it's pad first. They've gone ahead with the review, Afghanistan.
To the umpire, to the director, we have a play review for LBW, on-field decision, not out.
There's a TV umpire, Adrian Holstock, in the action again. Busy couple of overs for him early doors in this innings. For me, that was sliding down leg, Roshan, but I got the last one wrong, so what do I know? Let's have another look at this. Angled in sharply, does straighten a tiny bit, and it hits him on the back leg. We can see off and middle.
Yeah, it does look like it's sort of swinging on leg, but, I mean, is it...
It's not been given out on field, so clipping isn't good enough. Has to be hitting. It's not going to be too high. There's no bat involved.
No bat involved. Ball tracking ready, please.
Jinx. Umpire Adrian Holstock. You're the only one allowed GCSE references today? Right, here we go. It's all about ball tracking. It's all about ball tracking. Clipping not good enough for Afghanistan. Here we go. Impact in line, and the ball is going down leg stump. It's missing leg stump. So that Afghanistan review is unsuccessful. Litton Das will survive. And now it's back to even Stevens in that sort of review regard. 1 review left for each team, and Litton Menon might have just done a little dummy there for Afghanistan because he was going to signal the leg bye, which may have influenced their decision. He might have just slipped them a little dummy.
Even Naveen-ul-Haq looked unsure. He had his sort of hands on his chin. I mean, that's never a good sign of confidence from your bowler. Not the body language I would want before going for a review.
There's got to be adrenaline. So much on the line in this game. The 3 teams, all with a chance to qualify for the semi-finals. Here's Naveen, flicked away hard by Najibullah Hussain Shanto. That's going to find the boundary at mid-wicket. A terrific shot from Shanto. Picked it up outside off stump and flicked it away towards the mid-wicket boundary. 23 for 1 off 2.2. Goodness gracious me, this is going to be a cracking game.
Well, Shanto's joined the party, hasn't he? Tigers back against the wall. Nothing to lose, but everything to gain in this game, and they are absolutely going for it. Putting the pressure right back on Afghanistan, who need to win this game. They are not out of this tournament. A semi-final place beckons Afghanistan if they win, but they need to probably take 10 wickets to do that, I think. And Bangladesh so far taking the game to them.
Well, the win predictor's putting Bangladesh at 85%. But that doesn't factor in the fact that Bangladesh need to win in 12.1 overs. So that's a good win predictor if you're Australian, I would say. Naveen into Najmul again. Full, big swing, slower ball, and it completely deceives the batter. Couple of bounces through to the keeper, and there is no run. 23 for 1 after 2.3 overs.
But you know, the one good thing that could come from Australia going through to the semi-finals is if the whole of Australia was watching this game closely or listening to this game closely, it might generate a tour for Bangladesh because Bangladesh tours of Australia are far and few between, so maybe the PR from this won't be too bad. But this is a solid start from Bangladesh. They look like they're going to try and win it in the 12 overs, which is absolutely the right thing to do. There's no point playing for favours. They need to play for a place in semi-finals, and after a tournament of criticism for the top order, it looks like they've come alive.
Naveen running into Najibullah Hussain Shanto. It's over pitch. It's been flicked out towards that mid-wicket region. The catch is taken. The catch is taken. It's Mohammad Nabi out at mid-wicket. He takes the catch. That is a huge wicket for Afghanistan. It's Naveen who delivers. He was the destroyer against Australia just a couple of nights ago. Has he got more magic in him? Can he get Afghanistan into their first ever T20 World Cup semi-final? Good piece of bowling as well. I thought he might have overpitched, but it was a change of pace. And well, he's got rid of the Bangladesh captain, Najibullah Shanto, making the long walk back to the dugout. A runner ball 5 for him. And Bangladesh 23 for 2 off 2.4 overs.
Well, this was going to be a high-risk, high-stake chase from Bangladesh. Shanto never really got hold of that. He sort of leaned forward and in the end sort of floated the ball really straight down to the fielder. Wasn't ever going to make the boundary.
Well, you wanted a little bit of a shake-up in the batting order. It's sort of a minor shake-up, isn't it? On my card, I had Tawhid Ridoy to come in next. It's Shakib or Hasan who's going to come out to the middle ahead of him. I mean, I've seen him open the batting for Bangladesh. I've seen him bat 3. It's kind of, he can go anywhere, really.
Yeah, I think Shakib probably has batted at most places. I think his favourite place is number 3, but obviously Shanto's come as a new captain and gone, no, I fancy that one down position. And
it's flexing.
Yeah, exactly.
Flexing,
yeah,
flexing.
Asserting his position. I am surprised they've not pushed Rashid or Mahmudullah further up the order here, because Shakib's not had the best of tournaments, and is this going to keep the momentum going with his run chase?
He's a world-class player, though, with a lot of experience behind him. Naveen sprinting in to Shakib, and this one's been gone straight back to the bowler. He's taking a catch. Naveen has 2 and 2. Naveen has 2 and 2, and Afghanistan are all over Bangladesh right now. 23 for 3. Naveen-ul-Haq is on a hat-trick. Afghanistan fans, they believe they can do this. Their first ever semi-final in a T20 World Cup. It's still on. Bangladesh lose Shakib al-Hasan, and Naveen-ul-Haq is on a hat-trick.
Yeah, great first ball straight into sort of Shakib's almost block hole area, really, and caught and bowled. Now, for all the talk we've had about Bangladesh chasing this down in 12 overs, what a start from Afghanistan. This is a collapse. They're 23 for 3. This is, by any sort of standards in a T20 tournament, a collapse by Bangladesh at the top order. And Afghanistan, who I have said need to take 10 wickets to win this game, look like they're well on their way to doing it.
Well, you hear that statistic about 3 wickets in the power play. I think that's kind of gone out the window with the equations in this match. Right now, it's Afghanistan in the driver's seat. It's that man, Naveen-ul-Haq. Just a couple of nights ago against Australia, he finished with figures of 3 for 20 from his 4 overs. Turned out to be a match-winning spell. Him alongside Gulbadin Naib, who had figures slightly better. 4 for 20 for him from his 4 overs, as they bowled out Australia for 127. Can they bowl out Bangladesh here today and seal their place in the semi-finals? Blur's Song 2. There's a track. Blasts out across the stadium. Arnosville, Kingstown.
Is that the unofficial theme of Afghan cricket?
Well, it's the unofficial theme of everything these days. I hear it all over. You hear it in the Euros, you hear it everywhere. Soumya Sarkar, back in the team today, is in. He's played a lot of cricket for Bangladesh, 80 plus matches. And right now, his job is to block out a hat-trick ball from Naveen-ul-Haq. We've seen a couple of hat-tricks already in this World Cup. And Pat Cummins take 2 and 2. We've seen Jofra Archer take a hat-trick. Is Naveen about to do it? He runs in, he bowls, thick outside edge, is going to run down to deep third. It'll just be a single. A bit anticlimactic in the end, but Soumya Sarkar has done his job. He's got himself a single. What an over from Naveen-ul-Haq. 5 runs off the bat, 6 runs overall, and 2 huge wickets. He gets the captain of Bangladesh, Najibullah Shanto, caught in the deep, and then he dismisses Shakib al-Hasan with a stunning caught and bowled. Right now, Bangladesh in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, we always say an over can change it, and what an over that was from Naveen-ul-Haq, just to swing the momentum back from that early Bangladesh surge. Afghanistan now fully in control. They'll feel that they can go all the way now and take the other 7 wickets. For me, I think Bangladesh have messed up the batting order here. You've got Nazmul, who has been largely out of form. You've got Shakib, who has been largely out of form. Who comes in next from Shakib, who's only played 2 games in this tournament? That, for me, is the wrong call to make. You need 12 and over, put in your big hitters, have a pinch hitter, send up the order, get a few boundaries and keep that kind of momentum you had in the first over going. I think Afghanistan are all over this now.
Fazalhaq Farooqi in for his second over. That's an offline delivery down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Bit of relief for Bangladesh. Little bonus run. They'll take everything they can get. That target is 116. They need to do it off 12.1 overs. Right now, they're trying to recover from a collapse in that top order. Terrific catching, terrific commitment from this Afghanistan team. What a storybook ending it could be to this World Cup if they were to get through to the semi-finals. Imagine if they were to win this semi-final against South Africa. A final against England or India? Fazalhaq Farooqi, and again this time the ball's been clipped high and long and just short of the mid-wicket boundary, but it will get there on the bounce. It'll go for 4. I thought it might just hang in the air and that fielder at deep backward square leg would be in business. Soumya Sarkar has picked up a welcome boundary for Bangladesh. Their chase is still alive. 29 for 3 off 3.2.
Well, Sharma looking to get in on the action. It's funny watching these two bat. It's been a while, I feel, since I've seen them bat properly because, well, it's always been one or the other, but it's almost a throwback batting partnership. But yeah, Sharma looking to get in on the action. Ball almost trickled to the boundary reluctantly there, but he'll take the boundary, he'll take the 4 runs.
The atmosphere in Arnos and Kingstown is incredible. There's a cracking game on here. As Fazalhaq Farooqi in, this is short outside off. It's been cut straight to the backward point fielder who's got a shy at the keeper's end. Azmatullah Omarzai, if he connected, well, Litton Das was nowhere in the frame. He would have been gone by a long shot, but as it happens, he makes it. They get through for another single. He had plenty of time, Azmatullah Omarzai. Would have been tight with a direct hit. A couple of drops of rain, I think, falling. Rain is good for Afghanistan as well. They take that because if this game is rained out, then Afghanistan will go through ahead of Australia and Bangladesh. The rain is getting a little bit heavier. Nobody in the crowd's pulled out an umbrella or anything else like that. Almost like they're trying to fool the ground staff and fool the umpires. But that ground staff is ready to go. They've got all their hoods on. They're ready to go to get the covers on. It's sort of blowing sideways. It might blow away from the ground. Go away. We've got a cracking game on here. We want this game to continue. It will, at least for the time being. Litton Das on strike. 13 off 8 for him. Bangladesh 30 for 3. Fazalhaq Farooqi into Litton Das. It's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. That's going to be a wide. 31 for 3 off 3.2 as that rain continues to get a little bit heavier. It's going to make it trickier to grip that ball. Maybe that surface, like Frankie Mackay was saying earlier, is going to get a bit skiddier, make it a bit easier to bat. Well, there we go. The covers are coming on. Oh, goodness me. The drama of this game, this final Super 8 stage game of this World Cup, the 52nd game of this competition. It's going to keep us guessing all the way. All 3 teams are still in play. Bangladesh are on 31 for 3 off 3.2 overs. They need to score 116 off 12.1 overs to win this game and go through to the semi-finals. Afghanistan need to win this game. Any equation will do. They just need to win this game and they go through to the semi-finals. And Australia need Bangladesh to win this game in more than 13 overs and they'll be guaranteed a spot in the semi-finals. All 3 teams still in play, but the rain is going to cause another interruption. It was forecast. The covers are being pulled on and it does look quite heavy right now. It's disappointing, really, probably from an Afghanistan perspective, I think, because they just built up momentum. An incredible over from Naveen-ul-Haq. 2 wickets on the bounce. He was on a hat-trick for a moment. They really I don't know if this is going to affect them negatively or not quite sure, but both teams are still alive here, Roshan.
Yeah, absolutely, and both teams will feel they're definitely in it. They just won't want the sort of momentum that they've built in the first few overs to dissipate away with the rain. Afghanistan will want to actually win this on the pitch. Obviously, you know, a complete rain off here will send them through to the semi-finals, but that's not how any team will want to get to the next round.
No, of course not. 31 for 3 off 3.2 overs. Loads of threes in there already. Litton Das is batting while he's out there on 13 off 8. And 3 batters dismissed. Fazalhaq Farooqi dismissed. Tanzid for naught. LBW. It was reviewed. The review vindicated the decision of the on-field umpire. And then Najibullah Hussain Shanto went for 5, caught in the deep. And shortly after, Shakib Hasan, very next ball in fact, was dismissed as well. Beautiful caught and bowled from Naveen-ul-Haq. He was so good a couple of nights ago. Has he got some inspiration in him today? Fazalhaq Farooqi, absolutely outstanding, extending his lead at the top of that top wicket takers pile. Well, there's lots happening at Bangladesh. They just have to hit. They're up with the rate as well. They just need to go at 9s. Just under 9 and over gets them to the semi-final. If they can go at 9s for 12 overs, they'll be there. It's a difficult pitch to bat on, but they still do have batting to come. Litton Das is out there alongside Tawhid Ridway. Somi Saka came up, didn't he? But they've still got Tawhid Ridway to come, and they've still got Mahmudullah to come, and they've still got Rashid Hussain to come. So lots of batting options still for Bangladesh.
Yeah, the big hitters are yet to come, and perhaps the tactic has been to try and save those batters to the final few overs, face the Afghanistan's fifth bowler maybe, and look to sort of seal the chase towards the end of it. Personally, I might have shuffled the order up, looked at maybe sending a pinch hitter out just to give Bangladesh a bit more of a foundation. But weirdly, as things stand, they are up with the run rate required to try and get there in 12 overs, albeit 3 wickets down. And in terms of winning across the 20 overs, should we get a full 20 over game, they are well set. Obviously, that would mean Australia goes through some other teams playing today here would win. So we have a potential thing of seeing 2 disappointed teams walking off the pitch.
Well, we're more than halfway through this final Super 8s team, and there are still 3 teams in contention for that final semi-final slot. What a tournament this has been. There's going to be a bit of a delay for rain here right now. It has lightened up a little bit, but the start isn't imminent. While we have this delay, with Bangladesh at 31 for 3 off 3.2 overs, they need 85 of 100 to win this game. Although that wouldn't be enough to qualify, they'd need 85 more off that 12.1 over mark. That's the thing to keep in mind. 71 balls in total. I beg your pardon, 73 balls in total. This has been a fantastic tournament. It's been co-hosted by the West Indies and the USA, with games in Florida, Dallas and New York, with interest surging after the USA qualified for the Super 8s after a thrilling Super Over win over Pakistan. Brett Jones is the chief executive of the T20 World Cup USA Organising Committee, and he's been talking to the Test Match Special Team to reflect on how the tournament has gone in the country.
It's been unbelievable. I don't think you could have scripted, as you said, a better outcome for cricket in the USA to see their team go through to the Super 8s. So, it's been definitely had its challenges. The pitch in Nassau. We've had weather down here in Florida. We had weather in Dallas. So the US is a big country. But, to the credit of everyone involved, from volunteers that have really jumped in, I think we've seen there's definitely a passion for the game in the US. And importantly, a lot of the fans that have turned out are domestic fans travelling within the US. So I think there's something really there for the future to tap into.
In Nassau County, I was there for all the games, 8 games there. And, we can mither about the pitch. I mean, we've sort of gone over that to death, really. It's very difficult. You put together a temporary venue, you've got to get a pitch from somewhere. Yep. In truth, you probably need longer to bed it in, but do you get that time? You perhaps don't. But what to me was really impressive was the quantity of people coming in. And I'm talking about games that, I've done World Cups in other parts of the world, and you don't get many for South Africa against the Netherlands unless you're playing in South Africa.
And that's really well put, and we're really pleased to see that. I think it was 14,000 came in to watch that game. We'd hoped, and the way it was designed, it's a credit to the venue development team. We felt every day the transport options in, the way the ground opened up, saw the stands fill, especially for the general attendance on all games. And anecdotally, yes, it took a couple of sessions to get used to the transporting and the bomb sweeps and all those sort of things that were needed, and very much so. We really thank the Nassau County Police for that security. But in the end, we started getting really good operating, functioning venues. So, there is a real blueprint there for the future of cricket. There's LA 28, which is going to need to find a venue. And as you said about the pitch, I think that'll still be one for those that really know it to understand what could have been tweaked. We had the training wickets playing really well, only 10 minutes away. For whatever reason, as is the nature of cricket wickets, this just didn't quite respond the way Damien wanted. But I thought, it was still close, entertaining cricket at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the issues really is that in building the ground, it doesn't give a lot of opportunity for the ground staff to get onto the surface, does it? Because you had to build the entire stadium, and it's hard to describe how impressive it is when you think that was a park. It's a field. I mean, it's for people back in England, imagine going to Regent's Park. And then you go away from Regent's Park. You go back to wherever you live, and you come back 5 months later, and suddenly there's a 34,000 seat stadium plonked in the middle of it.
That's it. If you can imagine just seeing a cricket strip in the middle, that park was used for cricket by the local Long Island Cricket Club. They had cricket on there every weekend whenever they could get on, and 3 months later, from I think February 19, the first bit of solid infrastructure went up. February 5th, I think it was, that we started getting the field ready in in terms of creating the oval shape, all of a sudden there's a World Cup being played. So it was a real credit to everyone that was involved. I don't think there's too many negatives. The India-Pakistan game, and then I think really the India-USA game at the end of the tournament was a real celebration, I think, for what had been achieved. And I think there was a really positive spirit that went out of it. When that all goes away, there's still going to be a cricket pitch there, and the locals are going to be able to play on a World Cup field.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. And so the legacy there, because it's so mind-boggling for us to understand. I mean, been in and out that stadium so often. The stadium's going to be dismantled completely. So can you describe what the legacy is of that venue?
Yeah.
I mean, both in terms of, what will be left and how you might evaluate legacy.
Yeah, no, great question. So in terms of that field, we'll have the irrigated field set up. So it's irrigated, drainage, that will stay as an oval. So we're going to put a synthetic field in there, pitch in the middle for the locals to use. We spoke about maintaining one of the turf pitches in there, but ultimately it just needs that curation and expertise, and that isn't quite there yet. And over at Canny Oak Park with the training nets, there's going to be all the netting infrastructure will stay, and we'll put synthetic wickets in there, and we'll end up with a 6-lane training facility for the local cricket clubs, which is something that they haven't had to date. So hopefully that's a great opportunity to allow the usage to continue, and I think it'll be a real become their number one field in many ways for many years to come, to say they're playing on the World Cup field.
But again, I suppose there's another side of that legacy, which is that you've suddenly engaged potentially hundreds of thousands of fans. I mean, over the course of those 8 games, I can think of 3 games that add up together, you get to 80,000. So I can't remember all the attendances, but you'll be over 100,000 ticket sales easily there.
Yeah, no. Look, I think in terms of tickets distributed and sold, we're well over 200,000. I think, we were nudging close to about 140,000 at Nassau. Dallas was an exceptional turnout across all the games, and it's a really great facility. And, we would have gone close to having 9,000 to 10,000 in here at Broward yesterday for the Indian game if it had got up. So I think we talked before about the fan base. I think what it tells us is we know people love cricket in the USA. The real challenge is to unite that through sort of the USA Cricket banner, and understand the infrastructure needs from both community all the way up to sort of semi-professional into the national ranks, to really allow cricket to thrive, because there's certainly a demand for it here in the US.
So how do you harness that though? Because as you said, you're a local organising committee. You're not USA Cricket.
Yeah.
You basically hand over cricket in at the USA to USA Cricket after this. So are you able to take intelligence's lessons learned and engagement with the fans, so that USA Cricket takes up the mantle, or Major League Cricket? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's going to take. I think it's going to take a real partnership. I mean, certainly, we've got a few months until we wrap it up, and we want to make sure that as much of what we can pass over and build those relationships, and just little things like even the blueprint of this ground, that there's a training facility here. Who else wants to come and use it, and how does it get activated? They're all the bits that we really want to make sure are passed on, and we'll do as much as we can with USA Cricket to make sure that happens.
When you look back on all of this, and it must have been quite a sort of culture shock coming as you did from Australia. From Queensland, am I right?
Yeah, I was in Queensland before we came over here, but married to a US girl, so we moved late 2023 to Massachusetts. Yeah,
to Massachusetts, right? Yeah. So close enough, I guess, to Nassau County. When you look back on that and you think about what you've achieved here, what are you able to sort of crystallise as the major achievements? And on top of that, we always look back on things and think, maybe if I'd known that, I would have done something slightly different. What do you reckon you've learned from the whole process?
I think what we've learned is, and I said this to some people the other night, that at its fundamentals, cricket's a game about community. And I think what we've learned in the US is that holds true in the US as well. So whether it be the kids coming out for the anthem, the volunteers that have been directing people, the fact that, when grass was being laid and washed to go down on pitches all across the US to get net facilities up, people came out of the woodwork. So I think the biggest lesson we've learned is if the vision's big enough and we're willing to spend the time, I think, cricket can really grow. And I think the learning point, though, is that we don't want to keep having to, every time an event comes, put a lot of effort in to get infrastructure up. So we've got to find a real infrastructure story here in the US to make sure it's easier for broadcast, radio, everyone to come and really put cricket on the map into the future.
The Olympics, I guess, will be a spur for that, won't it? Because they're going to need facilities. Will you then liaise with the LA Olympic Organising Committee? Would that be how that would work?
Yeah, look, and that's already happening. I know they came and visited through Nassau. They had a number of their team, both from IOC and LA28, visiting and understanding how the facility works. So, I'm sure that'll be a story into the future, and we'd love to see, training grounds, etc. available in the lead up to the Olympics as well.
You're a human with emotions.
Yeah.
What have been your favourite moments so far?
I got to admit, watching the Super Over USA-Pakistan was just incredible. I think it really gave this tournament, the burst of energy it really needed. The national anthem, USA-India, I think, again, was a really special moment, live singer, and to see the way that sort of, captivated. And then my other favourite things are just, honestly, the anthem kids and seeing the great diversity that the US has, but the diversity of the game in the world as well. So,
thank you so much for joining us. It's been great talking to you. Congratulations on a terrific tournament. You've done fantastic work here in the States, pulling off all these games with a lot of challenges, with a lot of weather, and just having to build an entirely new stadium in the middle of a giant park. I don't know how you did it. No. Thanks ever so much. It's been great being here.
Thank you, and thanks for all your support.
Cheers.
Well, that was Brett Jones there, Chief Executive of the T20 World Cup USA Organising Committee, just reflecting on the fact that we've had a World Cup in the USA for the first time ever, co-hosts with the West Indies. Sure, there were challenges, of course, namely the pitches, particularly in New York, but overall, I think it was pretty much a success. We've got some really good crowds down in New York and in the USA. Bit of a shame that all the games in Florida, or most of the games in Florida, were rained off. That was unfortunate. Don't often get such weather in Florida that time of year, but it's been a really varied and interesting World Cup, and a big part of that has been the different grounds and different conditions that we've got to play in. Now, if you're just joining us right now, expecting to catch some of Bangladesh's run chase against Afghanistan, we have had some high drama in St Vincent tonight. Both sides in with a shout of getting through to the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup. Afghanistan just have to win. Bangladesh have to win, and win heavily. But at the moment, they are still in with a shout of doing that. All results still very much on the table. We're off for rain. Afghanistan made 115 for 5 off their 20 overs. That is it on a pitch that looks quite difficult to bat on. The surfaces in general in St Vincent have been like that. So the target 116. Bangladesh, though, can't just win in order to go through. They have to win in 12.1 overs. So they've got to be very, very quick in terms of their run chase. And after 3.2 overs, we've just gone off for rain for the second time, in fact, today. And they are 31 for 3. They've already lost Tanzil Hasan, Najm Hossain Shanto, and Shakib Al-Hassan. First ball. Litton is still there on 13 not out. He's been joined by Sumya Shaka back into the side. He is 6 not out. So we don't have a completed game at the moment. If we get to 5 overs aside, though, we will, and then it will get very interesting. The good news is it has stopped raining and the covers have come off. So we do think we're going to be restarting in just over 10 minutes' time, about 12 or 13 minutes, hopefully, if we get no more rain. I'm Matt Kabir-Floyd. I'm alongside Roshan Alam to look ahead to what we might see over the next few deliveries. And from Bangladesh's point of view, Roshan, this would be incredible, wouldn't it? If they can pull this off and get through to a T20 World Cup semi-final, from where they were coming into this World Cup, they lost to the USA. Yeah. The first time the USA have beaten a full member in a series. They lost the series 2-1. Expectations were extremely low. They scraped through the group as well. It was a tough group with Sri Lanka and South Africa, Netherlands, Nepal, all in it. But they managed to squeak through some very tight games. The batting wasn't really working. And yet, if we get a full game in here, we don't lose any overs. I mean, even if we lose overs, they've got a great shout. They've got an opportunity to go to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take the performance of a lifetime. It's going to take their performance of the tournament. But yeah, you're absolutely spot on. Bangladesh's T20 sort of form wasn't the best coming into this tournament over the past couple of years. I think it's fair to say they've had like flashes of brilliance. Nazimullah Hussain Shanto took over as captain. They beat England 3-0 in a home series, which seemed to really kind of get everyone really quite excited. And then since then, they've had like the odd wins in amongst series losses that, included a win at New Zealand away. And I think that got everyone really excited because suddenly we had this pace bowling attack that could take wickets and win matches. Litton was amongst the runs. Nazimullah Hussain Shanto was amongst the runs. But what's sort of happened since then is those form players have just not been able to find their way back. They've not been able to kind of find runs. The BCB, the Bangladesh Cricket Board, hastily organised sort of pre-tournament matches series against Zimbabwe and then the US of A. But even, the players, Shakib Hasan was very vocal in criticising that as preparation, going, actually, a 5-match series against Zimbabwe is not preparation. They haven't qualified for this World Cup. We're not going to be tested. Same with the USA. Excuse me. But then that USA series ended up being quite an eye-opener and actually a wake-up call for Bangladesh, because Bangladesh would have known that they were out of form, but I don't think they would have realised how out of form they were. And I think that USA series probably woke up a few departments. And then, through this tournament, they beat Sri Lanka, great. They beat the teams they were expected to beat, Netherlands and Nepal, and that was enough to get them through to the Super 8 stages. And that really was the kind of, the kind of low bar setting of ambition for Bangladesh to get to the Super 8s. So if they manage to get to the semi-final today, it'll be remarkable. They'll have done it without being anywhere near one of the best teams in the tournament. But I think that's just the joy of tournament cricket, isn't it? Anything can happen.
And they'll have done it without big contributions so far from some of their big players. Shakib, for example, has been almost anonymous. He's taken 3 wickets, 150 with the bat, 64 not out against the Netherlands, but very little else. Today he got a first baller as well. So it's the younger players, really, that have got them there.
Yeah, and that's all what you want to see. I think Bangladesh have been in this flux kind of transition period for the last few years. That the kind of golden five of Mashrafi Murtaza, Shakib, Tamim, Mushfiq and Mahmudullah, we sort of knew their careers were coming to the end, but I guess none of them really declared any sort of game plan of how that was going to end. Obviously Mashrafi has retired, Tamim has fallen out with the board, but Shakib, Mahmudullah still remain in the T20 side. Shakib jokes about wanting to, well, I say jokes, he says he wants to play another T20 World Cup. He'd be 38, 39, quite possible given his ability, but I think it's really encouraging for Bangladesh to see a group of young players coming through and actually dominating. We've seen Rashid, Hussain, Tanzid, Hasan with the ball, and that for me just kind of shows that Bangladesh are thinking with one eye on the future. Even having Nazimullah Hussain Shanto as captain in a team that has Shakib and Mahmudullah in it is a big call, because he's now guiding senior players and making big decisions. So I think Bangladesh came to this tournament not expecting the most, but definitely have one eye on the future.
We do have confirmation of a start time for you now. It's going to be restarting this run chase at 11:43 local time, which in terms of UK time, that is 4:43. So that's in, 9 minutes time. If the game was to end after 5 overs, and we would get a result, because you need 5 overs of a run chase to have a result. The Duckworth-Lewis par score, by the way, is 35 if Bangladesh are 3 wickets down. So they'd only need 4 more runs off the next 10 balls. So that just shows you that at the moment Bangladesh are ahead of the game in terms of winning the match, but they don't just need to win the match, they need to win it heavily. So if they just win the match, Australia will be going through. I just wonder whether this situation is perfect for Australia, really, because Bangladesh have to win the game so convincingly. They're going to go for it, and they're going to get ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis score. If we get any more rain and we do get a reduced overs aside run chase, it could work out perfectly for Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bangladesh going for it's a stiff target for a team who've struggled to get to scores of 130, 140. Scoring 115 in 12 overs is a big ask. What's great is Bangladesh have gone for it, and they're looking to try and capitalise on the kind of late evening conditions, the fact that it's rained, the outfield's probably slightly wetter, the ball's slightly harder to handle, and they have actually attacked, which is good positive cricket from Bangladesh. What that's meant, though, is high stakes, high risk, and Afghanistan have taken the wickets, and I think we can't discount Afghanistan from the game yet. They are still in it to win it, and I think it's simple for them. They've not got a lot to defend in 20 overs. We keep talking about the 12-over target, but Bangladesh could actually still go on to win this in the full 20 overs. The reason they might not go on to do that is if they keep losing wickets, because they go taking risks and going for the big shots, and I think Afghanistan are playing on that. and using that to their advantage, hence why Bangladesh are 3 wickets down at this stage.
Well, if you're Afghanistan, if you're their bowlers, you've just got to look at the history of this tournament, haven't you? Bangladesh haven't scored more than 159. That's their highest total so far in this competition. Only one player has got a 50. There's been 150. So they've just got to keep putting the pressure on, and you never know. That's what you've got to keep saying to yourselves.
Yeah, 100%. I think, two things actually of that. I think firstly, Afghanistan have been sort of the sleeping giants of T20 cricket. We've seen their players picked up by franchise teams across the world for years now, in the IPL and far wider. It was only a matter of time till this sleeping giant woke up and applied itself as an international outfit. So I kind of think, this is their time, this is their kind of calling, this is actually the golden generation coming together potentially, and it would be amazing to see that narrative and their story, see them through to the knockouts, the final four of the World T20, and for Bangladesh, I think Bangladesh at T20 World Cups has always been a very sorry story. I think there's a very deceptive stat that says, they've always got to the second round, but that's because the format's changed, and previously the first round would always be largely against lower ranked associate nations before the bigger teams came in for the Super 8s or Super 10s or Super 12 stages, as it's been sort of renamed in various iterations of the tournament. So yeah, I think Afghanistan, this would be remarkable for them, and I think, apart from maybe Australia and Bangladesh, I think the rest of the cricketing world is probably willing them on tonight.
Well, it'd be remarkable for both sides, wouldn't it? I mean, even more remarkable for Bangladesh when you look at the equation. Just a reminder that they have to win this in 12.1 overs to get through to the semi-final. So the target's 116. They're currently 31 for 3 off 3.2. So just under 9 overs left. They've got to chase this down, and they've got to do it in 8.5 overs, and they need 85 more. So it's just under 10 and over. It's very doable.
Yeah, it's going at it full blast. I think it's doable. I think we just haven't seen Bangladesh do it, and I think that's going to be the kind of interesting thing. But this is a team that can play well when they're against the ropes. They always there's a saying in Bangladesh cricket media, getting the Tigers roar when they're up against it. And what a time it would be to turn on the performance of a lifetime, to get through to the semi-finals. And I think they've got the players to do it. Looking at the kind of batting order, they've gone with kind of the standard top four as you'd expect. Well, I've sort of said earlier in the programme that I think they should have shuffled the order, but with Mahmudullah to come, with Rashid Hussain to come, I think Bangladesh have got the big hitters laid down the order to try and chase this and try and make an absolute game of this. And it's good to see them going for it. Even seeing Shoma Sharka, who's not been in the team particularly through this whole tournament, come in and look to launch the ball over mid-off. That's a good sign. It's fearless cricket, the sort of fearless cricket that I think Bangladesh should have been playing from the start.
The drainage there at the Arnos Fell ground is clearly very good because they've been able to get the covers off quickly and get the players out there relatively quickly as well on both occasions that we've had this delay. We say that it's very gettable, just over 9 and over. They need to get to their target in the required time and go through to the semi-finals. But this pitch has been a bit too paced. It's been taking off from a length quite regularly. We've seen the odd one scuttle through low. So you don't want to let the required rate get up to about 11, 12, because that is more like, say, 15, 16 on a pitch that is a bit truer in terms of bounce.
Yeah, there was definitely movement earlier on. We saw Bangladesh's pacers quite enjoying, the conditions that they were bowling on and challenging the Afghan batsmen, giving them something to think about. And I imagine Farooqi and Naveen-ul-Haq were watching and with sort of licking their lips and probably thinking, God, I'd fancy go on that. And both of them have already taken wickets early on in their first 2 overs. And so, yeah, there's a lot more to be said about this pitch. It'll be interesting to see how the rain affects it. They're obviously a slightly wetter ball, a wet outfield. It's not the particularly, the nicest to sort of bowl on. There's some talk of dew in the evening in these sort of day-night games as well. So I think the ball's going to be a little bit harder to handle in the field and potentially for the bowlers. And I think that's something that Bangladesh will hopefully look to capitalise on.
And that could be a problem for Afghanistan's spinners. I mean, the seamers are obviously operating at the moment. Both of their opening bowlers, Naveen and Fazalhaq, have been very, very impressive. But it is generally the spin bowling that has been the engine room for Afghanistan over the years. You've got 4 spin options: Rashid Khan, Mohammad, Nabi. You've got Noor Ahmad, and you've got Karoti as well, a left-arm spinner. So I just wonder, with the rain and with the dew, whether that means he might bowl a bit more seam, like he did against Australia when Naib bowled 4 overs rather out of the blue, and it was a great decision. He picked up 4 wickets.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he fluctuates, how Rashid Khan fluctuates his bowling decisions. I imagine he'll still want to give his spinners a run out and look to use kind of other forms of variety. I mean, I my sort of go-to in these sort of situations whenever there's due in games in Bangladesh is Shakib Hasan bowling slower, straighter balls to deceive the batters. So I think Afghanistan definitely have enough up their sleeve to try and squeeze a win out of this game, despite the conditions. But you have to feel that the conditions are going to be far harder than they would have preferred.
Well, they actually do have 9 bowling options, Afghanistan. Gurbaz, who's off the field, having been struck on the knee in the first over. Wicket-keeping, Mohammad Ishaq, 19-year-old reserve keeper, is on. So the keeper and Ibrahim Zadran, by my reckoning, are the only ones that can't bowl. The rest of them all offer something. So he's got seam options too. It's Farooqi, it's Naveen, he's also got Janat, he's got Omarzai, and he's got Naib, who will certainly bowl, having picked up 4 wickets against Australia. So spoil for choice, really, Rashid Khan. Interesting to see what he'll do. The players are out there now. We're ready to go. Litton facing up to the first ball of the resumption. We haven't lost any overs. It's still 20 overs aside. The score is 31 for 3 off 3.2 overs. 5 overs constitutes a match. If Bangladesh get up to 35 and they're still 3 down, they'll be ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis score, but they need to win big. That's not good enough for them. It's only good enough for Australia. Here's Fazalhaq Farooqi, 3rd ball of the 4th over. Pushed forward defensively by Litton. Diving stop on the gully line by Naveen-ul-Haq. Keeps them down to just 1. Score moves on to 32 for 3. Fazalhaq coming around the wicket to the right-hander. He has found a bit of swing. Wonder if we'll see the same amount of swing now. Whether we'll see the same amount of variable bounce as well. All eyes on the pitch, all eyes on what the ball is doing.
Yeah, you almost expect him to use the remainder of the order just to sort of put the feelers out and see how it's moving post-rain delay. Be interesting to see if that delay has affected either team, either the opportunity to recoup or losing momentum. These things can go either way.
First slip is in, quite wide. Here comes the leading wicket taker in the competition. Farooqi bangs it in short. It's cut to the man at backward point, and they come through for a very quick single indeed. Wow, Litton, he must have been backing up pretty aggressively there to get through. He went straight away and he was home comfortably. The throw came in from Omarzai, slightly bobbled it in his hand, but yeah, very aggressive running there.
Yeah, looking like a bit of extra bounce there from Naveen-ul-Haq, and Shaka was straight out of the crease, and Litton, I think slightly relaxed in his running there, so they'll need to tighten that up if they're to stay in this.
Fazalhaq around the wicket to the right-handed Litton, who plays this gorgeously through the offside, but there is protection behind square, almost like a more square, deep third, effectively. So well-placed fielder, just the 1 run for Litton, but nice timing from him. 1 over left in the 4th over. So 1 ball left in the 4th over, rather. Still quite a bit of a breeze going across, which is a slight worry, because when there is a breeze like that, you can just get showers blown in quite quickly. It's been like that all the way through this match. Sumya Saka on strike. Good start by him. 7 off 4 balls. Back into the side. Big job for the experienced left-hander. Full on middle stump. It's picked up in the air to the leg side boundary rider Rashid Khan, who comes around, can't prevent the batters taking 2. So the score for every delivery of that over, including a couple of wides, is 36 for 3 off 4 overs. They're going at 9 and over at the moment. Bangladesh just need to keep wickets in hand.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as their required run rate goes, if they're looking to try and get this in 12 overs, a good over with 12 runs there. A little bit less movement in the pitch, though, I thought, for Farooqi. He was banging them in slightly short, getting a bit of extra bounce, but very, very straight deliveries in the end, looking to try and pin Shaka in his crease there, which was flicked away onto the next side. So, yeah, I wonder whether this pitch has just turned a little bit and it's not going to help the Afghans in their natural style of play.
Might be skidding on a bit more, definitely. and it'll be interesting to see what the spinners get out of it. It's going to be Naveen-ul-Haq to continue, though. His third over. He's picked up 2 for 16 already. Here he is, wide of the crease to Das, who forces off the back foot to Noor Ahmed at cover, has a shy at the stumps. It's no run. Naveen-ul-Haq has had a good tournament. He's been kind of in the slipstream of Fazalhaq Farooqi. He's been brilliant leading wicket taker in the whole competition, but take nothing away either from Naveen. He's been really, really good. Supported the left-arm seamer well. They've added an extra dimension to this Afghanistan attack, these 2 opening bowlers. They really have. Ball's very wide of the crease. Big, expansive drive from Litton Das. And again, the ball doesn't really get up, goes through on the bounce to the keeper. So there is still that variable bounce.
Yes. Yeah, it's a great build-up of a team, actually. You think Afghanistan, great opening batters, great opening bowlers, and that's not a bad place to be building an international team around at all, is it?
No, it's a simple formula, isn't it?
Yeah,
you
really
have to rely too much on the others if your openers can do the job. But they've also got an absolutely gun spin attack to go on top of that. Naveen-ul-Haq bangs it in short. Up and over the offside goes Litton Das. There's no fielder out there. It's going to be 4 runs. Bad delivery. Did not bowl to his field there, Naveen-ul-Haq. No fielder on the offside, on the boundary. We're still in the power play, of course, and Litton Das shimmied down the track and then played off the back foot over cover point.
That was a horrendous ball. Banged it in short, banged it in wide. If you put it there, Litton Das is going to hit it, and he does. He'll be disappointed not to have got the maximum there, but he'll take 4 runs.
Bangladeshi super fans are in the house. Young Tiger follows him around everywhere. He's looking nervous, he's looking intense. 40 for 3. Play and a miss. Another drive from Litton Das. This time couldn't find the middle of the bat, couldn't find the bat at all. Quite an awkward, isn't he, Naveen, sometimes to the right-hander, because he angles in at you, but he bowls from very wide of the crease, so you probably always feel like the ball's coming into you, and then occasionally the ball just holds its line.
Yeah, really sort of slingy action there, but he did well there to sort of correct from the previous ball, bring it in tighter to Litton Das, who swings and misses, so a good response from Naveen, having been hit for a boundary previous ball.
2 balls left in Naveen's 3rd over. Litton Das goes aerial again, just gets it over mid-off. Who's after it? Mohammad Nabi pulls the ball back in. Maybe a slightly slower outfield now after all that rain, and they come back for 2.
Yeah, didn't quite get hold of that Litton until he sort of reached for the ball. I think he might have hit the toe of the bat. I know he middled it, but slightly edged it a little bit. And yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. The pitch looking a little bit sluggish there. The ball hitting the grass and all the momentum going, it sort of drizzles its way towards the boundary but doesn't quite make it. That's going to make it difficult for Bangladesh, actually. So maybe this the rain delay and the weather conditions are going to affect both sides.
But the ball's going to get soggy, isn't it? And that's not good for the bowlers at all. Here's Naveen once more, wide of the crease, angled into off stump. It's dragged to the leg side along the ground by Litton Das. There is protection out there, deep mid wicket. So he just takes 1 and will keep the strike. 5 overs gone, 43 for 3. So if the game was to finish right now, Bangladesh would win the match because they're ahead on Duckworth-Lewis, but they would not win the match sufficiently to go through to the semi-finals. Australia would go through. So Australia right now, I'd imagine they're back in their hotel, probably not too far away in St Lucia, watching the game, and they're probably feeling quite good. Nervous, but quite good. Roshan's going to have a bit of a blow. Frankie Mackay's coming in for the next 10 overs if we get another 10 overs. This is incredible, isn't it? It's so tense because you've got all these extra elements. You know, it's not just about winning or losing. It's about Bangladesh getting over the line in 12.1 overs. It's about the added complication of Australia wanting Bangladesh to win the game, but not to win the game so convincingly. First sign of spin, here's Nabi. They think about a single, the ball is pushed out to the leg side, but the veteran off-spinner runs the ball down and throws it back into the keeper. No run. It's just so tense, isn't it? everywhere.
Feels it, and even look on players' faces, there's just that little hint of tension. It's not the same free-flowing smiles, little bit of banter between each other. It looks tense out in the middle.
Because the World Cup semi-finals are on the line. Nabi, lovely little shape to his off-spin. They're going to come through for a quick single down to short third. Comfortable in the end. The throw comes in to the bowler's end. Doesn't hit the stumps. And it means that the left-handed Shaka will be on strike. Interesting, he's gone to Nabi first. Rashid Khan of his spinners. Nabi does like to bowl in the power play, though. Maybe less that can go wrong with the regulation off spinner with a slightly wet ball, just to gauge how things are going for the spinners. Really wily campaigner, isn't he, Nabi? Vastly experienced, most capped Afghan player in T20 internationals. 128th game for him today. Here he is around the wicket to Shaka, who goes to reverse sweep and almost picks out Fazalhaq Farooqi at short third, but the ball just bounces in front of him. Another wicket now, and Afghanistan may even be back ahead in terms of where this game is heading. You just got to keep taking wickets.
It's as easy as that. As easy as that.
Got to keep attacking with fields. This is, I tell you what, that's going to be interesting. They're taking a quick single here, and there was a stumping opportunity before that. The ball was driven into the pitch by Nabi. Shaka ending up playing it into the ground, but it found its way to the keeper. Shaka went to set off for a single. Ishak, who's the substitute keeper, took the bails off, but did he take them off before Shaka had left his ground? Yes, he did. So then afterwards, the ball rebounded out into the infield and Shaka came through for a single. Hectic. We've seen a few hectic moments today. We really have. 2 balls left in the power play, meanwhile, and it's Das back on strike, goes for a big slog sweep in the air, out to the leg side boundary. Round comes Ibrahim Zadran. They think about 2. Saka gets sent back. End result, just the 1. And Litton Das is on his knees. Everyone needs a breather.
Yeah, the hectic nature continues. Swung away into the leg side and was hoping to push and come back for the second, but loses his footing on the now slightly damp, slightly slippery surface. Ends up on a knee, and it's just the single.
Yeah, might have been comfortable too there had he not lost his footing. Big swing from Sumya Saka. How did they not bowl him? He went for a big slog sweep, and the ball bounces over middle stump pretty much. That was lucky. So the power play is done. Bangladesh 46 for 3. They need to chase down 116 in 12.1 overs. So they're effectively halfway through their innings. And they need to keep swinging, but they need to keep wickets in hand.
There's just so much going on to think about, and then the rain just adds another layer to it. But interestingly, I like the move to go to Mohammad Nabi within the power play, and there was still a little bit of spin there. Talked about the surface perhaps quickening up after that little rain shower, a little slick on top of it, and maybe perhaps the ball getting a little damp, so spinners not able to have as much of an impact. But there was still the ability for the off spinner to get the ball off the straight. So there's still something there for the spinners, which is what Afghanistan in this situation, it's what they need.
And what they need is Rashid Khan, and the captain's brought himself into the attack now. Slip in, drags this down short, very short. It's pulled straight and hard by Litton. Out to long on. It's just going to be a single. It's a wild throw in to Mohammad Ishaq. Goes over his head. Rashid Khan not very happy there. You can see, you don't see him drag down that short too often.
Yeah, that's just that is a real misfire. Ball 1. And whether it is just that slightly more difficult for the wrist spinner, the leg spin of Rashid Khan to be able to grip the ball well, to be able to try and impart as much spin as possible. But yeah, maybe just also a little towel of tension and nerves.
And also perhaps a wet ball. The towel is out there. Rashid Khan's got it himself, tucked into his trousers at the back. Will this be a slightly better length second ball? It is, but it's down the leg side, then it might well be a wide that, unless it flicked the pad of Saka. Not too sure yet. We haven't seen a signal. No, it's a dot ball, so it must have just flicked the pad. Here he is again, third ball. This will be a wide. That is down the leg side. Slight bit of turning. He holds his hand up Rashid Khan to the young Ishaq. That's another story, isn't it? Gurbaz had to go off after 1 over, the ball hitting him on the knee. So Ishaq, the 19-year-old reserve keeper, is on. He's bowled him! Rashid Khan has got a big wicket. This one sliding through the defences of Sumya Saka, who went back and tried to clip to the leg side, and the ball crashes into middle and leg. Afghanistan needed that. 48 for 4.
He's a magician. Be there a little bit of nerves, a little bit of tension to start the spell. It doesn't take him long to get one right on the money. Kisses it off the surface. It zips through. The top of middle stump is disturbed. And it's another wicket for Afghanistan. The skipper, he's got the finger up. The celebration gets started. They still believe Afghanistan. Saka, he goes for a run of ball 10. Bangladesh, which way is it going here? 48 for 4.
Well, I think some of the old doubts are going to creep in for Bangladesh, aren't they? It's the batting that's let them down so far in this tournament. Some of the fans are looking a bit distraught on the boundary. They know that this batting line, they're going to have to come through under real pressure, and they've been struggling to do that so far in this tournament. Reminder, the top score, their highest total is just 159. They don't need that many this time around, but they do need to score quickly. They need to get to 116 in 12.1 overs. We've had 6.3 overs, and they're 48 for 4. Tawheed Hridoy, who is their leading scorer in the competition, 139 runs for him. Decent strike rate compared to others too, of 126. He comes in, talented young batter. This is an important innings for him, isn't it? He cuts first ball nicely out to deep backward point for a single, off the mark straight away.
Yeah, he's busy. He's a busy cricketer, Tawheed Hridoy, and that's why they like him in this middle order. He's very good against the spin as well. It's a great time for him to be coming in, and perhaps just allows then Litton to be able to face the majority of strike as well, to be able to try and play that more aggressive role, because it is needed.
Googly, Litton picks it, he goes back and works to the leg side. They might think about 2 here. No, it's just going to be 1. And you think running hard is going to be quite important, isn't it? I mean, we saw Afghanistan do that, particularly the openers early on, a lot of 2s into the leg side, and that will have the added benefit of making the ball wet as well, which will not be ideal for Rashid Khan and the other bowlers of Afghanistan. This is tossed up more again. It's a googly, picked by Hridoy. He works off the front foot, behind square on the leg side. It's another single, so a wicket for Rashid Khan in his first over, and he goes for only 5 runs. 7 overs gone, 51 for 4. They've got 5.1 overs left in which to chase down 116. Which camp would you rather be in right now, Frankie?
I think I'd rather be Bangladesh camp, if I'm really honest. At least you know exactly what the target is, and there's just no position to die wondering. I think often T20 cricket, it's that feel of the in-between. Do I go, don't I go? That feeling of responsibility on your shoulders that can at times weigh really heavily. At least Bangladesh, your destiny's in your own hands here. You can go out and have just a time out, a day out, a few overs of just being fantastic, and all of a sudden you're in a semi-final. So for me, I like that. It feels like there's a few more pieces of the puzzle that could go wrong if you're the Afghanistan side.
Tawheed Hridoy on strike to Mohammad Nabi's second over. His first went for only 3. Bit of a false start. Tawheed not happy with someone moving behind the screen or something like that. What a moment for him. Played a big role, actually, in the win against Sri Lanka. Big innings in that one. He moves across his stumps onto the offside. He gets tucked up, though, by Nabi. No run, just clipped to mid-wicket. Yeah, 40 off 20 balls he made against Sri Lanka. And that could be a crucial win for them. That was the win that got them out of the group, effectively. Good bit of bowling this from Nabi, isn't it? I'm sure you appreciate this as a fellow spinner. Bit of bounce and cramping the right-hander for room. 2 dot balls.
Absolutely, especially the finger spinner. I think so often right-hand batters are looking to line up the off-spinner.
Oh, big swing, big top edge. Is this going to be a chance? Short fine comes around, drops it. Tough chance. I think it was Fazalhaq Farooqi. Yeah, it was from short fine. The ball was a top-edged pull, which went almost directly behind the keeper, so he had to run around, but he got there. Once he got there, I feel he should have held there. He got 2 hands to it.
He's made great distance to get to it. He's done all the hard work. He has heared back from a short phone leg, short 45, and almost he's actually overrun it. He's had to go reverse carp up by the shoulder, and that's hit the hands hard and gone down.
Fridoy gets 2. He has a life. Same again. He's top-edged again. Same shot, but this one's gone over the keeper's head, and it's not going to be a chance. And it should have been stopped by Noor Ahmed, but he's made a complete hash of it. Coming around from short third, his knee got stuck in the turf, and he's just parried the ball over the line for 4. So rubbing salt into the wound there. A full shot, and it's gone for 4. Should have only been 2.
How often do you see that as well after the dropped catch? How often does the next ball go for a boundary? That one should have been stopped again. Done all the hard work to get there in plenty of time. It's just the slide that goes wrong. Gets both knees into the action, and just the little tip onto the boundary.
This time he connects with the slog sweep. Is there a man out there? No, it's in between. Both deep backward square leg and deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce, 4. Wow, it's all happening now since Tawheed came to the crease. He means business here. He's had a bit of luck, but that one was right out the middle.
Well, that's what he will do. He will look to utilise the sweeps, look to utilise space. He's great between the wickets, great at finding areas to be able to run hard, but he's got sneaky power as well. He's not the biggest hitter, but he's got more than enough to be able to find the boundary.
It is hot out there. Tossed up by Nabi, and again it's some loose fielding. Mid-wicket lets this one go through him, and they're going to come back for 2. Should have been a dot ball, so Nabi will not be happy with that. First 2 balls with dots. 12 off the next 4 deliveries, including some false shots, and Fridoy was dropped by Farooqi on 2. He's now on 14 already off 8 balls. That could be massive.
Huge. And that's just that sometimes that little bit of impetus that you need, someone to come out and play with that real freedom. They know the target, know exactly what they need, and it's just about going out there and being prepared to put yourself out there, being prepared to chance your arm, play to your strengths as much as possible. And for Fridoy, that is all around being busy, all around finding space. Doesn't need to be 6s, but he will hit 4s, and plenty of them if he's given the chance.
Bangladesh need 53 more of 4.1 overs, and they are through to the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup. Slog sweep attempted by Litton. Hits him on the pad and pops out to short fine. They come through for a leg by. Rashid Khan probably going to bowl himself out here, isn't he? You would think Afghanistan have got to bowl out Bangladesh, otherwise they're not going to win the game.
Have to, absolutely have to. The coaches are feeling the pressure too.
This could be a chance. Swung away to deep mid-wicket, straight down the throat of Ibrahim Zadran. And it's 5 down now, Bangladesh. And because Bangladesh have to chase this down in 12.1 overs, they're going to give chances, and that could open the door for Afghanistan, who, of course, are still trying to get to the semi-finals themselves.
And it's just that reminder. Bangladesh 5 down now. It's just 5 pieces of good cricket from Afghanistan. Hold their nerve. It is a comfortable catch at deep mid-wicket, and it is a hard task to try and take on the wizard that is Rashid Khan. He picks up yet another wicket and keeps Afghanistan in the game. It was bright and breezy. Tawheed Fridoy goes for 14 off just 9. Bangladesh, half their side gone now with 64 on the board.
Well, that was a very entertaining 9 balls, wasn't it? I mean, I think he basically played the slog sweep every ball, didn't he? The occasional pull shot in there. But he wanted to get on with things. And now, look at this. You've got Mahmudullah, the veteran, coming in with his salt and pepper beard. He's probably a bit more salt than pepper these days, isn't he? 38 years young. He's been around for years. He has been their finisher for a long time. Can he finish off one of the most crucial situations that he would have ever been in to get his side to a T20 World Cup semi-final? It could be made for him. If you're a Bangladesh fan, that's the guy you want to see coming out.
Absolutely it is. And it's just that time that sometimes you have to believe a little bit in the fairy tale. As you said, such an experienced cricketer. Hasn't had the best T20 World Cup this time around, but it is that experience that is so vital. He has been there, done that, got the T-shirt. Now it's time to see if he can have a big impact on this game.
Rashid Khan in again, starts with a googly. is cut away by Mahmudullah for a single to Noor Ahmed on the gully line on the offside. There are just nervous faces wherever you look. Jonathan Trott has a face like thunder at the moment. And did I catch him out the corner of my eye, like throwing his book or something, or whacking a wall?
Booting a chair.
He's an angry man. Short cut, but not connected with by Litton Das. Is taken by the keeper. Valuable dot ball. Rashid Khan is 2 for 6 off 1.4 overs. You sense that his final few deliveries are going to be absolutely key here. Down the track comes Litton Das. That's a sweet strike down the ground. One bounce, 4. He came early, but he came decisively and flat batted that flat and straight. Very, very important boundary for him. Very important boundary for Bangladesh.
That's a great piece of batting. Uses the feet, doesn't get to the pitch of the delivery, doesn't even get close, but commits to it, backs himself to execute and slaps the ball down the ground.
Will he go again to Rashid Khan? This is Fuller, and his cut fine. Pass slip for 4 runs. Really, really good shot that. Might have gone slightly finer than he anticipated, but it's back-to-back boundaries, and Rashid Khan doesn't like it. He's having some words with Litton Das. The Afghanistan captain may be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, just a friendly little discussion between the two. Get themselves warmed up. He's looking for the late cut. Maybe even a little later than he'd planned. Wasn't perfectly executed, but good enough. Gets enough wood on it, and it races away. Back-to-back boundaries to finish the over of 10 coming from it, and it keeps Bangladesh alive.
It really does. 43 needed off 3.1 overs. I would imagine Atif Nawaz is going to have the pleasure of talking you through the end of this match, although you never know. I might be back.
I think you're going to be back. I think you're going to be back, Floydie. I think right now it's Australia looking pretty. I don't know. I think Bangladesh, it's a tough ask, isn't it? 43 of 19 balls. It's possible on his hard work when he got Noor Ahmed coming into the attack. Afghanistan looking to take the attack to Bangladesh. Noor is in, beats the outside edge as the ball goes through to the keeper. There is no run. Well, Australia, they just need Bangladesh to win. The way they look at it, 43 off 66, that's good for Australia. Afghanistan need to win this game, and Bangladesh need to pull off something special in the next 18 balls. Noor in flight, guided nicely by Mahmudullah. Can't beat the fielder at backward point. It's another dot ball. This is what Noor does, Frank. He just whistles through his overs.
Yeah, great start. Great start to the spell. Looking to pile that pressure on. 2 dots to start. He's only picked up the 1 wicket so far in this World Cup, but he can really build some pressure here.
Noor in again, flight to delivery, worked into the onside. Actually, it's Noor who chases it down, makes sure there's no run taken. So Mahmudullah's played 3 dots in a row here. It's not what you want. That equation is still 43 needed from 17 balls. 16 balls. This is full, driven nicely by Mahmudullah. Beautiful piece of timing. It might go to the extra cover boundary for 4. It will. It will. They're alive. They're still alive, Bangladesh. Only just, but they're still alive. 77 for 5 off 9.4. Goodness me, what a game to finish off the Super 8 stage. All 3 teams still in play, Frankie. This is extraordinary.
This is fantastic, and that is silky smooth. That is beautiful through the offside. Gets the long levers out, just caresses it through.
Now then, Noor Ahmed, what can you do? He's got a slip in place still. Short outside the off-stump, cut only as far as backward point on the bounce, and there is no run. Still a very good over from an Afghanistan perspective, and even better over from an Australian perspective, really, because there were runs and dots. Australia want loads of those. Bangladesh need to make something happen in the next 14 balls. Noor in, flighted, leading edge, out towards extra cover. And even though there's a misfield from the captain, Rashid Khan, there is no run. There were yelps of agony there from Rashid Khan. He thought he might have given away a single. He didn't. That's an outstanding start from Noor Ahmed. Just the 4 runs from his over. Bangladesh 77 for 5 off 10 overs. A reminder, Afghanistan, if they win this game, go through to the semi-final of the World Cup. What a journey it would be. I mean, Frankie, if you look at their journey in cricket, Afghanistan, I mean, it's quite remarkable. They became an affiliate member of the ICC back in 2001. In 2009, they played their first ever one-day international. In 2010, they played their first T20 international and their first T20 World Cup. They became an associate ICC member in 2013 and a full member in 2017. Is 2024 going to be the year they make it to their first ever T20 World Cup semi-final? They are close.
That is what they will be hoping for. They have got Bangladesh 5 down, half the job done, and I think that'll be the message. There's tension galore out in the middle. We've also seen from the coaching staff, the dugout, even DJ Bravo, he's got out of the chair, he's standing up now. So the nerves are there, the pressure is there, but is it a chance now for Afghan? Job done. It's a great time, I think, now to be able to have a drinks break, to be able to get your team together at times like this when you're all spread out, you've got 5 men on the boundary, there's that nerves, there's the pressure, but you're all really disconnected. This is such a good time to break the momentum a little bit, bring everyone in, get those game plans really clear, hear from your leaders of the team, and then be able to go out in the next 2 overs. That's where this game's going to be won and lost.
Oh, just see Jonathan Trott there in the dugout. I've watched his whole career. Jonathan Trott, interviewed him many times, and I can confidently say that's the most animated I've ever seen him. Out in the middle, patting players on the back, giving them encouragement. Pats on the back for Fazalhaq Farooqi. Just trying to let them know, you said it, Frankie, it's 5 balls. They need 5 balls, 5 magic balls, 5 wickets, and they make history in this World Cup, which has already been filled with so much history. USA making it to the Super 8s, beating Pakistan in the most dramatic of circumstances. We've seen Nepal push South Africa to the brink. We've seen some extraordinary results. Canada beating Ireland as well. So it's been a good one for associates. Of course, Afghanistan, not that long ago, I just pointed out the timeline, 7 years ago, they were an associate nation themselves. They played their first ever T20 World Cup 14 years ago. This would be extraordinary. What a journey it would be if they could come through. Equally, if Bangladesh can pull this off, that would be quite something as well, because it's difficult, but mathematically, they've still got a shot here of closing in on that place. It's 77 for 5. Rashid Khan in for the 11th over, pulled down the ground by Litton Das. There's a long on fielder in place. They'll just get through for a single. That equation becomes much, much more difficult. They've got another 12 balls to score 28 runs. Is that right? Is my maths right? No, 38 runs. Sorry.
That's better.
Yeah, there we go.
It was overly optimistic the first time around.
Apologies to any Bangladesh fans have given false hope.
False hope, yep.
38 needed off 12 balls for Bangladesh to qualify for the semi-final. Rashid in again. That ball's been pushed off the back foot. It's just going to be a single out towards point. Ball is fielded in the covers. Noor Ahmed does the fielding. And, well, right now, it's looking good for Australia, has to be said. If Bangladesh do go on to win this game beyond that 12.1 over mark, it's Australia who will go through to the semi-finals against South Africa. The other semi-finals already set already. It's England versus India. What a game that's going to be. Later on this week, Bangladesh looking for some runs. Rashid Khan making it exceptionally difficult. That ball, Litton Das can just work to backward point. There is no run. 79 for 5. And with every delivery, Bangladesh's hopes of an unlikely qualification to the semi-finals start to dwindle. That flame of hope is flickering. Rashid in. This is short. Keeps a little bit low. Flicked out towards deep mid-wicket. Will be fielded in the deep by Ibrahim Zadran. Just another single to the score for Bangladesh. And, well, 36 needed off 9 balls.
Yeah, I can't really fathom it, how they've come out after the drinks break. Very watchful so far, these first 4 deliveries.
This has to go for 6. Big swing. Is there an under-edge on that? Big appeal from Rashid Khan. The keeper wants it as well. It's Mohammad, the substitute keeper, who wants it. They desperately want it. They're thinking about the DRS timer. Are they going to go for a review? He's looking at the big screen, Rashid Khan. 3 fielders in conference. Noor, Gulbadin, Ishaq, and they've convinced him. They've gone for the review. They've only got 1 review left, Afghanistan. They've burned one early doors. And well, looking at Jonathan Trott in the dugout, he's gritting his teeth.
Yeah, pacing backwards and forwards. He is unsure, but wicketkeeper Shark, he was sure. He has gone straight up, and he was one of the men trying to convince Rashid Khan to go up.
Well, let's have a look at this. TV umpire Adrian Holstock is across it. That ball just held its line a little bit. Ooh, is there a little something? It feels like there's a noise. It's going to be an ultra edge situation. Oh, here's ultra edge. Let's have a look. Ball passing back. There's an edge. There's a little tickle on ultra edge. What a review from Rashid Khan. Afghanistan have a 6th wicket. Bangladesh, well, their hopes are more or less disappearing, but Afghanistan, their hopes of making history are still very much on. Nitin Menon has to reverse his decision on field, and it's Mahmudullah who's going to have to go. He's going to go back to the dugout with 6 to his name. Big celebrations from Afghanistan. Even Jonathan Trott lets out a yelp of delight. My goodness, are we going to see history here? Frankie Mackay, what are we watching?
Yeah, well, that's how much it means. That's how much it means to the people involved at the moment. Even the coach is celebrating on the sideline, normally trying to be cool, calm and collected, but Mahmudullah, the experience, gone for 6. But we know the new man in Rashid, he hits a long ball and he does not muck around. And this is the time to just come out, and this is free license. This is the time, if you're Bangladesh, your time to make history here as well. It's going to take something special if you are to get your team into that top 4, but if there's someone who can do it, it is the man mountain that is Rashid. He is a tall lad and he hits the ball a long way.
Well, they're going to need 36 runs, Bangladesh, from the next 8 deliveries if they're to qualify for the semi-finals. If they get the 36 runs, I mean, more than those, then it's Australia who are going to go through. And if Afghanistan can take another 4 wickets, they will make it through to the T20 World Cup semi-finals. My goodness, what a World Cup this has been. Rashid Hussain on strike, Afghanistan's captain. Rashid Khan is in, he's bowled him! He's bowled him! Rashid Khan's got 2 and 2! It's leg spinner to leg spinner, and Rashid Khan has made some magic happen. He's got 4 wickets. Bangladesh are 7 down, and Afghanistan are so close they can taste it. So close. 7 wickets down now, Bangladesh. What a delivery from Rashid Khan.
That is simply brilliant. That is exactly what you want from your main bowler. Rahmanullah Gurbaz on the sideline. He is pumped up. He's got the fist pumps going. And it is Rashid Khan who wheels away in that familiar celebration that we have seen oh so many times. Rashid, well, there's so much potential there, but he goes first ball, and Bangladesh now, they are 7 down. A lot of work for them to do, but Afghanistan, they believe they are 3 balls away.
And just from a Bangladesh perspective, mathematically, it's almost impossible now. 36 needed from 7 balls. It's got to be 6s for Bangladesh. Well, never mind 6s, it's hard to get it off the square at the moment because Rashid Khan is all over them like a rash. He's bowled 3 overs, taken 4 wickets. There's still Noor Ahmed's got 3 overs in the armoury as well. You feel like it's got to be these 2 who've got to really tie things up for Afghanistan. Litton is still out there, and crucially, he's on strike here, Frankie Mackay. What's he got in him? I mean, it's a lot to ask. He's got 36 to his name already. He just needs to add another 36 in the next 6 balls, and that's all you got to do. Here's Noor Ahmed. It's down the leg side. Somehow Litton has worked it into the offside for a single. Well, that's remarkable, really. You feel like if he let that go, he'd get a wide down the leg side, but they've taken a single, and now it falls to Tanzid Hasan, the new batter, to try and hit 35 runs from the next 6 balls, which, I mean, I'm as optimistic as the best of them, but I don't think that's going to happen.
That's a bizarre start for mine. You just have to be trying to hit that ball for 6. Your World Cup is dependent on getting these runs in 12.1 overs. Winning the game really doesn't matter.
Here's Noor Ahmed in once again. Beautiful delivery, beats the outside edge, goes through to the keeper, and now, unless there's any additional deliveries, any extras, it's mathematically impossible for Bangladesh to go through to the semi-finals.
And that's, I just don't understand it.
Noor Ahmed in, flighted delivery, another one that turns past the outside edge of Tanzib. Just pulls his bat inside the line of it, really. There wasn't even an attempt to try and smash it to the boundary. Well, it's over now for Bangladesh, but Australia are hoping Bangladesh have got another 35 runs in them somehow. Bangladesh now are playing for Australia.
That's something you didn't think you'd probably be saying.
It's quite remarkable, isn't it? Good morning to everybody joining us on 5 Sports Extra, the BBC Sounds app, and on the ABC. 5:20 in the morning in the UK. What a game. Another one that beats the outside edge from Noor Ahmed. And it's raining as well. My goodness, so much drama. So much drama. The rain is coming down. It's 81 for 7. Jonathan Trott is signaling. He's gesticulating wildly. Oh my God, it's a downpour. It's raining really hard. Now, the DLS, the DLS pass score is 83. They need to get through this over Afghanistan. The slip is down. Oh my God, what is going on? They're all dropping off like flies. The slip fielder is Gulbadin Naib, and he's gone down. He's flat on his tummy. He's got cramp, I think. He's flat on his tummy. He's gripping his hamstring. Jonathan Trott desperately wants the next 2 balls to happen because the DLS pass score is 83. Bangladesh are underneath it. They've got 81 for 7. And the covers are coming on again for the 3rd time in this game. Oh my God, this is way too much drama. For the 3rd time in this game, the covers are coming on at Kingstown, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The square is being covered. I mean, there's so much drama. I mean, I don't know where to begin. I'll just tell you the score. 81 for 7 off 11.4. Bangladesh needed to get to 116 from 12.1 overs. That's not going to happen. It's not possible now with the amount of deliveries left. Australia need Bangladesh to win this game either by DLS or by completing the game, and then Australia will go through. Afghanistan need 3 wickets. Now the DLS pass score is 83. Bangladesh are currently 81 for 7. I don't know if that means the end of the over though. This is the thing. DLS par usually refers to the end of the over. So I'll hold back from saying that if this rain continues and we don't get any more action, I suspect we will, to be honest, but if we don't get any more action, then I think Afghanistan are going to go through to the semi-finals. If it stays this way, Afghanistan will go through to the semi-finals because they're ahead on DLS. And we had a shot of Jonathan Trott in the dugout with a notebook in his hand, signalling. Was he signalling to the slip fielder to go down? I'm just going to bring Matt Kabir-Floyd onto commentary as well right now. Matt, this is an extraordinary game. Now, what was going on there between Jonathan Trott and the first slip fielder?
That was really strange, wasn't it? Jonathan Trott was sort of motioning to go down or pointing down. I don't know whether he meant stay out there or he meant go down or he meant... I don't know what he meant, but one thing is for sure is that Gulbadin Naib first slip suddenly went down like he'd been shot by a sniper, and he hadn't shown any signs of cramp from what I could see before that. But maybe, just maybe, he'd looked up at the scoreboard and he saw that the DLS pass score is 83 and that currently Bangladesh have 81 for 7. Maybe he just decided that he had cramp at that particular moment, or maybe he genuinely did. I don't know. But it was a strange time for it to happen.
We did see Trott gesticulating. What did you make of that, Frankie?
I'm hoping that was just a slow down gesture. Just slow down, let the rain come in, slow down, we're ahead, as opposed to, right, someone's got to take one for the team here and go down with cramp or whatever else. But he went down pretty hard. He's gone down pretty quick and had to be helped off the field. But so we're hoping he's okay. But the timing of it, I mean, if I'm Bangladesh, I'm not having that. I'm not impressed.
Well, the good news is we're going to get some more cricket. The covers are being pulled immediately off. The rain has stopped. That controversy is not going to be what decides this game. So that's really good to see. Bangladesh need 35 from 50. Thanks, Matt, for just clearing that up. You'll be back on commentary very soon.
I'll pop back off and come back in a bit. Yeah,
you're gonna finish off this game. I think it's still going to be a thriller because 3 wickets needed for Afghanistan. And a reminder, a team that played their first ever T20 World Cup 14 years ago. Just 14 years ago, they could be in the semi-finals of this one. It's an extraordinary story. I mean, you just Google Afghanistan and just look up what they've been through as a country over the last several decades. This would be enormous, absolutely extraordinary for a country that, I mean, they would be buoyed by this. It really would. Now, I'm just taking a look at some of the wickets to fall. It's been inspirational stuff, really, from Afghanistan. I mean, Frankie, I mean, we talked about the magic balls. When they were 5 down, you said they just need 5 more balls to take 5 wickets. They've got 2 of them, 3 to go.
Yeah, well, that's the belief you have to have. That's what you have to keep saying, is you've got players in your side, if you're Afghanistan, that can bowl genuine wicket-taking deliveries. It feels like at times almost at the drop of the hat. And then you can also bank on 1 or 2 of those. It's going to be batter error. It's going to be pressure taking its toll. It's going to be someone swinging themselves blindly off their feet. So you know you have that in the tank. So it's just that ability to try and keep everyone calm, try and continue the wicket taking, and as you say, now it's just got down to, it's just 3 balls.
Yeah, and just to let everybody know, currently Bangladesh are behind the DLS par score by 2 runs. So if there wasn't any more action, which I'm almost certain there will be more action, but if there wasn't, Bangladesh would lose this game, Afghanistan would win this game, and they would go through to the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup. Just while we're trying to wait for an update, Frankie, I mean, how sensational has Rashid Khan been? He's a big match player. He's won IPLs, he's won PSLs, he's won all sorts of things. He's staring down the barrel of being in the business end of a T20 World Cup as captain of his country. He's taken 4 for 17 from his 3 overs. And it's all been just world-class spin bowling.
Yeah, and gone past 150 career T20 international wickets as well to boot. He is just simply incredible. You watch the way he goes about his cricket, the intensity he plays at. He's often got a smile on his face as well. He enjoys what he does, but he is so passionate about the way he plays his cricket, so passionate about Afghanistan cricket, and I just love to see it. I love watching him play. I love the enthusiasm he brings to the game, and when you've got someone like him in your side, you just must feel invincible at times. He to me, he is a magician. He's got all the tricks, he's got all the tools, he's got all the deliveries. He's probably got deliveries we haven't even seen him bowl in a match yet, tucked up his sleeve, and it just feels like he's the kind of captain that takes it on himself, and if he wants something done, if he needs something special, be it going out and hitting a couple of balls for 6, be it taking wickets, being fielding in the hot spots, doing something special, he really takes that mantra of, if it's up to me, if it's up to me, it's going to be. So he just takes that on his shoulders, and he really he's inspirational. He leads from the front, and this could be yet another note for the CV of what he has accomplished in his career.
Yeah, the players are all out in the middle already, so we're going to get a resumption shortly. I can see Jonathan Trott still clutching his black leather notebook tightly. He looks like a prop from a film. Reminds me of the film Cruel Intentions. Anybody seen that? Now, Noor Ahmed's still got a couple of... Matt's watched it. Good man. He seems like a culture vulture. He's probably seen the original Dangerous Liaisons as well. There we go. So, 2 balls to come in this Noor Ahmed over. At the moment, Afghanistan are ahead on the DLS, although really it's going to come down to 3 wickets. Do they have 3 wickets in them, or can Bangladesh score the remaining 35 runs to cross the line and get Australia into the semi-finals? A very good morning to you if you're joining us in the UK. It's 5:30 in the morning, nearly, in England. Sun's up, I'm told. And, it's a dramatic start to a Tuesday morning, as you could hope for, I promise you. A very good day to our listeners on the ABC as well, on the Listen app for the ICC, and those of you listening on your smart speakers, hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're very much enjoying this tournament and this game. Noor Ahmed has the ball in his hand. Bangladesh 81 for 7. Tanzim is on strike. Play, says the umpire. Here we go. We're back. Noor into Tanzim with a slip in place. Short outside the off stump. Cut away nicely. Beats the extra cover fielder. It's going to go down towards long off. They're coming back for a second run. The throw comes in. No. Batters turn back. They take just the single. 82 for 7 now the score. Now, a reminder, we're 2 balls away from officially Bangladesh having no chance. In fact, we can say it now, really, because mathematically it's impossible. Bangladesh can't qualify for the semi-finals. They are now playing for Australia. And, Australia will be hoping desperately. 32. And by the way, there's been a slight adjustment to the structure of this game. It's now a 19 over a side game. They've taken 1 over off, and that target has been adjusted from 116 to 114. the barest of adjustments. Flighted ball, defended on the front foot to extra cover, and there is no run. I'm smiling to myself because Matt Kabir Floyd and I adjusted the rotor a little bit earlier, and it's going to work out to be perfectly equitable. How beautiful is that? Right, 87 for 2 is the score. Noor Ahmed, he's got 2 overs left. Now, what do you do here, Frankie? Because Rashid's got 1 more over left. Do you go for it now, or do you hold that one back?
No, he's going now. That would be my pick, because he's in this flow, he's in his momentum, he's got 4 for next to his name. Do it now. Use it now. Don't want to die wondering. If I'm the skipper, that's it. That's who I'm going. I want the ball in Rashid Khan's hands.
And that's exactly what you're getting. Rashid Khan has the ball in his hand, and you're quite right. I think they'd have to pry it out of his hands to get it away from him right now. He's got bowled the most extraordinary spell. 4 for 17 from his 3, including a couple back-to-back double strikes to put Bangladesh in serious trouble. And alongside them, Australia in serious trouble. Rashid in. That ball was a wrong, and it turned in sharply to Tanzim, who actually read it really well. Punched it down towards long on for a single. And now Litton Das is back on strike. Bangladesh had the faintest of hopes of getting through to the semi-finals. They needed to chase down 116 in 12.1 overs. Well, that mark has come and gone. And it's all about Afghanistan now. It's Afghanistan versus Australia. And Bangladesh is Australia's proxy. If they can win this game, it'll be yet another World Cup semi-final for Australia. Short, pulled away nicely by Litton Das out towards mid-wicket. It's Rashid who, I beg your pardon, the throw comes in from the deep from Ibrahim Zadran. The batters get back for 2. And you can hear Mahmudullah, the substitute keeper, just screaming encouragement at his players as well. He's done a wonderful job since he came on. We saw Rahmanullah Gurbaz get injured very early. It's not hard. It's a tough thing to do. 19-year-old coming in, biggest game of your life by far. And he's kept his composure quite well.
Yeah, and on a wicket that is taking some spin, it's now turning sharply, especially for Rashid Khan. That it's a little bit up and down as well. We've seen throughout the entire game that some balls have taken off, some have stayed low, and it's a little bit too paced as well, just to add into it.
Here's Rashid Khan into Litton Das. There's a short, mistimed pull shot down the ground to long on. Litton moves on to 40 of 32 deliveries. Australia's hopes pretty much lie single-handedly with the bat, the blade of Litton Das. I think at the very least, Australia should maybe visit Bangladesh for a bilateral 5-match series if they could pull this off, at the very least. Rashid into Tanzim, flighted ball, turns sharply away, and Tanzim pushes it nicely out towards backward point. They don't need boundaries, Bangladesh, to get over that mark. It's not a million miles away. They've got plenty of balls in hand. They're 87 for 7 off 12.4. That target off 19 overs now is 114. They can do it in singles.
Yeah, and that's the discussion between the 2 batters in the middle at the moment. You've got 2 balls left from Rashid Khan, and now it's just about survival. Just get through them with your wickets intact.
Here's Rashid. It's another wrong in, which turns in sharply to Litton. Plays nicely out towards deep backward point for a single. He moves on to 41. And a reminder, Afghanistan, if they can get these next 3 wickets, they will pip Australia to the post. They will go through to the semi-finals, where they will take on South Africa. What a story it would be. Be just it'd be huge.
Be huge.
I'm running out of adjectives. It's been a busy morning. Rashid into Tanzim. Again, who blocks this ball out. He's done his job there, Tanzim. He's seen off the threat of Rashid Khan. What an extraordinary spell it's been by Afghanistan's captain. 4 for 23 from his 4 overs. Just couldn't get his team over the line. And it's going to be over to Noor Ahmed and his other bowlers to do so, but absolutely sensational effort.
Yeah, once again, we are so used to seeing that from Rashid Khan. Another 4 for to add to his name, 4 for 23 today, and he has been simply brilliant, especially throughout the IPL. He'd had the back injury coming back from. He admitted he wasn't at his best, needed some more cricket under his belt, and tried to say to people, don't worry, I've got time, and was all peaking towards this tournament, and I'd say he has got it absolutely spot on. Last couple of games in particular, he has been simply brilliant and has led his team with such aplomb.
Right, 26 needed from 36 for Bangladesh / Australia as Litton flicks Noor Ahmed's first ball out towards mid-wicket. They're looking for a second. They're coming back for a second. This could be tie. Oh, it's not a great throw. And it's a brilliant piece of running, I'm going to say, from Tanzib Hasan Shakib, who's at some point in taking that second run, lost his bat and sort of ran in sort of as if he was making a rugby try with his body. Just about got in there. Not a great throw from the deep, but great commitment from Bangladesh, who now need 24 from 35 to take Australia through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. That's a real, when that happens mid-pitch, the panic of not having bat in hand, but he is just committed, charged through to the other end, thrown himself into the crease.
Noor Ahmed bowls a flighted ball outside off stump. Lots of action on that from Noor. Has been left alone by Litton Das outside the off stump through to the keeper, no run. 24 needed from 34 for Australia to go through to the semi-finals. Afghanistan need 3 wickets. It's going to be a thrilling climax. I predicted this at the start of the day. I said to Matt Floyd, you're going to get a cracking ending, my friend. Here is Noor again. This ball's been guided to short third, and there is no run. 24 from 33 balls. Ooh, what a Monday or Tuesday morning we're having. My goodness. Are you enjoying yourself, Frankie?
I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it.
It's been lovely to have you.
That's what World Cup cricket's all about.
Noor Ahmed in once again. This ball's been punched back in his direction. It passes him. And they will get through for another single to batters. They can do this in singles. They can play out a few dots as well. 23 needed off 32 for a consolation win for Australia. I beg your pardon, for Bangladesh. For Australia to go through to the semi-final. I keep repeating it because there's a lot on the line. T20 World Cup semi-final. Jonathan Trott cutting a forlorn figure in that Afghanistan dugout right now. Here's Noor Ahmed. Flighted ball beats the outside edge. Again, nothing too convincing about that from Tanzim Hasan Shakib.
Yeah, fascinating. He looks almost at home against Rashid Khan. Looks like he's picking them, but completely different against Noor Ahmed.
What have you got, Noor? In he comes. Another one, which he just blocks out of his crease. Back to the bowler. There is no run. Well, this game is set up for a thrilling climax. And it's a climax of great consequence. If Bangladesh can score 23 runs from the next 30 balls, Australia will go through to the semi-finals to take on South Africa, alongside England, alongside India. But if... sorry, I was slightly distracted by Gulbadin Naib's thigh.
Partnership looks as though the game got really frantic, really hectic, and it's just settled now. The wicket.
Tanzim has been so impressive with the bat. Coming in at number 9, looked comfortable. Although he's played a full shot there. Could be a chance. It is taken. Wow. They needed that so badly, Afghanistan. That partnership was only 12, but they were inching towards their target of 114. And then on comes the man with the magic touch, Gulbadin Naib, bangs one in short. Tanzim's eyes lit up, he went for the pull, he was late on it, And he's just skewed the ball up in the air to cover where Mohammad Nabi takes a simple catch. And all of a sudden, Afghanistan, maybe they're in head now.
Oh, we just say we felt as though the hectic nature had come out of the game and that they'd got into the flow of batting, and then it's that man, Gulbadin Naib, with the golden arm once again comes into the attack just when his captain needs a wicket. He's able to pick up Tanzim Hasan. And now 8 down, Bangladesh. A lot of work still to do. You feel it should be easy, just 22 off 28 deliveries, but it's the issue with wickets in hand, just 2 of them left. Oh, it feels like it has just had everything. We've had the miraculous recovery of Naib back into the attack. The hamstring's fine once again, picks up a wicket, his second ball. We've had rain, we've had everything you could possibly ask for in a game, and we're still 14.2 overs in, and we are not sure which way this is going to go.
We've had bats being thrown at teammates by batters, by Rashid Khan, Karim Janat. We've had, batters running in the same direction, like sort of choreographed swimmers.
Bat dropped mid-pitch as well, running. We've had
diving in.
Wicket-keeper off, injured, taking a ball to the knee.
Players going off with cramp at very mysterious times when they're just ahead on Duckworth-Lewis. Now the wind's picking up again. I mean, imagine if we get some more rain. We'll have to check out Duckworth-Lewis. It's Taskid Ahmed, veteran seamer, into bat, left-hander, tall man, pushes out to backward point for no run from Gulbadin Naib, who's now around the wicket, looking to be the hero again after he was the hero against Australia, coming on as the 8th bowler and picking up 4 wickets in that game. Well, this time he's come on a little bit earlier. He's the 6th bowler. He's already picked up a wicket in his first 3 balls. Another one. googlies to Litton Das in that over, and he goes in with the leggy at the crucial moment, and I think he caught him off guard. Now the big question is, did this turn too much, and was it maybe going down leg side, or did it even hit him outside the line? That is possible. It could have hit him outside the line. I think that's the more likely scenario here, given not out. So it's got to be hitting him fully in line. Otherwise, they won't overturn this. There's no bat on this at all. Definitely a gap between the ball and the bat. Nothing on ultra edge. Did this hit him in line? Here we go. Umpire's call, and umpire's call hitting the stumps as well. So hitting him just in line, but umpire's call, and the same with how the ball was hitting the stumps. So had that been given out, that would have remained out.
Yeah,
that's how close we're talking about. Those are the fine margins we're talking about here. And they retain their review, crucially. So they've got one left if they want to use it. Dwayne Bravo, bowling consultant for Afghanistan, shaking his head. Wow.
High drama right till the end here.
It just looked out to me as well. He actually bowled that from over the wicket, not around. It looked out. Umpire said no. Had he given it out, it was bye-bye Litton Das. So close. Jonathan Trott still has his notepad. He's still barking out instructions. 3 overs to go. 16 needed off the final 18 deliveries. Trott still having a go at someone. Not too sure who it is. And it means Tuskin is on strike. Gulbadin Naib around the wicket to the left-hander. The ball hits him on the pad, and they're going to get a single out to the leg side. The wrong line by Gulbadin.
That's all Tuscan needs to do, just find the single, put Litton back on strike. There's no pressure, run rate rise for Bangladesh. So that's what they want to do. They want to have Litton on strike for these, see if he can find the bind, release one ball.
What an innings it's been by Litton Das.
It's been phenomenal, hasn't it, actually? He's been out of form. There have been questions about whether he should have been in the squad in the first place. I remember the selectors in the press conference going, well, we chose Litton because he's got experience. We don't have anyone new.
Over the wicket this time, and he pulls this, flat bats it straight to long on, and they do take the single. So it's now 14 from 16 needed. I mean, coming into this game, his record was pretty awful. Strike rate was 85, average 14.
Yeah, it's been a tough 2024 for Litton Das. He's not really found his form or rhythm. He hasn't for the best part of a year now. And when being selected in this squad, I remember the press conference, they sort of said, well, you know, we haven't got anyone else. Everyone else is very inexperienced. And that, you know, that's not a great thing to be told about your ability going into a World Cup. So he's taken his time to find his form. He's struggled through the tournament, but what a great time to find it in this match. And it could be potentially a match-winning lock from Litton Das.
You can only watch at the moment. Tuskin on strike. Down the leg side, he's clipped that off the middle of the bat out to deep backward square leg. Good shot, he's got off strike. 13 needed off 15. I think the thing with Litton is because he's so easy on the eye and he's so talented, definitely one of the most talented batters in Bangladesh. Those kind of players, you want to give them as many opportunities as possible because you know they're capable of something magical occasionally.
Yeah.
Now, this has been a different type of innings. He's really had to show some grit. Slower ball. It's pulled away into the leg side to deep mid-wicket. It's another single. Just chipping away now. 12 runs Bangladesh need. 12 runs Australia need to go through to the semi-finals. What do you reckon it's like in the Australian team hotel now? Are they cheering every run, you reckon?
I think so. I imagine many people will hope that if Bangladesh do Australia a favour here, they might return it by inviting Bangladesh over for a bilateral series. It's been a while. I think 2008 maybe was the last time Bangladesh toured.
Well, they need to change that. Oh, Tuskin wants a single. He's sent back. This time it was a better line from Gulbadin. Off stump, just back of a length. Tuskin defended out to the offside, wanted the single, but Litton was keen not to take the risk. One in Gulbadin's 17th over. We've been reduced to 19 overs for the run chase, so just 2 overs left after this. Bangladesh need 12 from 13 balls to win their final game. They can't go through to the semi-finals because they haven't won this game quick enough. If they do win it, they needed to chase in 12.1 overs, but that's come and gone a long while ago. And now the only question is whether they can get over the line and deny Afghanistan a place in the semi-finals for the first time and allow Australia through the back door. Here's Gulbadin around the wicket, goes past the outside edge of Tuskin. Half an appeal. Tuskin smiling, shakes his head, says, I didn't nick that. They've got one more review left. Will they burn it here? The countdown is on. Here comes Rashid Khan. He's running in. Don't think he looks too interested. No, he's just going to run straight past Gulbadin. Gets a low 5. And now it's 12 from 12 balls. Run a ball, which normally you'd say no problem, but this pitch, not the easiest, is it?
No, it's been the story through this World Cup. Runs very, very difficult to come by on some of these pitches, and so, yeah, teams have had to really work for them. Still, from Bangladesh's perspective, no need to do anything risky. Run a ball, get Litton on strike. A boundary will really ease the pressure from here. And for Afghanistan, still very much in it. The pressure will mount, but they are 2 wickets away from a place in the semi-final, and they have definitely got the bowlers to do it.
Well, Naveen-ul-Haq's got 1. Fazalhaq Farooqi's got 2. Gulbadin's got 2 left. Mohammad Nabi's got 2 left. So is he going to stick with the seam or try possibly Nabi? I suspect it's going to be seam, and it is going to be Naveen-ul-Haq. So maybe Naveen and then Naib to bowl the final one, unless he wants to go back to Farooqi. 12 from 12. 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary, 1 on the offside. He backs away. Does Litton Das. Good bit of bowling. Slower ball from Naveen-ul-Haq. Cramps up Litton Das, and he cuts out to point for a single. Tuskin back on strike as the rain begins to fall one more time. This is ridiculous.
It's been
what a game.
I know. It's been an extra layer of unnecessary drama on this game, which has had so much context to it. Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Australia all vying for a semi-final place. But the rain will probably set Afghanistan through effort. I'm not sure what the current DLS is, but in fact, I'm not sure anyone does, but
we'll try and find out. We'll try and find out. The rain's just got a bit heavier. It's sideways rain at the moment. The wind is really strong. Gulbadin is saying, let's go off. Let's go off. He's got his hands out. Maybe that's because he's seen the scoreboard and Afghanistan are ahead on Duckworth-Lewis. I would imagine that's the case. Otherwise, why would he be trying to get the umpires to take them off? Here comes Naveen around the wicket to Tuskin. Bangs this in short. Thick outside edge towards deep third. Diving stop. Brilliant fielding by Fazalhaq Farooqi. Keeps them to 1. That could have been a vital 4 at a crucial time. Every run counts now. He's going to be so close if they have to go off because of the rain here in terms of Duckworth-Lewis.
How important will that stop be at the end of the game? It could have been 4 runs. It could have set Bangladesh well on their way. But yeah, Afghanistan putting everything in their bodies on the line here. 10 from 10 required. This is tense.
Litton Das is on strike. A boundary here could win the game for Bangladesh if they have to go off for rain. He comes down the track, chips back. It's dropped. Tough chance for caught and bowled. For Naveen-ul-Haq, he's stuck out a right hand. It would have been a worldie. He's already taken 1 caught and bowled so far today to get rid of Shakib. That was a lot tougher.
Well, the rain is falling. If it looks quite heavily now, that sideways rain, everyone's looking up in the sky. But I imagine everyone's waiting to just get a calculation of the DLS score before asking whether they want to come out or not.
Well, the DLS par score apparently is 104 at the moment, and Bangladesh are 105 for 8. So that means they are ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis at the moment. So Afghanistan won't want to be going off right now.
That explains it.
Here comes Naveen. If they get a wicket, that changes things around the wicket. They get a wicket! Oh my God, would you believe it? Naveen-ul-Haq has got what could be an absolutely vital wicket. Tuskin Ahmed chops on, the ball keeps low from around the wicket, and all he can do is jam it onto middle stump. Rahmanullah Gurbaz on the boundary looks super emotional. He's got his head in his hands. He must be happy though. Jonathan Trott lets out a roar Surely now Afghanistan are ahead on Duckworth-Lewis if they have to go off for rain, and they're 1 wicket away from confirming their place in the semi-finals.
What a game this has been, and further drama. You can see how much it means to the Afghan team. They're celebrating as though they've won. Bangladesh on 105 for 9. That DLS score's just got up to 108, so I suspect... I think Afghanistan would like to take the final wicket, but I suspect if they had to go off, they wouldn't be too bothered.
The rain's got heavier. Mustafiz has wandered out at number 11, and the covers are coming on. No, we've only got 8 balls left. The Duckworth-Lewis pass score, as you say, Rashid, has gone up to 108. Bangladesh are 105 for 9. So if we can't complete this game, Afghanistan are going through to the semi-finals of the World Cup for the first time. I can't remember ever watching a game with so many twists and turns, so many external factors that can affect the result and can affect who's going through and who isn't. It's been unbelievable, really. It's been hard to keep on top of it all.
Yeah, it's been brilliant from the start, right when Afghanistan were batting and it looked like Bangladesh's bowlers were really controlling the flow of runs. And those 3 wickets from Rashid really looked like Afghanistan had been restricted to a very gettable score. Then Bangladesh came out and looked like they were looking to chase it down in 12 overs with a semi-final place at stake. That passed, and then suddenly it became really down to Afghanistan looking to take all 10 wickets. And I said this score was so low they needed to take 10 wickets to try and get to the semi-finals, and they look well on their way to doing that. 1 wicket to go. Still a very gettable target, but then the rain having the final say, well, potentially final say on this game, it has ebbed and flown. There's been so much drama. It's been brilliant.
It has been amazing. What a way to finish the Super 8s. Pure entertainment. Sometimes these low-scoring chases are the most exciting games, and it's proved that way once again. Bangladesh have been involved in some really exciting finishes. They really have. It looks like the rain has stopped, and they're wandering out there again. So have we lost any overs? Can we complete the whole chase? We shall find out. We only need 8 more balls to finish the game completely. So maybe that 9th wicket of Naveen is not going to be the decisive moment. We've got an opportunity now for someone to be a hero, whether it's a Bangladeshi batsman or an Afghan bowler or fielder. Mustafizur Rahman stepped forward, the unlikely hero at number 11. Not renowned for his batting, but he's going to be on strike for at least 1 ball, maybe 2. Naveen-ul-Haq, I would imagine, will come around the wicket again, try and get a similar result to the one he just got. Try and cramp up the left-handed batter. That kept low as well, worryingly.
Yeah, I think he'll have a go with these last 2 balls, have a go at Mustafizur Rahman, the lesser experienced batter. Because I think if you get into the final over, Litton darts on strike, 1 boundary or 2 boundaries really will swing it back in Bangladesh's favour. But I think everyone involved wants to see this game out with its full allocation. The rain's had its say, but it goes right down to the wire with a place in the semi-finals.
Well, we've been here for long enough. We need to finish this now. We don't want this to finish early. We want this to go all the way. Gloves are coming out just for another delay for a Bangladeshi batter. Can't be for the Fizz, surely, because he's just walked out there. No, it's for Litton Das, who needs to get on strike. So what does he do here? I mean, it's 9 off 8 balls. So if he just says to Mustafizur, look, try and block out these 2 balls, then he's still got to get 9 off the last over, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's a tough one. I think looking to block out is probably what the Fizz would do. I don't think you want to have an unnecessary shot. Once again, what will conditions be like? It's just rained a little bit. Does it get a little bit more slippery out on the field? Is it going to be slightly harder to grip that ball? Is the outfield going to be slower? It's going to have to be boundaries from Litton Das, isn't it?
Well, I mean, he could get there with a few 2s and singles, but you're right. Yeah, I think he's going to need a boundary. And number 6 in this situation is like gold dust. Hanging around for Litton Das to change his gloves, and I'm just worried that the longer they hang around for, the more chance we've got of another passing squall. How many times have we been off now? 3 or 4. Been off a number of times.
Longer, hasn't it? It's felt longer.
4 times, Atif tells me.
Remarkable.
4 times. Hopefully, not a 5th. A lot of fans in there, a lot of nervous fans, both Afghanistan and Bangladesh fans. You've got coaches from both sides pacing up and down. Dwayne Bravo and Jonathan Trott in particular have been pacing all over the place. Every time you see Trott on camera, he's sitting in a different place or standing in a different place. He's always looking pretty intense, pretty nervy. So does Mustafiza, who's facing up to his first ball. Naveen-ul-Haq at the top of his mark, about to bowl. He's got 2 deliveries left in this penultimate over. 9 wickets down. Afghanistan need 1 wicket to confirm their place in the semi-finals. Bangladesh need 9 runs to deny them. Number 11, Mustafiza on strike. Here comes Naveen. Oh, it's very close. Hit it on the pad. The finger goes up. That looked absolutely stone dead. Naveen, he's off somewhere. The whole Afghanistan team, they are running and they don't know where they're going. The backroom staff have run onto the pitch and have jumped on Naveen-ul-Haq, who looks to be the match winner. Dejection from Litton and from Mustafiza Rahman. Rashid Khan can't believe it. He bends to the turf. But there's a review. Bangladesh have a review. They've set it upstairs. And we're going to find out now whether this is actually out.
Well, it's been one of the themes of this World Cup, a little DLS review to just delayed celebrations potentially. But they've got the review around. May as well have a look.
It looks stone dead, doesn't it? Around the wicket. It's hit him on the back pad. He's defending off the back foot with an angled bat. It's hit him on the knee roll. This is going to be out. It's hitting middle stump, halfway up, and Afghanistan are through to the T20 World Cup semi-finals. The first time ever they have got to the semi-finals of a world tournament. What a game, what a way to do it. They had to battle the weather. They had to battle Bangladesh, who were determined to spoil the party. But in the end, Rashid Khan and his men have got over the line for a famous victory. And there is so much emotion out there. Rahmanullah Gurbaz is in tears. He can't believe what they've done. The fans are in tears. They're taking photos, they're singing, they're dancing. Incredible scenes.
What a moment in cricketing history. You can see how much this means to them. Afghanistan World Cup semi-finalists. What a moment in this country's history. What a moment in their cricketing history. Rashid Khan, over and over again in interviews, has said cricket is sometimes the only joy the people of Afghanistan have, and what a moment this is going to be for them. They go on to play South Africa. They will fancy their chances against South Africa. What a World Cup this has been for them. Incredible stuff.
It really has. It feels as though this is the next step on the journey. Afghanistan have been threatening to do this for a long time. Remember in the 2023 World Cup last year, they beat England, they beat Pakistan, they beat Sri Lanka. They should have beaten Australia. This time around, they have beaten Australia for the first time in T20 internationals. And Rashid Khan looks a drained man as he walks off the pitch. Tears in his eyes. He looks like he needs a long sleep, a rest, because he has been at the forefront of this today. 4 for 23 for the captain. He's helped haul the side over the line and defend a paltry score of 115. And they've still got over the line. 4 wickets for him, 4 wickets for Naveen-ul-Haq. He was the other hero. And they have responded under pressure. And I'll tell you what, South Africa will not fancy playing Afghanistan in this kind of form. With that bowling attack, they have been sensational at times in this World Cup. And you feel as though it might not be the end of the story.
Yeah, you feel like it's just beginning. I mean, this Afghanistan team have been building and building quietly, players in franchise leagues across the world. And it's all come together. This genuinely is the golden generation for Afghanistan. quality openers leading the run tables in this tournament, set the foundation over and over again, and then they're defended beautifully by their opening bowlers. What an incredible team, what incredible team spirit, and what an achievement.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It was a great team effort, really, to restrict Bangladesh there, who, at times looked like they were nudging ahead. At times it looked like they might even chase it down in 12.1 overs, which is what Bangladesh needed to get through to the semi-finals. That would have been even more incredible. But early wickets again were crucial for Afghanistan. The seamers Naveen-ul-Haq and Fazalhaq Farooqi have provided that consistently for them and given a great platform for the spinners to then take advantage of. Today it was Rashid Khan who did it, but there was also crucial wickets for Gulbadin Naib as well, and Farooqi up top. Just 2 overs for the left-arm seamer today. But overall, when you look at performances in the Super 8s and the group stage, do you feel Afghanistan have been in the best 4 sides of this World Cup?
I think so. I think they've lit up the World Cup, actually. I think the story, the way they've inspired people, I think the kind of goodwill that world cricket has towards Afghanistan has all led towards this. I think, nobody's going, they've snuck their way in, or they've got lucky. I think they've justified their place in the Final Four. They've been in a lot of pundits' predictions. They've dominated in the performance they win. They've been consistent. I think it speaks volumes that their players are near the top of the charts, or at the top of the charts when it comes to both runs and wickets. They've been the perfect all-round team.
Amazing, really. Amazing scenes. You've got loads of supporters in the stands in tears. You've got Rahmanullah Gurbaz at the moment being carried on the shoulders of, I think it's the fitness coach, because Gurbaz got hit on the knee in the first over of the chase. The ball missed his pad, hit him on the knee, and he had to go off the field. So he's been limping around, and he was an emotional mess at the end of the game. So he's been carried around. The whole team are doing a lap of honour at the moment. Most of the tears have now been replaced by big, broad smiles. Rashid Khan and Gulbadin Naib with the biggest and broadest smiles at the moment, looking at the camera, walking around the pitch. And now we can get some reaction, because we can hear from Naveen-ul-Haq, one of the heroes.
To hand the Player of the Match award over to Naveen-ul-Haq for his 4 for 26 tonight. Well, Naveen, let me be the first to congratulate you. You're now semi-finalists in the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I wanted to thank Almighty Allah for this achievement. We have worked so hard over the past few years, and we were dreaming and we were working for this day. So when you see that day coming and it happens, it's a surreal experience, to be honest. I'm lost for words.
You see a lot of happiness out here on the field tonight. For you personally, your 4 wickets at crucial times. Talk me through your performance and what you're most pleased with.
Yeah, I think we always knew that they were going hard in the power play to chase the total down in 12.102. So we knew that we are in the game as long as we pick up wickets. So that was the simple plan. Mix it up on this wicket, and got the 2 crucial wickets in the power play.
It's been a crazy night, rain, the conditions, the whole thing. At what point did you think that you had this match in the bag? Did you always have confidence that you and your team were the ones to get across the line tonight?
I think these are the games that you never know what can happen. After conceding 1 boundary, you always think like, oh, the game is gone, and then suddenly you pick up a wicket, you are back again. So the margin of error is very small. But yeah, we had confidence that these wickets aren't the high-scoring wickets. As long as we don't give easy runs, easy balls, and we pick up wickets, we are in the game. So yeah, luckily that happened.
You've had a couple of good games back-to-back now. You go into a semi-final. Are you ready?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said before, we have worked for this day, and we are in the semis now. We are looking forward to that now.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy tonight. We'll see you in Trinidad.
Thank you so much.
We will certainly see them in Trinidad. You'll hear from us then as well. So it is Afghanistan against South Africa at 1:30 a.m. the early hours of Thursday UK time. from Trinidad. That is the first semi-final. The second semi-final later in the day, 3:30 p.m. UK time, and that is from Guyana. So just to sum up, Roshan, those two semi-finals, how do you see them going? South Africa, Afghanistan, and England, India. Who's going to go through to the final?
I think they're both mouth-watering ties. I think Afghanistan are going to be so up for this South Africa tie. And, South Africa have had some good results, but they've also come close in a couple of them. Bangladesh, they beat them by 4 runs. Obviously, that game against Nepal, 1 run. So are we about to see South Africa peak form up against a really up for Afghanistan team? I think that's going to be a juicy sight. And then India versus England just writes itself, doesn't it? I mean, who are going to go through? Afghanistan, England.
Love it. That would be something. Imagine that, Afghanistan-England final. Well, who knows? Of course, you can listen to both semi-finals live on 5 Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website, or via the BBC Sounds app, also ABC in Australia, and via the ICC website as well. And, of course, on your smart speaker, just say... to BBC Sounds, Radio 5 Sports Extra or Test Match Special. But what a game we have seen to finish the Super 8s. Afghanistan, they're currently having a team dance. Rashid Khan is loving it. They're enjoying life because they're into the semi-finals of the World Cup for the very first time. You'll be able to see how they do in the early hours of Thursday. Thanks very much for your company, and we'll see you then.
You're listening to the ICC Men's T20 World Cup.
Grand Slam singles champion.
Sends it